Good morning, everybody. My name is Cody Norton. I'm the co-founder of Ignite the Spark. Welcome to All Stars 26. This has been a week full so far already. We had Power Connect yesterday where we revealed the Energy Tech Landscape Map 26. Sean's going to come up. He'll talk a lot more about Ignite and everything there. We had events going on. We have this today. We still have more events. We have events happening in the next couple days. You could check out our Luma. But All Stars, this is something that's been happening for many years now. Ignite the Spark was founded 7 years ago, and All Stars is a trend that we continue on. As you could see, I'll get out of the way of the screen just so you could see, we have plenty things happening today. We have topics ranging across the board. We're going to have panels, keynotes, and you're going to be here all day. And we'll take a little bit break. We'll have some lunch. There's something happening at lunch as well that I'll be able to tell you a little bit later, so you could get your food and be able to go. And then, as we go through the rest of the day, we also go into our all-star pitch sessions. We have 2 different tracks that you'll be able to see and prizes that are going to be happening. So, really, without further ado, so we can get the day going, I want to bring up our fearless leader that I always say, Sean Dana, CEO of Ignite the Spark.
Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to Israeli Energetic All-Stars 2026. Look around this room. This is quite exciting to see a full room those days. And the Israeli Energetic ecosystem in 2026 looks stronger than ever. The last 3 years was probably the most challenging years as an Israel and the ecosystem is facing in. Yet, this is the last 3 years, we decided to move from one-day startup competition into Energy Tech Week, without even doubts that this is the time to move and doing the change. And we are grateful for do so. This week, we have more than 15 events, satellite events that we work together with partners, including site visit, professional session, drinks, networking, even workouts and running together for those that were really brave earlier this week. You can find at the closed roundtables the amazing discussion, the conversation, and that is amazing to see this, how it's evolved from year to year. We have more than 30 partners that support each one of those, the main event today and also the other week. We really appreciate any of your support. Thank you for your trust, your active collaboration, and never stop reaching out with us to new heights with the ecosystem. I want to say special thanks for our strategic partners that make this happen and make it the whole way. We can never do it without you. You are held a solid ground when nothing else was. And I want to use this opportunity also to congratulate our new partners from SMA, joining us to the team, together with Israel Electric Company, Doral, Leon, Herzog, Startup Nation Central, and the Ministry of Energy support us in the Love Initiative. But the most important above all, it's this amazing team that you see here, being able to push and pull up this crazy operation, week, events, it couldn't be done without them. I want to use this opportunity and mention specifically each one of them, and at least most of them, because there are more than 40 people that won here. So thank you again, Aya, Adir, Eshel, Cody, Kadan, Leah, Roni, Aran, Bar, Leah, Tzvi, and of course, Lichi, that our producer, that made each one of these sessions accurate and simple as it is. Yeah. I want to say that this year specifically, it wasn't an easy year. Clarity and certainty haven't described our country, I feel like, and we all feel like. Pushing off this week and this event to a more quieter, maybe more convenient moment would be probably the easy call, but we don't take easy call. We believe that resilience, agility, and adaptability, those are define our ecosystem. And that is basically exactly the spirit we see exactly in our map with 180 startups that we launched yesterday. This is show us that we are, as an ecosystem, are pushing innovation to more urgent needs. We can see how the AI is shaping power demand as the speed grids were never built for that. Electrification is training every system we have. And energy security probably felt more urgent than ever and stopped being a policy papers to actually a national and global priority. The climate clock, of course, is still ticking, and we don't have enough, we can't even forget that. The world needs answers, and the Israel energy tech ecosystem needs it. Later today, you will be able to see 10 of the amazing startups of the Israeli energy tech all-stars. 10 out of them, the others of them you can find on this, the audience as well. And those are the part of these programs that we have this year with dozen application, free workshops, to selection committee together with partners. And we choose those that started on. 2 of them will be able to go to 2 global opportunities. One of them would be the Energy Alliance as part of a New York Climate Week, and the second one will be Energy Tech Summit, and we'll get to it very soon. So without further ado, I would like to thank you, each one of you, to push and support each one of these efforts. And I would like to continue the session, and Cody, I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, Sean. So today, we're on Herzog Fox Niemann. And before I bring up Mark Phillips, who's partner at Herzog Fox Niemann, let's go over kind of what this place looks like. This is the main hall that we're going to be in today. We also have the first and second floor. So if you want to be able to go out and network, you'll be able to go down to the first floor. This should be a quiet room outside, and that's because, as always, we have a camera in the back, and that's for our online attendees. We have people all over the world that are partaking in this event, and people find Israeli energy tech interesting, and that's why you're all here this morning as well. So without further ado, Mark Phillips, partner at Herzog Fox Niemann.
Good morning, everyone. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Herzog Fox Niemann. It's been my pleasure for the last few years to help introduce the Energy Tech All-Stars. So why are we here today at Herzog? First of all, we pride ourselves on being involved in the most significant deals, Israel abroad, and advising the world's leading companies. Sure, big deals and big names. But sometimes when I talk to the Ignite team, they kind of look at me, why are you here again? You know, if that's what you're interested in, big deals, big names. And what I've explained to them and what we genuinely believe is that we take pride in working with some of the founders who've got nothing but an idea, and the investors who are looking to fund them, and startups looking to grow. Any of them could be the next game changer. And that's why we work with Ignite the Spark, and that's why we're proud to be partners with them. This year's participants are some of the most impressive I've seen. And unfortunately, I missed all of the selection committee meetings because I was on reserve duty, and I didn't manage to fit that in between my shifts. But I did go through the startups that made it through to the final, and they really are impressive. They span energy efficiency, storage, hydrogen, nuclear, management, grids, and really a whole range of things, and you know, we'd love to hear more about them later and see how we can help them as well. Now, the backdrop for all this work has really been, never felt more urgent and more exciting. Every day, I'm sure you as well hear about more developments in the AI field. In our partners WhatsApp group, every day we get messages saying AI can do this and AI can do that, and it's going to revolutionize this and change that, and really how Harvey and his friends are coming to take our jobs. What we hear less about is how AI will be powered. Data centers, as you know, are huge consumers of electricity, and I did a quick check online and found some statistics. Some people are looking at 165% growth in data center power usage in the next few years. A simple query on one of the AIs, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, whatever, uses around 0.3 watt hours, and obviously if you start asking for more complex things like edit a video, do things like that, it uses far, far more. And in Israel, we're not immune to that. We're seeing huge growth in data centers, and that's going to need more energy, but not just more energy, but also improvements in the grid and technology and how we use them. Those of you who don't know, in my spare time, I'm a lawyer who does energy work, and we're actually working on multiple large-scale conventional IPPs right now, hopefully adding about 3 giga in the next few years. But that's not going to be enough. And energy's not enough as well. You need water for data centers, because that's how you cool them. Latest statistics I found was that in the US, in 2023, so that's old, they used about 17 billion gallons of water to cool, and that's going to obviously increase. The EU predicts that in 2027, they could be consuming, data centers could be consuming about 5 billion cubic meters of water. Now, those of you who have been here for a while will know that we used to have some water issues, and desalination really helped solve those. Everyone remembers the Israel Mitiyabeshet, the adverts on TV, you'll remember those. We don't see those anymore because we have desalination. But obviously, what's the problem with desalination? That it uses a lot of energy. So you have this cycle where you need more water, so you need more desalination, and then you use more energy, and then it goes on and on. And those are the challenges that I think Israeli entrepreneurs are really, really well placed to deal with. I think that people in this room can really make a contribution to solving those challenges as we go forward. But it's not only positive developments that have really driven this innovation. Cody and Sean sort of referred to it. We've seen the war in Iran have forced other countries around the world to realize what we already knew, that energy security is actually a real issue. It's not just something that you put on paper. We all know that Israel's energy tech, tech culture in general and energy tech in particular, wasn't driven by the fact that we have lots and lots of resources. It was driven by the fact that we didn't. We have not enough land, we had not enough water, we didn't have enough resources to develop them. But we still managed to build one of the most dynamic ecosystems in the world, and as we saw from our friends at Startup Nation Central, we have hundreds of active companies in the sector who are raising millions and millions of dollars in capital. So the challenges, I think, are clear. And the question is really how we can meet them. Now, those of you who were here last year and the years before will recall, I hope, that I like to leave you with a question to think about before I step down and hand over the mic to more interesting people. So I want you to spend a couple of minutes on a thought experiment. I want to imagine that you wake up tomorrow and it's 2036. 10 years have passed. Think about what has happened in those 10 years. What has changed in the energy sector? What were the key decisions that led to those outcomes? And what could we all have done better? Have a think about that. I'd love to hear your answers. And now I will hand over. Thank you all for coming. It's a pleasure to see you all. Good luck and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you for being a great partner. Speaking of partners, we have the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure coming up next. And when I saw Brian this morning, he goes, another year and things are new. Mark, you kind of just touched on that. There's a lot of new, there's a lot of developments. So I'd love to bring up Brian Rosen, Chief Scientist, Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure, to tell us what's new.
Good morning, everybody. So wonderful to see everybody here together. I noticed also that since last year's event, I'm not the only one with a different colored name tag. And I think that speaks a lot to the diversity and the interconnectedness of our community. Today, I want to speak a bit about my vision for what the Chief Scientist Unit at the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructures can do since I took my position about 6 months ago. Before that, I was a professor of material science and engineering and chemical engineering at Tel Aviv University. And the move from the academic sector towards the public sector comes with its challenges, and it's those challenges that I'd like to address to you today. But I'd like to start my talk with a bit of a story, a bit of an anecdote. Because in 2021, somebody who I think everybody in this room knows reached out to me, Gideon Friedman, the chief scientist at the time, my predecessor. He reached out to me on WhatsApp and he asked me the following question: Brian, do you know anything about methane pyrolysis? which is a process of taking natural gas and converting it into hydrogen without making any carbon dioxide. I mentioned TIM. I've heard of it. I've worked for about 10 years on a similar reaction involving natural gas, but not exactly the same thing. Do you think you could come up with something clever for catalytic methane pyrolysis? I think it could be of national interest. Sure, I'll think about it. And after that conversation, I put together a proposal to the ministry. I won. I got 3 years worth of funding that got extended to 4. I started up a company that now has a pilot program in Ariel for doing that exact reaction. And last year, I was on this exact stage in the All-Stars competition pitching that company. And that resonates with me a lot, the importance of what we try to do in my unit. We try to find the strategic technologies that will be of interest to Israel, not necessarily today, but in the future, and find the people that are in the periphery that can come in and help towards that challenge. So I appreciate the fact that Gideon found me and recruited me towards this reaction, and I gave a wonderful, well-prepared presentation, and for those of you that were here last year, you'll remember, I famously lost. But I lost to a company named Naki, who basically takes all the parts of the chicken that you don't eat and turns it into sustainable jet fuel. So I lost to a well-founded company, and in a beautiful symmetry, I visited Naki about a month and a half ago before their first reaction system got shipped off for actual use, because obviously this is funded by the Ministry of Energy, and now I have a vested interest in Naki's success, and I couldn't be happier for them, and I couldn't be happier to be involved in the energy community from this new angle. For those of you that have been following me on different social media platforms or the ministry, you'll see that we've made noise in a few different areas over the last couple of months. And one of the areas we've been trying to make a little bit of noise in is geothermal energy. We released a report only a few days ago about the strategy for geothermal energy in Israel and what needs to be done and what impact it could have over the next 5, 10, 15 years in the energy community. And as a result of the post that came out in my unit, I got a response from somebody who's not in geothermal energy. And he said, Brian, I'm so happy that you put this out. I do work, he does work on simulating drill bits for different applications. Didn't even know geothermal energy existed. Oh, but now I have a new application to work on. And that's the important part here, because there are going to be aspects of our technology, of our strategy, that we don't necessarily have the community ready to go. We're a small country, and we have limited resources, and those limited resources include manpower. So how do we recruit people who are knowledgeable and smart to come in? It's by having a coherent strategy. And this isn't exclusive, but the strategy is based on core areas, people that have core expertise in the hydrogen economy, solar energy, energy storage, geothermal waste to energy. But if you just look at these core areas, you're limiting yourself to a relatively small community in an already small country. So what my vision is to expand the energy community, to bring people into the energy community who themselves do not necessarily identify as being part of the energy community. Somebody who does 3D simulations for drill bits does not necessarily feel they're part of the energy community. Somebody that works in heat transfer, somebody that works in power electronics might not necessarily feel like that they're part of our community, and it's our job to bring them in and to grow our community and to enhance innovation. I'm sure most of the people in this room don't need this slide, but I think it's a great way to show the way that we look at our strategy for the future, because our energy needs are going to be split into sources that can provide for our base load and sources that can provide for our peak load. So if you were to look at the different megamot, the different categories that we're looking at for energy, and I'll put those on the y-axis in a moment, against the technology readiness level on the x-axis, you'll get, again, this is not exclusive, so if your particular brand isn't there, don't be offended, I didn't forget about you. But it gets split up generally into these different brands. And because we're a small country with limited resources and we live in a different geopolitical environment, we cannot take the strategy of the United States or the strategy of Europe and do copy-paste. It just doesn't work. We live in a different reality, as Mark told us before. So the question is, how do we come up with a plan for 2035, for 2050 that is custom tailored to Israel, that takes into account our strengths and our weaknesses? And that's what we try to do with the ministry, to identify these areas of strategic importance. The strategic importance goes towards the baseload and for technologies like hydrogen and fuel cells and solar and wind, etc., that in principle could help the baseload, but they're dependent on storage, and obviously we're quite strong in that as well in Israel. So these are topics in 2026 that we view as being highly strategic and important, but it's not exclusive. There are other topics that we feel are important as well, and these are mentioned in blue, and you see where on the TRL level that my unit tries to help. We look to support things that are sort of between, let's say, 3 and 9, because 1 and 2, there are other methods for basic research. 10 and 11, it's sort of beyond our financial ability to help with the gap. So we look mostly in the middle. And again, there are lots of cross-cutting fields. For example, all the fields in yellow have overlap with the solar energy industry. All the things in blue have overlap with water. Mark mentioned water energy nexus in his comments, and I'll share with you that the energy that we use for water desalination and pumping comes to 8% of our total energy consumption. So we're looking to make that more efficient as well. So if you're interested in the things from year to year that the ministry puts on high priority, I invite you to open up our research policy document that we publish every year. Section 1 goes through all the topics, and Section 2 gives the topics that we're interested in for any particular year. We published it a few weeks ago. I invite everybody to go to the website and take a look at it. One of the things that's overarching in all of these topics is obviously AI. But AI goes in 2 directions. You have AI for energy and energy for AI, and we're interested in both. AI for energy, we're looking at using AI in order to help us for resource discovery, critical minerals. We're helping AI in order to discover new materials that you don't need to do one by one in the laboratory. For batteries, fuel cells, new catalysts, or materials that can survive extreme temperatures, pressures, or environments. We also consider energy for AI. It's not just the added energy needed, but rather a lot of these systems need to be disconnected strategically from the grid. So you have data centers that can work off of 10 megawatts, but you also have data centers that need closer to 300 megawatts. And the question becomes, what are going to be the technologies that can supply that power? We have our strategic plan for 2035 and for 2050, how to map out where we want to go. And it's generally broken down into 3 different categories. The first category, the yellow track, is renewables. The second track, the blue category, is hydrogen. And the third track is the red category, and it's nuclear. And even though the exact technologies aren't exactly in focus yet for what there will be in 2050, we do calculations to say, okay, this is the amount of energy we expect to need. These are the technologies that are going to be in the mix. How much lithium do we need? How much sodium do we need? How much copper do we need? And the amounts are astronomical. Small country, little resources. Critical minerals presents a large problem to our sector. So again, this is one of the communities that we're going to be hoping to build because there are a lot of people in the periphery. Work that we do together with partners at the Innovation Authority and the Ministry of Science tell us that there's somewhere between 70 and 100 companies and researchers that are in this field trying to work on this. But we need to recruit them and bring them in. Our job at the Chief Scientist Unit is twofold. On the one hand, we want to support the communities that already have their feet on the ground and have already started running and have been running well for the last 15 years. This includes the energy storage community, the battery community, the hydrogen community. And it is a priority of mine to make sure that the community that I personally as a researcher feel a part of continue to get funded, continue to get support from the ministry as they move up the TRL ladder. But the second goal that I touched on already is to, and Sean, please don't sue me for copyright infringement, we want to ignite the spark and find new fields that don't necessarily have those basis for community, don't have the manpower, don't have the volume of companies, because we identify them as being strategic and we want to recruit these people to our cause to join the energy community. But this is an example for energy storage, a center that we established a few years ago between between Technion and Bar Ilan, an energy storage center where companies in these fields can come and have access to industrial level testing equipment. We're also working together with the Ministry of, the Innovation Authority and building a site for testing pilots in the hydrogen field. And this is going to be near the Eshel site. And we're quite excited about this. The first companies are already getting set up. And also back in the end of December of last year, there was a governmental decision to expand and build a hydrogen infrastructure in the eastern Negev. So we're working on that as well quite intensely. So how can we at the ministry help the people in this room? Well, there's a few different answers to that question. The first answer to that question, if you're in academia or if you work with people in academia, we have academic grants for novel ideas that fall in line with the priorities that I showed you a few minutes ago. Those grants are to the amount of about 750,000 shekels over 2 or 3 years. 750 is over 3 years. And the support is 100%. You don't have to bring any matching. And it's a call that we release on a yearly basis competitively. For those of you that are basing your startups or thinking about basing your startups off of academic research, being in touch with academic researchers that already have support by us is a great strategy. But there's other ways that we help as well. We also have a yearly grant for the industrial sector, which is split up into 2, startups and demonstration plants. The startups are meant to help the valley of death at TRL4, which is the technological valley of death, where proof of concept tends to be the major challenge. But we also try to help at the industrial valley of death, closer to TRL7, where you're ready to put your first pilot and you need to bring your first heavy investors, or your second heavy investors, in order to bridge the gap for the second industrial valley of death. And I'd like to conclude by saying that it's really a privilege to be speaking to you today in this forum. I know so many of you. A lot of you were my students at the university. A lot of you were my coworkers, collaborators. Some of you were even my competitors. And I'm really honored in the position that I have today to continue to be able to work with you, those of you in academia, investors, people that have vision for what the energy landscape in Israel is going to look like in the next 5, 10, 15 years. And really an honor for me to talk with you and to continue to work with you. And please, anybody that would like to reach out to me or the ministry, please feel free to reach out to me at this email address. I apologize, I will not be able to stay for the social aspects or the next sessions because I need to run down south immediately after this talk. Thank you very much for your attention and good luck to everybody.
Thank you so much. So, we talk about one side that can support entrepreneurs and scientists. I think on this next one, we don't need any introduction on the work that you do in any way because every entrepreneur knows exactly what you do. So I want to introduce Dror Bin, CEO of the Israel Innovation Authority.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Great to be here. Where is my... Here it is. Okay, Ignite the Spark Energy Tech Week. In the next 10 minutes, I will do a zoom out and speak about the Israeli high-tech sector as a whole in the last few years, and then zoom in back into the energy tech sector. I'm sure everyone knows the Israel Innovation Authority. Our mission in life is to sustain, to improve the competitiveness of the Israeli tech sector. As you know, Israel tech sector is something like 1/5 of Israeli GDP, which is the highest number in the world by far. The US is about 10%, EU about 5%. So I always tell my team that Israel is writing the guidebook of what does it mean to be an innovation-centric economy. We invest every year about $700 million in Israeli tech ventures, primarily deep tech, and energy tech is obviously one of them. And primarily early stages, and also in the technological infrastructure of the country, like for instance, the infrastructure that Brian mentioned in Tasha for hydrogen pilots. We also deal with the policy, overall policy of the government vis-a-vis the high-tech sector. Now let's talk about the Israeli high-tech in the last few years. As you know, Israel is one of the world-leading innovation hubs. Number one in the world in numbers of startups and unicorns per capita. 6.7% of GDP is reinvested in research and development, highest number in the world. OECD average is less than 3. By the way, all of these numbers are completely new, just published this Sunday about 2025. As I said, almost 1/5 of Israeli GDP comes from the high-tech sector, and 60% of Israeli export is based on technology. Having said that, 3 years ago, all of that was radically challenged by the events of October 7th. And there was a big question mark whether Israeli tech will be able to deliver or not. And I will not go because of the lack of time into all the challenges that the ecosystem faced back then. But I'm very happy to say, and these are also new, this is also new data that was published just this week, that the results of 2025 are not less than amazing. Israel kept its 4th place globally in terms of fundraising. This is not per capita, it's absolute numbers. We compare ourselves to innovation hubs, which are either small countries like Israel or large metropolitan areas. So you can see that the first 3 hubs are all American. So you can also say that Israel is number 2 in the world in terms of countries in fundraising for early stage startups. But also when it comes to growth companies and larger companies, look upon this number, more than $80 billion of exits, M&As in 2025. This is the highest number ever. The previous record was in 2017. It was around $20 million, so 4 times the previous record. 2025, still a year of war with Iran and so on. But maybe the most amazing result of 2025 was the fact that after a few years of decline in the number of new startups that were established in the state of Israel, in 2024 and 2025, we saw a change in trend, and more startups are being formed in the state, in the country. You can ask yourself, how come in the middle of the war people have time to create new ventures? Well, my answer is that probably since people were drawn out of their comfort zone because of army duty or volunteering activities, and they saw new needs and they met new people. And this is why we see now more ventures. And also AI that was mentioned before is lowering the bars to create new companies. I've mentioned deep tech, so it was very important for us also to survey the deep tech ecosystem in Israel. Out of about 8,000 tech companies in Israel, 1,500 are deep tech, considered deep tech. They have raised in the last few years about 1/3 of all the fundraising in Israel. And also here, Israel is second only to the US in terms of fundraising into the deep tech companies. Now, talking about deep tech, we should now zoom in back into energy tech, which is definitely one of the deep tech sectors. Israeli energy tech at the forefront of global energy disruption. and what a disruption it is. Look at that. 5 different disruptive forces are reshaping the energy world. I'm sure I don't need to explain to this audience what does it mean, so I will not go into the details. I can just say that each one of them alone is enough to create disruption and enough to create a huge demand for technological innovation. The combination of all the 5 is really mind-boggling. The amount of technological innovation that is needed by the world is crazy, and this is exactly where the Israeli ecosystem comes into play and brings forward amazing breakthroughs in all aspects of energy generation and distribution and so on and so forth. And not I am saying this, even the World Economic Forum is saying that. You can see that they have compared countries from all around the world about where they stand in different aspects of energy. Well, on regulation, finance, education, and infrastructure, Israel is not in the top 5, but when it comes to innovation, we are number 3 in the world after China and the US. The ecosystem today, according to our records, consists of something like 250 different tech companies, energy tech companies, around 15 global multinationals that have an R&D center in Israel, 34 companies just created in 24-25. Those companies, all of those companies raised about $2 billion in the last 5 years, which is much higher than the 5 years before. Early stage are 55%, and they have raised $800 million. So very wide ecosystem with a lot of early stage and promising companies. But obviously, we will have to see and wait and see how they succeed. We continue in the Innovation Authority to support all deep tech sectors. Obviously, we like a lot to support great energy tech companies. Our main platform for investment is the Startups Fund, Keren Haznek, which is supporting every phase of the early stage of a company from ideation through pre-seed, seed, and round A. You can see our funding percentage. So anyone in this audience who is not familiar with this fund and is in the early stages of his or her venture should know this fund. But not, and this is, by the way, the list of companies that we invested in the last few years in. But this is not enough. Those companies need not just the direct investment, but they need also the surrounding environment. And this is why we invest also in other platforms, like for instance, venture studios or incubators that are actually creating new ventures that otherwise will not come to the world, and also in doing pilots in Israel and in the pilot sites themselves. And all of that is geared towards this vision of Israel serves as a global hub for energy tech innovation, advancing a sustainable scaling of worldwide energy systems to meet growing demand while reducing environmental impact. I'm sure that Israel will bring such solutions to the world, and I wish you all success and have a great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, we heard across the board about a few topics. Briefly mentioned. So this is where we're going to get into our fireside and our panels and everything in between. So, kind of what's already been mentioned and we all know. So we have the general AI, we have a triangle basically. We have a general AI, we have, as we know, the Strait of Hormuz, and when it comes to energy security, we also go into the raw material crunch, right? So we have that, and where does it really stick? It starts with innovation, right? Sitting right in the middle. And that's where Israeli energy tech, and that's where we saw, just on that slide by Dror, it's ranked at number 3. So I'd love to bring up Roei Furman. He is the managing partner, Doral Energy Tech Ventures. Thank you, as you saw before, for being a partner. I appreciate it, and you can make your way up. From there, one of the new partners in Ignite the Spark, Roni Itzhak with SMA Solar. Thank you so much, and we look forward to a long relationship. I want to also invite up Igor Aranovich, Vice President Market Operations with Noga, Israel Independent System Operator. Nir Shadmi with CEO of Contel Smart Energy. And then we're also going to be bringing up our moderator, Liav Harel, former Senior Innovation Manager, SimPower.
Is this on? Not yet? Hear me? No? Yeah, this works? No? But you guys will have to hand over the mic. Can everyone hear me? Nope. I definitely can't shout. Now can everyone hear me? That's better. Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here at the opening panel. Welcome to the Energy Market Shift. On a personal level, I'm very excited to be here because this is a topic that I've been working on and thinking about for the past decade. If I can share my personal story, that 10 years ago I came back from a chapter in the UK, in London, where the topic of energy flexibility, how we shape energy markets, what type of energy mechanisms do we need to enable the renewable transition, was a huge topic and talked about. And then when I came back to Israel, the key topic that was talked was how do we install more renewables, how do we build more megawatts, how do we meet our 10% renewable targets. Those were the topics talked in 2016. And I remember thinking that those were important topics, but we weren't spending enough time talking about what happens next. Because really the challenge is when you have a significant share of renewables in the system, the challenge becomes how do you integrate those into the system, and how do you manage a grid that is effective and reliable and resilient with a large share of renewables at its core. So presently, we're seeing a few really dynamic or key trends. They were mentioned before me. One of them is what happens when there's an abundance of renewables, curtailment, grid congestion, higher challenges in balancing the grid. We see an evolution in electricity demand, electrification, EVs, data centers, greater cooling needs in a global warming reality, and the storage boom. So storage coming in some cases even faster than regulation is shaped. So Europe and the US have been talking for 20 years about how to build these markets, and Israel is finally getting there. So the market is changing in even a much shorter time frame than other countries have had to deal with. And I think that it's clear to the room today, fast forward 10 years, when we talk about the energy market shift, it's not about how do we install more renewable megawatts. The question at the forefront is what are the solutions and what are the market mechanisms that we need to get those renewables online and to make an effective and resilient grid with renewables at its backbone. So with that, I'm going to hand over to our first speaker. Igor, can you, I think we're going to need another mic, or let's see if this one is working. Testing. Give it a go. Not yet. I'll quickly hand over then. Igor from Noga, the independent system operator. Can you, yes.
Yeah, all right.
Can you give us an overview of how Noga and the Israeli system operator sees the evolution of the Israeli market in the coming years? What are the key challenges that the Israeli grid will be facing, and what kind of markets, services, mechanisms are you building for us to build this future grid?
Yeah, morning, folks. So first of all, I am presenting Noga. We are running the Israeli electricity markets, founded like close to 4.5 years after the reform in Israeli markets, and we're in charge to running the markets. And wholesale and retail, we are in charge for the switching of customers in Israel, and also one of our parts and colleagues sitting here is dealing with development of the new markets. Some of them are dealing with ancillary service, flexibility, ability to adopt the new renewables. We're running to whatever 30-35% of renewables. Also the AI data centers, it's some kind of challenge for flexibility for the system, and the storage. So currently we're dealing with a whole bunch of these things. Some of them dealing from the pushing the ancillary service markets, and the first service is like fast frequency reports that we exposed close to 1.5 years. Currently we are close the regulation with the electricity authority, and we are going to run like for 3-4 pilots with different companies till the end of the year, and hopefully we'll start to begin to run this service and say since beginning of the next year, and also the co-optimization of the new MMS markets. It's also the whole all retails and wholesale player will be inside of it, and so we will co-optimize the energy ancillary services behind in order to FFR and also the AFRR, like low frequency control. We'll try to push into the storage, like in the whole world, and I guess it will be the great value for the community. We're dealing currently also with the market prices, market clearing price, new market price calculations that we are bringing to the markets. Hopefully, in the next couple of months, the electricity authority also will be approved, and the challenges is also the real-time pricing. So also this will be give the big value for the electricity market. Okay.
Yep, thank you. So Igor mentioned ancillary services being developed, thinking about how we start to embed storage into the system. Let's let the second speaker today introduce himself and talk on this. So we have Nir from Contel Smart Energy. Can you briefly introduce yourself and Contel, what you guys do? And then also, could you share how your solutions are addressing these needs in the new energy markets that some of which Igor touched on that will be opening up?
Sure.
Working? Okay. Hi. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Ignite the Spark, for the opportunity to be here and to practice our English, because it's not usual. Okay. So we at Contel Smart Energy, we sit on the control layer of the biggest and most complicated renewable energy sites here in Israel. We provide the power plant controller. We provide various systems. Among them are the power plant controller, the supervisory control and data acquisition system, and the energy management systems. Those systems are the systems who turn the energy that is being generated into a deliverable, dispatchable, and flexible energy that all of us are using, and also the system operators. We've delivered hundreds of utility scales projects in Israel. We have under the hood or under our system more than 3 gigawatts of renewable energy. And we have deep hands-on experience integrating with equipment provider, inverters, batteries, meters, sensors, and so on, plus our own hardware and software that we developed in-house for asset performance management and on-cloud and on-site cybersecurity. So we see this emerging shift in the market very closely, because we are in the heart of these renewable energy sites. All of us know that renewable energy in Israel is only at about 17% out of the overall total energy that is being produced, and we are far away from reaching the target that the Israeli ministry has targeted of 30% by 2030. But it's clear that we need to build more, but we see a change in the market. It's not only constructing, it's not only building more sites, and the market now starting to think of not only how to build, but how to maximize the assets that we already have, okay? How to better use the assets. So that's the real shift that is happening in the market. It's not only selling energy, it's selling flexibility. The terms now changes from how many megawatt hour we can dispatch, it moves to how many megawatts we can supply on demand when the system operator needs more energy. So the solutions and the diversity of renewable energy, these are the tools that drive better investments or ROI, returns on investments, and more and better, longer and more efficient lifetime for the generation sites themselves. We see storage becoming a crucial, not only in Israel, actually Europe is a bit advanced than us, but as a crucial tool to help the system operator and the end users to be much more flexible. We don't see the constructions that is being built today are not only PV. All of the sites are either BESS, battery energy storage system standalone. We see BESS being added to an existing PV sites, okay? And obviously greenfield, new construction of PV plus storage. So this is one example of the changes is happening in the market. The second change that we see, another example that I can bring, relates to what Igor mentioned about the pilot that they are running on auxiliary services. First of all, congratulations, Igor and Noga, for finally implementing the market management system and allowing market participants to provide services to the market. So from talking from hands-on or from the ground, around 2 weeks ago, we completed internal tests as part of the pilot that Igor mentioned, supplying fast frequency response to the grid demand. This pilot was conducted, or the test for the pilot was conducted in one of the sites of our friends from Doral, also equipped with CATL batteries and SMA power conversion systems, and the results were amazing. We were able to reach a response time of 145 milliseconds to the change of the frequency in the grid from between the meter and the PCS, where the target that the system operator targeted was around 500 milliseconds. So the technology is there, and is ready. These two examples that I presented are showing how the market is moving, not only from construction, running to construct more power generation sites, but again, using the ones we have to serve the market better.
Thank you. Thank you, Nir. That's an excellent example of there's a growing need for faster frequency response services with more renewables. It's coming from an alternative source, coming from batteries. Let's hear next from Roni, who will introduce SMA, maybe talk about the angle of how renewable generation can also contribute to growing needs coming from a high renewables grid. Introduce yourself, your company, but also can you share what your solutions address from this double angle? One is from the angle of the grid needing new alternative sources for resilience, but also from the asset owner perspective, from the solar field perspective.
Solar and storage, which is today even massively growing, more than PV. So good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ignite the Spark, for having me here in this panel. I'm Roni Yitzhak. I'm the commercial lead in Israel for SMA Solar. SMA Solar, it's a German-based company, established 1981, very, very famous in the renewable market, having the best inverters in the world. Going to the panel and what you ask. So we are here in a panel that the subject is the energy market shift. And the market shift is going to have more and more renewable. And renewable today, it's PV and, of course, storage, BESS. What is the impact? What is the impact of transforming a grid to be more equipped with renewable energies? Igor mentioned here ancillary services. Ancillary services are practically part of the solution for a problem that is happening because of this transition. The transition of going to renewable have a huge impact on the grid, on the stability of the grid. And for this, we need to provide additional set skill to provide solutions. It's not only by generating energy, it's generating stability. And fast frequency response and artificial inertia and many other things under the title of ancillary services are the enablers of doing this transformation. We in SMA developed a full set skill that provide the full solution that the renewable energy facility will act and respond to the grid like a turbine. The impact, and I think you can improve it, Igor, is that practically the renewable source can participate actively stabilize the grid as all turbines would have done it. How it's done? It's done by artificial inertia. It's done by fast frequency response. It's done by communication system, which are very sophisticated. It's done by smart, sophisticated inverter that ties all these batteries and PV to the grid and act as an enabler to have more and more renewables in the grid. So for the developers and the IPPs, we can be the enabler to have more renewables in the grid. For the grid operator, we can be the solution of having very stable grid on top of having more and more renewable. So this is practically the energy market shift that we're dealing with as a very innovative inverter company.
Great. Exciting technologies already. Let's hear some more. From Roy, coming from Doral New Energy Ventures. Am I saying it correctly? New Tech Ventures?
Energy Tech Ventures.
You have to say the name again.
The
so
Royal
that
Energy Tech Ventures.
I've butchered it. Can you share with us from an investor, from a tech investor perspective, what technologies are attracting you now in these new emerging markets? What is exciting you in this area? What do you see are the biggest opportunities with these new emerging and evolving markets?
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. Before answering that, I must say that, you know, it's always tricky for me that we sit here on a beautiful venue, and at the same time, there are soldiers in the battlefield, so my prayer for here to everyone that will come back home safe, so we will be able to enjoy here and celebrate, you know, energy tech and innovation. So what excites me the most is that we are in the very tipping point, and at the heart of this tipping point there is a triangle. On the one hand there is the physical assets, the solar PV, the wiring, the transmission, the energy storage systems, the wind farms and so on. On the second hand there is the AI-enabled software that orchestrate or should orchestrate all of these energy flows. And the third, there's innovative business models that emerge due to all of that. And this creates quite an interesting opportunity if you merge all of these together. And to me, from investor point of view, and also probably from a startup point of view, the opportunity lies with the solutions that can actually integrate between all of these. Software by itself, as long as we need it and we use it, and as Doral we use and leverage a lot of such tools, but without the actual integration to the actual assets, it's not good enough. And what we saw in the last few years in energy tech is that there are like amazing tech that has been developed, but somewhat missed the opportunity or missed the language or the understanding of how to integrate it into their physical world, into the real assets. So what excites me the most are the companies that can actually connect these dots and even be innovative in the way they approach the market in an hybrid approach, not only a software play. Because if we're going to analyze the pure play AI tools, to be honest, there are not that many success stories, at least not as of today. But the ones that I believe that we will see this in the future with more solutions, more digital solutions or digital approaches. For example, one of our companies that we invested in from Austria called Nobile Energy, they are building a fully new digital utility concept that based on derivative of the EU of setting up energy hubs. Energy hubs meaning the ability to geographically match generation and consumption on a geographical footprint, and people can share energy within these hubs. And these companies scale and grow dramatically, exponentially in the last year. There are more than 300 new hubs only in the last year established in Austria, growing into Germany and other countries. And this is where the magic happens, because they are becoming one of the largest utilities in the DACH region without owning the assets, but allowing new business models that people can share energy and reducing the energy cost by not needing to pay the transmission fees and so on. So these areas to me are quite exciting these days. And as a whole, I think that there is a massive opportunities because our industry is just in the very beginning of its digital transformation. So there is plenty of room to innovate, from AI tools, more smart grid, from agentic AI, or more co-pilots that will be able to trade energy faster and to make faster decisions and to transmit energy faster. Cybersecurity solutions. Here, Israel is an empire in cybersecurity, so bring it on to the energy tech. Yeah, so.
I think there's a forum on that tomorrow as well. Thank you. Thank you for introducing some of the developments, some really exciting technologies. Maybe I can start with a follow-up question to you, Roy, and I think it will interest a lot of companies in the room today. When you're coming from a global investor perspective, what are some of the things that make you think, okay, this is a company I want to invest in, this is exciting me, this is something worth going at?
Yeah, so at Doraltech, we've been proactively investing across the world. So we have 23 investments in our portfolio for the last 5 years. And we do a lot of deep tech investments. So in deep tech, we ask ourselves, is the team that we meet here, or how many teams in the world can actually do what this team is doing? Because we want to have a very high bar when we invest in startups. And sometimes, companies that will do only part or only optimization part of something like that, it's not good enough because we want a full solution. And we see that some of the companies that has been more successful in this field are the ones that have some hybrid approach of some dev code development plus tech-enabled development, and then they can introduce new business models. We talked about flexibility, and I do agree that flexibility is the name of the game these days, especially in Europe. I think here it will grow as well. We've been investing also in long duration energy storage. So for example, long duration energy storage may introduce a new capability to the market. Now think about it. We here on the, as the venture world, invest in long duration, which means multi-day or even weeks of storing energy, where the utility is only now get to introduce or get comfortable with a new technology called lithium-ion energy storage for 4 hours, 5 hours or 5 hours of storage. And we come and say, hey, look, this is okay, but for us it's an old news. We invest now in the long duration energy storage that can later on integrate with this intraday storage. Now imagine how the world would look like in a few years when we have these capabilities in an hybrid setting installed, what type of new models we can monetize. And we also care about companies that understand that there is a mismatch here because they present this new innovative technology, whereas the industry, which is mostly conservative, are not fully there yet because now they get to get used to what we as investors see as an old technology. So moving forward, we're pretty excited about long duration and these hybrid systems.
I think you really hit a point hit the nail on the head, right? Because you're saying there's this tango where the system needs certain things, and then it starts to make market shifts towards that, and then the technologies address that, but then sometimes the technologies move faster than markets are ready to adopt them. That's a good segue to another question I want to address to the whole panel, maybe to our technology guys first. So in some cases, the technology is already developing. In some cases, it might even already be there, but the markets aren't geared yet to harness them. What do you think are, even from your global perspectives, right? Because both Contel, both SMA, you guys are bringing some global perspective as well. What do you think are market conditions, regulatory frameworks, incentives that are needed to make these solutions viable? Maybe with a look at Israel, with some key learnings, or maybe things to avoid from what you've seen abroad. Oni or Nir, whoever wants to. I don't think that one works.
Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, actually, you are right. The technology is not, that's the easy part. Okay, we know that technology and the brilliant mind that this ecosystem of Ignite the Spark and the brilliant minds in the room, the technology is there. The challenge today is the division between what the regulator sets for the market and what the markets needs to comply with. The rule of the regulator is to set the boundaries and to define how much energy is needed into the market, what supplementary services to offer, the safety, the cybersecurity, the stability. But within those boundaries, the regulator needs the market players to play, okay? For example, to take the operational decisions, to decide by themselves what sites to activate, which services to provide, when to charge a battery, when to discharge a battery, when to offer availability or reserves. If they will be let to do so, the aggregators and the asset owners, then they will do their best to maximize their assets, okay? We see today, for example, a term that is being used in Europe. The term is value stacking or revenue stacking. The same renewable energy site who has PV and storage uses the storage energy in several ways, and for example, in doing arbitrage, supplying supplementary services to the grid, and using the site revenue from the generation in several options. So the same asset owners can earn more money from the site itself, and it also makes the site, in terms of investments for the developer itself, much more financeable. It's easy to finance the projects. From the international experience, unfortunately saying, we are a bit behind in terms of ancillary services, okay? We need to adopt a more open market, as I said, that the regulator sets a clear product definition, transparent pricing that now the regulator is working on, so all of the market players will know what are the prices in the market, and the aggregators and the VPPs will be able to compete with all of their assets on the same grounds. This is something that is missing in the Israeli market, and I hope it will be changed in the near future.
Thanks. Moni, can you talk? And I want to make sure that we have some time for Igor to comment on this as well. And you mentioned something really important here, that it's also the business models for renewable assets are degrading. There's not just natural feed-in tariffs or PPAs anymore. They're evolving into having to optimize their assets, revenue stack. What do you want to add on that?
And exactly this point, I think we should, as the state of Israel here, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We should look about the world, look about the different incentives that we have today in UK, in Germany, in Australia, and we just need to adapt this regulation. This regulation provides the IPP the ability to earn more money, not only by generating energy, but by generating ancillary services, by helping the grid. I think that's what we should look for, at least. In addition, we should look about all the cybersecurity aspects, which is very massively. As a German company, European-based, of course, we have certification for cyber. Where Israel stands regarding it? Cybersecurity, cyber for energy services as well. It comes together.
Yeah, thanks. So first of all, I'm very glad that my colleagues and technology is there, and the pilots is there in 145 milliseconds. You know, it's up to 500 seconds. I'm not sure that we need to adopt all what's going on throughout the world. UK, Germany, you know, America, Australia, we have a lot of regulation. I guess we are a little bit a crazy country of regulation in energy, and currently we are trying to push the market to the ancillary services. So I guess it's not easy. Market price is going to be, hopefully, in next couple months, is a zero value and curtailment, and I guess it's a great value for storage and to implement storage and to adopt the renewables. It's first of all. Second one, I just want to say, as a colleague from EDF, 5 years ago, we ran the first AFRR in EDF power plant, okay, in Be'er Ora, and we have been the first time in the world that we are running. Currently, we are dealing with a curtailment with no prices. We are putting these facilities for 100 megawatts on LFC AFRR with no pricing, but we want to be there. So it's challenge to how to cope with the oldest regulation, oldest investors that put the money to the assets, and currently to expose them to the new markets and how they need to deal with it. It's a little bit tricky situation also when the market price wanted to introduce. We see a lot of pressure from the investors, banks, and all these financial institutes that are, okay, you are going to invent the world, you are going to change you know, the reality, and the market price is there. So I guess, and what I wanted to add, in the perspective, we are implementing the new market management system, the first of kind in Israel. We're dealing with the Siemens Energy in USA, and so we're trying to push by side on ancillary services also the real-time markets. It's real-time 10 minutes markets that we want to generate by side of real-time prices for energy, also the prices for ancillary services. And I guess it should be is a great value, so We understand the technology is there. We're trying to communicate with the market players how to send them the real-time signals and to control in real-time market the assets. Mostly for AFRR, it will be the first one, hopefully from our side. And say Contel, SMA, you know, we are working for alongside and other companies here. And I guess it's pushing them together to these markets. It will be the great values. It's not your revenue coming from energy. Your revenue will coming also from additional services. And I guess the SFD, so contract for difference, it's coming to the storage and the values that we push the renewables and storage on the market to beat against the market, to be responsible for the forecast. So it will be a great value in the next couple of years.
Fantastic. You mentioned that AFR maybe will be the first one opening. Is this going to be service tailored towards specific types of providers like storage or something like that? Or are we going to open up and be agnostic?
Yeah, we want to open it, say, from the beginning to the medium voltage facilities. It's like PV and storage. Mostly currently we have like potential of 700 megawatts. Hopefully it's be running for gigawatts. I guess we will need a couple hundred megawatts up, couple hundred megawatts down. And currently we are also develop the platform, like power exchange platform out of the market to run this. It's everybody can bid to this service. And so we are dealing with the challenge how to clear the market. What should be the price of the clearings of this service? So it's a very big challenge, but we are there, I guess. Hopefully, if everything is going fine with regulation, end of this year, we will start. And so I guess it will be great value for the Israeli market.
Very exciting. I think we're ready to have wrap-up closing questions. We took a look back 10 years. Here we are today. Where do you think, what is your short answers, just going around the board, in 10 years from today, we're sitting in the 2036 Energy Market Shift panel. What are we going to be talking about?
You're coming from the tech venture.
Yeah. So I do think that we will see new generation method for baseload power, which will shift the discussion dramatically again. Probably more SMRs, maybe fusion, hopefully, energy. I think with the long duration energy storage, we tag along with the intraday, so then we can have the full transition, like the holy grail of transition to renewables. I do hope that we will be able to celebrate here not $2 billion of investments divided by 255 startups that Dror been presented before, but unicorns, success stories. This industry really needs it at the global scale, by the way, not only here. Startups, I want you to be very sensitive. We demonstrated here in this panel that there is a new value that can be captured, financial value that can be captured, okay? Just, you need to make sure when you are building, whatever you're building, you are capturing the most of it, okay? And not the people that you serve or provide a service to. And this is something that I do want you to take with you when you think about your new startup.
If I take the topic that you mentioned and the advice that you gave to the
For you, and forget that we will take it.
for the startups, I think the topic or the topic that we will discuss about in a decade from now will be how we moved from building power plants to how we trade the energy. And we talked about it in the last half an hour. This would be the topic, how to trade and how to earn money from the various technologies that are available for us.
I think that we will have less coal, less diesel, more renewable, and more energy security.
That's for last.
It's a bigger challenge, when it's to keep the system stable with 100% of renewables, no gas, for system and market operator is a huge challenge. So I guess 10 years from here, we will be mostly daily hours will be whatever, hopefully no gas, okay, renewables, battery storage, whatever, and I guess more flexibility, but we hopefully will be, from financial point of view of markets, also in the hedging mechanism. In other, it will be a lot of aggregators who are dealing with us and not customer by customers. And I guess we need to know how to cope with AI, and AI is going to push like 100% in a couple milliseconds. I don't know, maybe it's not a dream, but a huge challenge. Thanks.
Music, gas, aggregators, sounds fantastic. Thank you so much to this wonderful panel. It was great opening this morning with you.
Thank you so much to the whole panel. So we have a basic understanding of what the market is and what it looks like. And it was a lot of topics that will be discussed today, so we have a basic understanding. And just a reminder, if you do go outside, it is a quiet area, so just keep that in mind. So as we now talk about kind of the next step, lab to market, and what that looks like, I want to bring up Michael Flammenbaum, Senior Advisor to Chevron's Managing Director of the Eastern Mediterranean region at Chevron, kind of discuss the Chevron Studios, the innovation platform, your activities in Israel. I'll let you take it from there, really. And I just want to thank you and Chevron. This is the second year that you've become a part of this event, so it's amazing.
You hear me? Good morning, everyone. You guys hear me? Good morning. It's great to see a packed crowd. It's great to feel the passion and the energy in the room. And my name is Mickey Flammenbaum, and I work for Chevron here in our Eastern Med operations. It's truly great to be here amongst peers and colleagues who make up the Israel energy tech ecosystem and who are focused on leading the energy industry into the future. First, a big thanks to the Ignite team for its commitment to pulling this event together, despite the many challenges, working to connect us all on this critical shared mission. Thanks also to our friends at Herzog for hosting this event in their beautiful space. Today I'm here and excited to introduce Chevron Studio Israel. It's one of the key tools Chevron leverages to bridge the gap, scale energy innovation, drive progress, and ultimately make an impact. Before I do that, let me spend a brief minute on who is Chevron for those who might not know. Chevron is one of the world's leading integrated energy companies with global operations around 180 countries, growing production capacity, a strong financial position, and a large and highly skilled global workforce. What's important here is not just the size and scale, but our foundation. Chevron is a technology-driven company. Technology and innovation is at the core and center of everything we do. We call ourselves the Human Energy Company. We do so because we truly believe our people form the core of our competitive advantage, and the human ingenuity is the key driver of advancement. For decades, innovation has been central to how we produce energy safely, efficiently, and increasingly with lower emissions. This is our culture. This is our DNA. From a local perspective, we operate the Tamar and Leviathan platforms and reservoirs and have a significant presence here in Israel and the wider region. We supply critical natural gas to power Israel and its regional partners, Jordan and Egypt, and have replaced coal as the main source of energy, improving Israel's air quality and driving energy and economic resiliency. If you had one takeaway from this slide from us, it would be that we are a key enabler of the economic engine of the region, and we're investing in growing our footprint for the long term, while staying focused on operating safely and reliably. So how do we drive innovation in a company as big and as large and as global as ours? We have teams focused on 5 core pillars. Internal innovation channels through our molecular conversion and facilities and lab teams. We have technology commercialization teams that helps develop, customize, and deploy solutions across our entire global asset and product portfolio. And we have our external innovation team that is also supported by our corporate venture capital team that scour the globe for disruptive, game-changing research and technologies. The world needs more energy to support growth, transportation, industry, and quality of life. But at the same time, it's clear to us and to everyone that this must be done with lower emissions. We believe the future must be lower carbon, and innovation is the only way to bridge these two needs. reliable energy on one hand, and environmental responsibility on the other. We launched our first studio in 2022 in Houston, in the United States, where our corporate headquarters are, and it has been a resounding success. We're launching our first international studio here in Israel today. I don't need to tell anyone, but I will anyway. Israel is a natural fit for us due to a unique combination of strong academia, a deep entrepreneurial culture, and a proven experience in developing complex technologies. Choosing Israel as the first studio outside the US reflects our commitment and our confidence in the ability of the local ecosystem to generate innovative ideas, take risks, and turn research and practical solutions into global potential. From our perspective, Israel is a natural partner in thinking about the future of energy. One of the biggest challenges in innovation is the gap between research and real-world application. When innovation is connected to the core of operations, production, transportation, storage, and energy use, it becomes possible to integrate new technologies into existing infrastructure, implement solutions more quickly, and reduce emissions without breaking the value chain of the entire system. This focus enables realistic innovation, one that works in the real world, not only in the lab. Many technologies remain in academia because they lack the pathway to actual field application and commercialization. Chevron Studio is designed to bridge that gap, connecting research, entrepreneurs, and industry expertise. This initiative reflects how we see innovation, not as a side activity or in addition to our business. It's the core of how we operate. Now, the focus areas reflect our views on where innovation can have the most impact in our industry. This includes digital technologies like AI and cyber, where we've already made some investments here in Israel and are piloting new technologies here at our local facilities and globally, as well as energy infrastructure, hydrogen, renewable fuels, carbon solutions, and robotics. The key principle for us is relevance, innovation that can integrate into real energy systems like ours across the globe. This allows solutions to scale more effectively and deliver real-world value. In closing, I wanted to share a couple of examples through which our studio in the US has provided the necessary framework to enable ideas to become technologies, to form companies, that have progressed through the stages using our funding, our technical expertise, our diverse products and businesses, coupled with a global footprint. Brintech is a scale-up phase where a promising idea is transformed into a system capable of operating at meaningful scale. This is where engineering rigor, iteration, and partnership matter most, and where many innovations historically stall. Chevron Studio is designed specifically to overcome that barrier. Aquanta is now in the field trial phase, where technology moves beyond the lab and into real-world validation. The transition is one of the hardest steps in deep tech and one of the most critical. Chevron Studio provides the environment, expertise, and infrastructure to make that leap possible. Amobia entered the Chevron Studio with a breakthrough concept, reinventing the century-old Haber-Bosch process for ammonia production. Through Chevron Studio, that concept advanced through scale-up, reached field trial readiness, and ultimately transitioned into a Chevron Technology Venture portfolio company. These are just three of several examples, and together these examples demonstrate something very powerful. Chevron Studio is not a one-off program. It's a repeatable model for building and scaling deep tech companies. At its core, Chevron Studio is about turning innovation into impact. So if you're interested in learning more, please reach out to me or anyone here from Chevron today in attendance, and come to our session at 12:40 about Ask Me Anything. We appreciate your time, and thanks for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mickey. There we go. You could leave it right there. As you already mentioned, come have lunch with you. There's going to be an AMA at the very end of our morning sessions. I'll come back up and tell you where to go so you know where to go. One of the things that's kind of been talked about briefly today, but then also a little bit in the conversations that I've personally had as well, is kind of where as we talk about the future, where physical AI and robotics has a part to play within our ecosystem. And so I want to bring up Doron Ariel Spitzer, Managing Director at E.ON. I killed you, I know. He's going to be joining us on stage. and followed by a pre-recorded conversation from our friends in Europe.
Good morning, everyone. Great to be here again. And actually a privilege to be back at the Energy Tech Week. Before I start, a huge shout out to the Ignite the Spark team, Sean, Aya, Cody, Eshel, and the rest of the team that I most likely forgot, all the Sparks teams. I believe that you are the glue to this industry, and I'm proud to have been one of your first supporters from the get-go. Your good energy and organization make this ecosystem flourish. At E.ON, our commitment to this community goes far beyond sponsorship. We are here to actively build the infrastructure of the future alongside the innovators in this room. For those less familiar with us, E.ON is the largest European electric utility, a 50 billion euro public German company, 80,000 employees, and we serve around 50 million paying subscribers across 16 countries. As a distribution and transmission utility, we operate the largest privately held grid in Europe, over 1.5 million kilometers of grid lines, which we are constantly optimizing, expanding, and securing. We also operate one of the largest district heating and gas networks and more than 700 charging points. We know that for an energy startup, the road from a brilliant idea to the global solution is complex. We bridge that gap. E.ON acts as a startup-friendly gateway, offering Israeli companies a direct path to the European market through high-impact pilots and deep-level design partnerships. Our goal is to move beyond the whiteboard and get your technology into real-world networks where it can truly scale. We do invest, but only after a successful pilot with a relevant business unit. If you are a pilot-ready startup, I urge you to apply to our flagship Open Innovation Program. It's called Free Electrons. You have the link on the slide. We co-founded this program about 10 years ago, and today 7 global utilities work together to explore partnerships with the best startups in the world. We look at nearly 1,000 applicants each year, which apply around October, and the deadline is towards the end of January. Please follow the campaigns and the webinars that we run with Ignite the Spark, and again, find out more in this website. And finally, I cannot step down without mentioning AI. It became clear today that AI hunger for compute is infinite, and the new trending currency is energy. E.ON is not just a massive AI consumer with our IT systems. We are actively helping data centers integrate into our footprint, whether through grid connectivity, microgrid technologies, or waste-to-heat solutions. We see it clearly that data centers are becoming the new small power plants. This is actually a great segue to hopefully the most interesting video that we prepared this year. This year we decided to do something different. And the video that you are about to watch is basically addressing the topic that we are all here for. As the AI revolution unfolds, we see incredible potential in world models and physical AI. To help you align your vision with the global demand we see every day, I've asked 2 of our top strategic minds to share their unique perspectives. First, my great friend, Dr. Munib Amin, our chief scientist and head of research. Munib oversees our critical partnerships with Stanford University, Fraunhofer Institute, Aachen University, and ITS in India. Joining him is our futurist and dear colleague, Thomas Burmans, who leads our Trends Radar and the Foresight team in corporate strategy. Thomas is the one mapping the emerging opportunities and risks that shape E.ON's strategy for the coming years. I believe that this fusion of research and foresight will provide exactly the insight you need for the next 2 to 3 years. And I do hope that you will get inspired and enjoy from this session. Thank you.
Hey, Munib, good to see you.
Hey, Thomas, good to see you too. Looking forward to the discussion. But before we talk about robots, let us start with a bigger picture. Why is robotics becoming strategically relevant for the energy networks now?
Well, it's due to converging trends. I mean, energy networks are expanding, managing more renewables and higher demands. That's one thing. Then resilience got key, including fast response to any damage. And at the same time, skilled technical workforce is getting scarce. So there's more to do with higher requirements also on physical work, and there's less skilled people. It calls for a robot, I would say.
So the main driver is not fascination with robots.
The strong driver is operational necessity. But also, let's not underestimate the impact of human fascination. It makes people move. So maybe we can combine these two drivers.
How should we frame automation in that context?
I would say automation should be a companion rather than a replacement. It can take over repetitive or hazardous tasks and allows the technicians to focus on work that requires human judgment and only humans can do at this stage. However, we should not be naive. I mean, robotics and humans working together requires ethics and agreements. And we see that in AI already, and robots is basically putting AI and automation together.
And how does this connect to resilience?
Well, resilience is not only about building the infrastructure, the resilient or hopefully resilient infrastructure, but it's also how we run it. And this means we need to detect problems even earlier. We need to inspect dangerous areas safely and also respond swiftly to damages from storms or physical attacks. So yes, there's a close connection to resilience, also how we operate the networks.
Okay. Do you see a risk that public attention focuses too much on humanoid robots?
No. I mean, humanoid robots are visually powerful, and I think they will be important caring about humans, like elderly citizens. But in critical infrastructure, there's more benefits in the coming years from less spectacular systems. So lifting aids, tool transport, or safety companions. So it's not that we need to avoid the humanoid robots. They will be powerful elsewhere, but for energy networks, we need to think differently.
Yes. And now, if you had to summarize the overall trend.
Yeah, I would say Europe's energy networks are entering now a phase where the complexity, resilience requirements, and the workforce scarcity make automation a strategic imperative, and we need to prepare. Okay, so now I've been talking about trends, but of course we're interested. So what's happening in innovation? What is coming up? What's helpful for already at this stage? So where do you see robotics already useful? Where a first use case is clear from your perspective?
I guess the most credible starting point is inspection. Substations, power lines, towers, masts, and underground cables. Robots, drones, and sensor platforms can collect visual, thermal, or acoustic data and reduce the need for people to enter hazardous environments. Inspection is especially attractive because it is relatively easy to implement.
Okay, so inspection is probably the first wave. What's next?
Maintenance support, tool transport, lifting heavy loads, support during cable installation, assistance on towers, and eventually more complex manipulation tasks. But this is much harder. It is one thing to inspect a component, it is another to open a cabinet, handle a tool, manipulate a cable, or work on equipment that differs from site to site.
Well, then if you hear that open a cabinet is an issue, and at the same time you see on the internet, you know, robots doing flips, sounds or feels like we had passed this already. So where are we actually at this point?
It is a misunderstanding that the advances in robotics is only dancing and flipping robots. Robots have made spectacular progress in locomotion, but locomotion is not the same as operational usefulness. Maintenance requires useful action. A robot must identify the right component, understand the situation, choose the right movement, apply the right force, avoid damage, and know when to stop. The real challenge is manipulation in unknown or highly variable environments.
Okay, I see. And what is then the specific challenges in the grids? What makes the grids such an interesting use case then for robotics?
Yeah, traditional industrial robots work well in factories because the environment is controlled and the task is repeatable. Electricity grids are different. They comprise equipment from several decades, different manufacturers, and different design standards. The real environment might even differ from the original documentation. That makes grid robotics difficult.
Okay, and this is probably where physical AI kicks in then?
Yes, exactly. Physical AI is about enabling machines to perceive, reason, and act in the physical world. For grid applications, a robot does not only need to see objects, it has to answer practical questions like, what am I looking at? Can I reach it? Is it safe to touch? What happens if I apply force? Do I need human supervision?
Okay, and world models that we hear about could help then?
Yes, they could potentially help. World models can help robots to predict how the physical environment may respond to their actions. That is essential for manipulation. A useful robot needs more than image recognition. It needs to anticipate the consequences of its actions.
Clear. I mean, but what does this imply then for companies? I mean, a lot is going on and things are moving as we speak, so should we wait?
No, we should not wait. But we should also not overpromise. Companies need to start building robotics competence now. Identify suitable use cases, collect field data, run pilots, understand safety requirements, train workers, and so on. The point is that the learning curve will be just long.
Okay. So what would be the right deployment philosophy then?
It should be task specific, not necessarily humanoid. Start with an operational problem. Question is the task dangerous, repetitive, inefficient, or physically demanding? Is scarce labor a bottleneck? And then ask, what is the simplest technical solution? Sometimes there may be a robot, sometimes it may be a drone, sometimes it may be remote switching, a crawler, a lifting aid, or whatever. The principle should be design a machine around the task, nothing more.
I see. And let's say looking at innovators, because this is an interplay between the operations, the companies, the innovation ecosystem. So what should innovators focus on now?
They should definitely not only focus on building more advanced robots. They should also make adoption easier, better training methods, simulation environments, safer interfaces, certification approaches, and integration in the existing operational systems. The real question is whether an energy company can trust a robot, supervise it, maintain it, and finally integrate it into our critical infrastructure.
Okay, so I mean, if we look at all of this, robotics is clearly not just a technological trend. It's basically a response to more complex infrastructure, higher resilience demands, fewer skilled workers.
Yes, exactly. The goal is obviously not a robotic spectacle. It is simply useful automation.
Yeah, then I would say the call for innovation is out. Let's see what the future brings. Excited about it. Thanks so much for the talk, Munir.
Thank you very much, Thomas.
See you.
Thank you to the E.ON team and Dronariel Spasser. I appreciate it so much, and we hope that we get to see them in person next year. This week is full of conversations that are happening. We have invite-only roundtables happening right now that are simultaneously going on. We have simultaneous events throughout the entire day, kind of discussing water and energy nexus, critical materials, and more happening. And then let's go to one of the topics that obviously is discussed on wide range from generalists to everyone in our ecosystem, AI and energy. Without a doubt, as we know, pressing topic. And so this is why for entrepreneurs, I look forward to you being here and hearing this conversation. We have a balanced panel of academia, accelerator, investment, building foundation, and implementing. I want to invite up Noah Asher, CEO, NTT Innovation Laboratory, Israel. Thank you for Noah, and if everyone wants to start making their way up for this panel, we have the energy and data centers landscape map that we did together, and thank you, and that map is on our website and can be found on our homepage. Bar Ben Orin, VP of Product Founding Team, Karar, Lior Handelsman, Managing Partner, Grow Ventures, and it's great to have you on stage again, and also great to have you on stage again, as every year we'd like to see you. Amir Horowitz, CEO, ESIL, and it will be moderated by Dr. Michael Volkin, Head of MBA in Climate Tech Management, Reichman University.
Great. So first of all, great to be here today. Thanks for the organizer for putting such a great week. I think that AI is the biggest topic of this week. I mean, we're seeing a few IPOs getting started. SpaceX is one, using a lot of AI for rocketry, Anthropics, over $1 trillion valuation, and OpenAI as well. But I wanted to start with a short story from the MBA class. We took our MBA students to NVIDIA, and we heard some of their executives speaking, and one of the MBA students was very direct, and he asked up front the executive, so how can I get in and work at NVIDIA? And the executive, instead of starting to pull into LinkedIn and roles and resumes and specification, he showed up the AI application pyramid of NVIDIA, and he said, at the bottom, what is it? It's energy. So you should come with very unique background with understanding where the market is heading. And if you don't know about energy, and if you don't deal with the energy, there is no reason to move forward. And energy was on the bottom, and hardware, software stack, etc. were on the, above it. So really AI and energy are interconnected, developing and pushing the energy growth and the economic growth of our world. And we're seeing requests for higher generation, but yet very reliable, very stable grid for the AI and data centers. And I think the key question today is how would AI and energy interconnect in the near future, and what does it mean for innovation, and where are the fundamentals changing? So I'm really happy to have all of you here. We have multinational companies in the data center, investors, and a startup representing the big picture. So let's start with a short introduction. Please say a few words about your role and the company.
So hi. I'm Noah Asher. I'm the CEO of Entity Israel. It's an innovation laboratory representing the Entity Group in the Israeli innovation ecosystem. Entity is maybe a top secret in the Israeli high-tech ecosystem. It's actually one of the Fortune 500 companies operating in about 100 markets with 340,000 employees. It's one of the largest IT global service providers. Number 3 in the world in data centers, first in Japan. It's Japan headquartered, started as a telecom company. So that's a little bit about NTT. And we are at Entity Israel are promoting the Israeli ecosystem around the NTT Group in various sectors, everything that is relevant actually to Entity's work. We do innovation integration, we do investments in Israeli startups. We have a small team that does development integration for Israeli companies. And additional platforms, and I invite all of you to approach us to see if we can work together. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amir Horowitz. I lead ESIL. ESIL is a venture platform formed by 3 corporations: EDF Renewables, the French electricity company, Israeli-based Bazan Group, and Johnson Matthey, a UK-based chemicals company. We invest in early-stage energy and climate-related technologies. We invested in about 20 startups so far, and we're definitely seeing the impact of AI.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lior Handelsman. I'm a managing partner at an Israeli early-stage deep technology fund called Grow Ventures. We do AI infrastructure, and physical AI. That's where we have been investing for years, also in several energy startups. I've been in the energy group or in the energy world for the last more than 20 years as a founder and executive at SolarEdge, and I'm very excited to be here.
Hi, good morning. I'm Bar. I'm Karar's VP Product. Karar is a battery system company, and what we do different is that we have full thermal control of the batteries, not only electrical control. And the company was established in 2019, and the technology fully validated by the automotive industry. And as Michal mentioned, now that limitation of AI became physical and there is a hype on battery energy storage, we are now penetrating this market, and hopefully you'll hear good stuff soon.
Okay, I don't know, can you hear me? All right, so okay, so let's start with Noah. Noah, as a leader, you mapped the Israeli energy ecosystem, and we've seen that the map has been growing since it was first published in September or October, which is it's great news for the Israeli ecosystem. So as a leader, you know, an entity in the data center, and also as a hub of innovation, what do you see in terms of the trends, and where is computing going?
So as I said, NTT is one of the largest data centers facilitators globally. The NTT Global Data Center Company, it's one of the 1,000 companies that are being held by NTT, has more than 150 data centers around 20 countries globally. They're now supplying 2 gigawatts, but the target is to supply 3 gigawatts by 2030. There are additional initiatives in the NTT Group that are related to energy, a very tough green IT strategy, carbon neutral by 2040, and also an initiative called ION, which is an innovative optical wireless network that is actually going to deploy APN, an all-photonic network, by a global forum headed by NTT, including NVIDIA and Sony and additional major companies. And this is actually targeted to lower energy consumption by 100x. As for the trends, as you can see here on the great map that we did together with the Ignite the Spark team, those are actually the areas that the global data center company in NTT is looking at. So you can see energy storage and battery, cooling and thermal efficiency, power infrastructure, and of course, smart computing. Those are all areas that NTT is looking at. And actually, liquid cooling has now been recognized as one of the pillars of the whole NTT group to become an AI native company. And we did this in order to make sure that we can kind of represent the Israeli energy tech ecosystem to the NTT group, so global data centers plus all the different teams working around NTT in sustainability. And this has been recognized by the NTT relevant people, and there's a lot of interest to this innovation. I think NTT has become a very strong player in the energy tech ecosystem, and since we are facilitating so many data centers, large data centers, and it's a great place to kind of deploy new energy tech startups and innovations.
Thank you, Noah. It's interesting to see how a player at the top of the value chain is working with the entire pyramids all the way to startups. So that's great. The next question is for Lior. So you're bringing a very unique perspective of an investor working very closely with entrepreneurs and also with the multinational companies on the other hand, and a long legacy of investments in the AI, both on the vertical side, but also on the physical side. And even once, Terramount has been mentioned, it was acquired recently. So what specific solution have you seen that attracting investors, and how is it applied to what you're seeing here?
So first of all, when you're talking today with everyone in the stack of AI infrastructure, for me at least, the amazing fact is that everyone is talking in megawatts. You talk with a memory provider, you talk with a compute provider, you talk with a networking provider, they all speak with megawatts. We're building a this and that megawatt scale rack, and we're doing this and that megawatt scale compute, because everyone understands that energy is the core of everything. And in every piece of that stack, there are quite impressive innovations now. Noah started with photonics, and you mentioned Terramount. So the transition to photonic networks, passive photonic switching, the move from the classical Ethernet and one structure is one very, very clear networking and energy trend. And then moving all the way to the side of pure energy, battery, heat to energy, energy to heat, cooling and orchestration of power is becoming a huge part. There are megawatts that are being thrown away because of bad orchestration of power, and there are megawatts that are being thrown away because you're not synchronizing activities in the data center. So in all of these stack, compute, obviously, we all see what NVIDIA is doing, companies like Majestic Labs in Israel, compute, obviously, but this entire stack of power orchestration, infrastructure management, and then all the things that we can innovate around networking, I think simply amazing advancement and huge opportunity for founders today, because Israel is a powerhouse in AI infrastructure. Because of our semiconductor background, networking background, and energy background, we're a powerhouse in that. It's a huge opportunity here in this room.
Yes, I agree. And the next question is for you, Amir. You're investor representing multinational companies such as EDF and also Bazan. We spoke a little bit about hydrogen, but we put it on the side for now. You've seen a lot of new angles emerge. So AI solution to enable better energy and really enable the future. So which AI applications in energy are already delivering measurable operational and economic growth today?
I think we're seeing it on all three stages of the vertical. So it would be with the energy producers, those who transport and disperse the energy, and with the end users as well. I think with the producers, definitely with renewable energy producers, solar, wind, and energy storage, we're already seeing AI applications for that can increase production, can increase storage, both in terms of depth of energy use and life cycle. We're seeing predictive maintenance, AI-based predictive maintenance go in, which is bringing down downtime and again increasing availability. And anything to do, obviously, with performance prediction, which interconnects to the next stage of the value chain, which are the grid operators. There we're already seeing optimization, prediction, and smart grid solutions. And finally, I think the last piece of the puzzle is the end users, which don't get the same hype as the first two, but anything to do with efficiency, streamlining of industrial process, HVAC energy consumption, leak detection, all these things have AI is having a secondary effect, which is implementing the bottom line, which is again more energy being produced, energy being dispersed more efficiently, and at the end of the day, with the end consumers, better efficiency with energy consumption. This all makes a much higher impact in a market type environment where decisions have to be made quickly and with a cost related to that.
Great. So a lot of deep tech going into AI, but also utilizing our software understanding and capabilities.
I think we've heard it on the past panels. We'll hear it more. It's all about the match between the two.
Very great. So going into batteries, it's actually one of my favorite topics, being an investor still in the space. So batteries are becoming a big part of AI and data centers. There is a huge need both on the long duration and storage, to enable a reliable grid into the data centers, but also on the rack size. Very dynamic power requirements. And it's not easy to stabilize. So if lithium-ion batteries were once the one solution, today there is no one size fits all, and we're seeing many more solutions of both the battery, the control, and also the cooling, which is what Karar is doing. So Bar is a VP product of Karar. How have energy changes due to AI impacted the battery energy storage? And another question, how is Karar using AI to advance its proposition?
Okay, long answer, sorry. So first of all, if you're familiar with the best battery energy storage market, you know that probably 99% of it's economics, right? There are plenty of people in the room doing projects in order to make money. Data centers, it's a different story. Data centers has physical limitations. So they need different requirements in order to operate. So it's not only about the IRR, return on investment, etc. It's about operating at all time. So if, for example, business models and Excels are eating augmentation event, augmentation is the replacement or adding batteries after a period of time. In data center, it's an event, right? They cannot afford to have even a small period of time where the data center don't have the required backup energy or the required power to support the GPU peaks. And that means that commodity systems need to install lots of more energy in order to make sure that there is enough power and enough energy stored at all time. Why it's good for us? First of all, Karar can support the peaks in a better way. We can discharge the battery faster, and that means that we save some of the installed energy that required to support the peaks. We have flatter degradation rate. That means that we are delaying the augmentation. So we can provide data centers with better batteries to support the operation of the data center itself. And footprint matters, right? So data centers makes money not from batteries. They make money out of compute. And you want to have more space for compute and less for the infra. So if we are able to minimize the footprint, amazing. And lastly, safety. Because sometimes batteries catch in fire, and if they're close to the data center itself, it can be huge issue. And if you are able to provide really safe batteries that can be installed everywhere, even very close to the data center itself, it's another very big advantage. So this is what makes AI best different than a common one. AI, I'll say, makes us better. And I'll say that AI is amazing, right? It's smarter than most of us. So it can improve charging and discharging protocol if we'll give them more control parameters. And in Karar use case, we are, as mentioned in the beginning, we are not only controlling the electrical parameters, voltage, current, state of charge, we also control temperature. And once the AI get this additional control parameter, is able to optimize protocols and get more energy out of exactly the same cells. And it does so by the battery management system, the BMS, and this is where Karar is heading. So we help to improve AI, but AI is improving us as well.
Great, so as long as AI doesn't replace us, all is good. Yeah, definitely batteries and cooling is one of the growing area. But we talked before about physical AI. We heard a little bit from Ion, and the next question is for Lior. So in the aspect of the physical world for operations, you know, we were dominated by humans. I visited one of the largest multinational companies this week, and one of the, head of the software group said, I once had a group, now I have agents replacing my group, which is, good and bad, good for AI and for energy, future of energy, if we know how to deal with it. But robots and physical AI, what do you need to see in the future to respond to all that, request of physical AI and the demand?
So definitely physical AI is the next big disruption. I'm not sure we're over the current big disruption, but it's definitely the next one. The ability to add reasoning and to the edge is simply amazing, because it allows us to replace maintenance operations. It allows us to change the way we do manufacturing, and it will also change part of the energy crisis. We see more and more applications where the AI process, the LLM or some form of LLM, SLM maybe, is moved to the edge. That reduces load from the data center. It changes the way where energy is consumed, and it will also change the work market. It will affect all of us. What we see today is a lot of innovation around local energy storage for robots and local energy storage for charging robots. Factories will need much more energy now, not just for the manufacturing itself, but also for the workforce. Might not need a dining room, but we'll need more batteries. But also in the way that we do low power compute, low power reasoning is changing. The forecast that we see today from the large humanoid companies, and I'm not sure that humanoid is needed for everything, but or from the large robotic companies, simply mind-boggling numbers. 600 million, 700 million, billion robots that companies like Tesla and Figure are forecasting in the next 5 to 6 years. And the secondary effect of that is someone needs to manufacture all of these robots, so it's a compounding issue. And it all starts with the ability to bring reasoning to the edge and to have enough energy for reasoning at the edge. So that's the next big wave of innovation, another huge opportunity.
Yeah, so definitely also batteries are required there, and also edge compute. So the next question is for Amir. You work closely with corporate partners, as I mentioned before, EDF and Bazan, very large energy players. I'm tempted to ask about hydrogen now that energy is in such a big demand. Is hydrogen still the future? Because hydrogen requires energy. Maybe just 1 or 2 sentences on that.
I'll just say on that I wasn't a fanboy and I didn't buy into the hype when everybody thought hydrogen was the silver bullet to solve all, and I'm not ready to go to the funeral now, hydrogen's funeral right now, when it's obviously not a one-stop shop for anything. I think looking into the future, it may be a good solution for specific use cases, maybe where in industries where electrification is impossible or more difficult. Maybe direct use of hydrogen and not conversion into electricity, maybe for longer term storage. So there's a variety of potential use cases, but I would say the jury is still out, despite the fact that it's been out for many, many years. Maybe that's the only positive effect of positive side of having such a long development cycle, that the market changes many times over during the development cycle of the technology or the potential technologies and use cases. So eventually, we do see
it will happen.
Yes,
sometimes
and again, not as a one-shot solution for everything.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you also, how do you see the traditional energy corporations implement AI solutions?
It's a bit of a paradox in the answer, because on the one hand, they're facing, everybody's talked about the rising energy demands, and they're facing a market that is becoming more and more complex. The infrastructure is aging, is outdated and insufficient, and the workforce in general is not always as tech savvy or ready to implement cutting edge solutions. I think first of all, my advice for any startup who wants to work with this type of company is to remember the do no harm is probably comes before whatever kind of value you claim you can put on your solution. So you have to remember these are mission critical industries, and the fact that you will not disrupt is just as important as the value that you can give these companies.
Interesting. So maybe a little bit too early.
No, you just have to remember hand in hand. Again, a lot of times startups talk about what is your pain. I'll be the solution for your pain. And here it's a question of 2 things. One is what is the value proposition, but also again that you have to remember the mindset of a lot of these companies. They want the digitalization. They want the new these new enhancements. They're not looking to replace the workforce. They're looking to empower decision making and empower quick responses. Just take that in mind.
Be careful. Okay. Noah, the last question before the last one. Your innovation arm and working with the startups to advance NTT operation and offering. How the solutions are being piloted to support NTT? Maybe you can give us a few examples.
Okay.
So startups in here can learn how to work with NTT and other multinationals.
So actually our innovation arm here in Israel is the gateway for the entity group to the Israeli ecosystem, as I said. And we are working mainly through challenges that the entity group has and its customers has. 80% actually of the Fortune 500 companies are entity group customers. And we start from a challenge, then shortlist, evaluation of the company and a demo, and then moving on to pilot. We are really interested in knowing the Israeli ecosystem in the energy area more, and Jonathan here from my group is ready to meet with you, and please approach him for more information. Generally speaking, up until now, Entity Israel did 125 POCs, only one in the energy tech area. This is really slow, although the Global Data Center company has just established an innovation arm, and we are ready to integrate more companies. For us, the POC was in the renewable energy generator, actually used for not for a data center, but for a telecom tower. What we could learn from it, that it was such a long process with the, it was a domestic Japanese POC. It took about 3 years for the pilot to start. There were lots of challenges. The place that they wanted to put the generator was actually an ancient graveyard, and they were not able to receive the approvals to do it. It took such a long time that the company, the Israeli company, decided not to operate in the Japanese market because of that. So this is a big challenge that we have, you know, working with large multinational corporations, specifically Japanese corporations that have very long decision-making process. But now, going back to the innovation that the Global Data Center company is looking at, they did deploy successfully startups, one in the kind of AI monitoring system for cooling efficiency. They proved that it reduces consumption by 19%. Another startup that they used was actually for taking the heat that was generating by the data centers in Berlin and using it for heating of the municipality. So that's another successful project that was done. But when we introduced the Israeli companies to the Global Data Centers team, they were mainly looking to see that they could save money from those technologies. They were looking at OPEX saving. They were looking at lowering the PUE. They were looking at stability of the companies. And also, if I can, I think Amir said that before, they were looking for trust. So don't overpromise and underdeliver. This is a big problem that we see with the Israeli companies. But definitely there is a place for innovation in Entity.
Thank you very much. So good tips for entrepreneurs. So a last question. We have 5 minutes for all of you. Where do you see Israel in the next 5 years in relation to energy and AI? And are we going in the right direction on anything you can think about, you know, the grid, you know, the startups, the multinational companies, the technologies? Are we going to, you know, be where we're supposed to be, and how?
Listening to my fellow panel speakers, I think so. I think we all get up in the morning, right, and we think energy and we act on it. And Israel is a real incubator of new technologies, and it seems that things are going, right? Things are progressing with or without regulations, government, whatever. There is very nice initiatives, knowing from the inside, and later today you'll hear some very great startups pitching. So I'm very optimistic about our future.
Yeah, and now for you, you know, there are many VCs that are looking at Israel in the cyber and, you know, in the AI. Are they going to see that what they've seen on cyber in energy? Because we do have the capabilities.
So I think that what we see today with SaaS and AI and the ability to accelerate code development is going to affect dramatically the startup ecosystem globally and in Israel. There's lots of questions on how can we even maintain our superiority in cyber and definitely in SaaS. But on the other hand, Israel still has in the startup ecosystem, as I said, we are a powerhouse in AI infrastructure. So I'm very, very optimistic. I'm going to say that on the geopolitical level, Israel has a lot of challenges, obviously, we all know, but there's also a huge opportunity currently. The fact that the backbone of the web, what is called the Blue Raman fiber, is going to go from India through the Persian Gulf, through Israel into Europe. The fact that hopefully if things go the right way, there will be some energy availability here in this region, the entire region. I'm not just talking about Israel. And the fact that we have so much innovation and knowledge around AI infrastructure here in Israel is a huge opportunity to turn Israel into an AI infrastructure #1 leading technological powerhouse. We can sit on the web, we can build relevant web-connected AI factories here in Israel, and I think that there's a huge profit and opportunity to capitalize geopolitically from where we sit today if things go the right direction in technology-wise and also politically-wise.
I'll also be optimistic. I think Israel won't have the most or the largest data centers. Israel will be able to punch above its weight through the technology, through discovering where the exact points where quick innovation and development can deliver the most impact. I'm looking today at cooling solutions and excess heat utilization and all these and critical mineral discovery and utilization through AI, all these things that are on the periphery, which are growing through the power of the AI revolution. And I think there are so many startups now, and there will only be more and more, so I predict a bright future.
Just to add, hoping to see more unicorn companies in that field, in the energy tech field. And from my point of view, I'm hoping to see more multinational corporations in that field that are active here in Israel. I do think that the multinational corporations that are operating in the Israeli ecosystem are your gateway to the world. This is how I see NTT. And I hope the Israeli government can help us operate here in Israel.
Yeah, great, thank you. And I'm very excited to hear about your optimistic approach. I get a lot of requests from people that they come from different areas and they want to move into the energy space, and I'm sure there are some of you in the crowd, so feel free to connect to any of those panelists. And also on my side, I'm ahead of a new MBA program which is focusing on energy and climate tech. It's at Reichman University, and we are really educating the next generation of managers and leaders in the space. So it's not an easy space to get into, but it's definitely possible, and there's a very bright future here. So thank you very much, and we'll be happy to answer questions later.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Amir, Lior, Dr. Michal. Amazing job, everyone. Thank you, thank you. So, as we just talked about AI and everything around that, and we do talk about kind of the future and everything there. So when we think of AI, we also think now water is life. That's something that we all understand on a personal level. Everyone drinks water, and water is life. And data centers need water. And so more than ever, there's the water energy nexus, and the interconnection is extremely strong, and for infrastructure growth and data center expansion. So we want to know now how to optimize our resources. So I want to invite to the panel Rotem Ad, Chief Business Officer H2 Pro, Hila Gilboa, VP of Finance NT Tau, Eden Bozin, Investment Principal Ormat New Ventures, Gal Saf, Head of Innovation Communities Division, Ministry of Economy and Industry, moderated by Ravid Levy, Managing Director, WaterEdge IL.
Are we on? Are we live? Okay. Of course, we'll wait for just a few minutes for the people to move around and take their seat. Okay. Wonderful. So, welcome to the first water session in an energy conference ever, maybe, in Israel. Maybe not, but I'm extremely happy, really, personally, that this is a main event on the main stage here in the Energy Week, and thanks to Sean and Eshel and all the Ignite partners, our partners here who invited me and us to talk about this unique topic, and we will try in the next 30 minutes to convince you that this is the place to discuss water. And why? Because there's hardly anything in energy that is not connected, depending, or feeding the water sector. And we will try to cover a few examples here, very far from exhausting this very, very wide topic. Just to give few fun facts or just few perspectives of this to put things in context and to jumpstart the discussion. So just for the perspective, Israel uses almost 10% of its power production for the water sector to provide water to all different users around the country. This is almost the highest in the world. The world average is 3 to 4% that goes to water. In Israel, we are something between 8 and 10%. That obviously goes to desalination, but also to moving water from one point to the other. Just appreciate the fact that the Kinneret is the lowest freshwater lake in the world, minus 200, and we're taking that water practically to Jerusalem, which is plus 800, and that's a lot of water that takes a lot of energy just to move it from one place to the other. Obviously desalination, but also reuse, treating all the wastewater, delivering it to irrigation. We're very proud of that, but that takes a lot of energy as well. The equivalent of about 1 million people, 10% of the population, 10% of the energy. So that's quite a lot. From a very different side of the energy world, for every barrel of oil that is produced globally out of the ground, there is 3 to 4 barrels of water that is also produced as byproduct that needs to be dealt with somehow. So in fact, you can call the oil industry water industry with $100 a barrel byproduct. But they produce much more water than oil and needs to do something with that. By the way, in some oil fields, it's 10 to 1, 10 water to 1 oil. And just finally, a final fact, there was a lot of talk here about data centers and AI. So everybody talks about how much water, especially in the US, how much water is needed for cooling data centers, right? But the fact is that data centers use 3 to 4 times more water indirectly for power production and for microchip fabs than for direct cooling the data center itself. So the scope 2 or 3 of water used by data centers is actually much higher than what takes most of the focus. So these are just random examples. So today we'll try to look with few experts and few innovators here from the energy sector mainly and from the Israeli government about the different sides of how these two things connect. And I will just leave the distinguished speakers here to present themselves. So just take a quick round of introduction, who you are, what's the organization or company that you come from, and how your activity connects to that nexus. How does the water energy nexus really connects to your activity?
Hi, my name is Eden, and I'm a principal at Ormat New Ventures. It's a venture capital arm of Ormat Technologies. Ormat is a large geothermal and renewable energy developer. We develop and operate in projects around the world. So our role as a CVC is to look at early stage energy technologies, mostly hardware, that could be eventually implemented in our future projects. So it could be anything related to geothermal, energy storage, or other renewable energy infrastructure where we build and run assets. Although we do not invest directly in water technologies, but water does show up almost in everything we do. So for us, the Water Energy Nexus is about how technologies could operate in real world conditions where water availability and quality and handling issues could either enable or limit deployment at scale.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi, I'm Ila Gilboa. I'm the VP Finance for NTTau. We are developing a compact fusion power energy system. We are a deep tech startup. The aim of what we do is to create safe, clean, 24/7 decentralized energy source that is not dependent on grid, geography, weather, and so on. And this can be used with, for data centers, for maritime, for critical infrastructure, for everyone that needs energy. It can be behind the meter as well. And because, as you said, water is such a critical infrastructure and needs a lot of energy, we signed an MOU with Mekorot, the National Water Company of Israel, to start talking about a strategic partnership around it and to create our solution for this critical infrastructure of water.
Thank you. That's I must say, a surprising match between the utility and the startup. That's very interesting.
Hello, a pleasure to be here. Rotem Arad, CBO H2Pro. At H2Pro is a scale-up. We used to be a startup. We are growing and putting together our first commercial systems now. What we are trying to do is green hydrogen, and it's directly related to water, if you think about it for a second. So gray hydrogen is made out of fossil fuel. Green hydrogen is made out from water. So we are taking water, we split them into H2 and O, so hydrogen and oxygen. And what we are trying to do is actually trying to achieve fossil parity with green hydrogen.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gal. I'm in charge of the growth and the innovation division at the Ministry of Economy of Israel. Basically, our job is to do SWOT analysis through the innovation communities and through events like this. And again, thank you to all the team here and to you, Ovid. From the company level to the segment level and to the whole market, and to try to produce, to match it with growth tools that match these opportunities and barriers. Other than the tools that I will talk about it later, we also see the Nexus as a part of the a very structural and very natural combination. This is why also from the next coming years, as you know, our national innovation communities in water and energy will run operated together and side by side, because we see it as a close match, and the tools I will touch a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Now in the next round, we will try to dive a little bit deeper into each one of the different technologies and see how that nexus connects and actually works in that. We'll start with hydrogen. With you, Rotem. So as you said, there's no green hydrogen without water. That's the raw material, plus power, of course. However, many of now or soon when, as you said, green hydrogen projects will scale up, that will happen in many places that are very arid or very limited with water, but they may have a lot of potential for green power. So how does these two will work together, and how do you see water being a limiting factor or an enabler for green hydrogen?
So yes, first of all, we need water. Interesting enough, because we get this question quite a lot, Water is a limiting factor because you cannot produce without water, you cannot produce green hydrogen. At the same time, it's not the major limiting factor. And let's talk about numbers for a second. So for 1 kilogram of green hydrogen, you need roughly 9 liters of water. Sounds a lot, but if you think about it, desalination, which we all drink every day, and you do the math, this is coming up to maybe less than half cent, maybe 0.3 cent for 1 kilogram of hydrogen. It's basically nothing when today fossil hydrogen, it's around €3 per kilogram, $3, maybe a little bit less in the US. Because the fossil one is based on gas, and this is the key element there. So desalination is possible, and let's take an example, because let's discuss it with number. If we take a mega project, 1 gigawatt of electrolysis, like half of the size of NEOM, which is in Saudi Arabia, which is the largest project that happening today in the world, 1 gigawatt of electrolysis, so you need 1 gigawatt of electricity, and you need water. So you need a line of 180 cubic hour line, which is a Coca-Cola factory, which is a small neighborhood or maybe a very small city. For a gigawatt of electricity on the other side of the equation, you probably, I did, not me, but my AI from the previous session made some calculation, and probably you need the all amount of solar energy of Israel for this 1 gigawatt factory. At the same time, you need 1% of Sorek desalination plant. So water is an issue. You need water for electrolysis, but you need electricity. And this is actually what we are trying to focus on at H2Pro. We are trying to connect our electrolyzer to the cheapest electricity, which is renewable. So current electrolyzer in the market, they cannot work intermittent. They need a base load 24/7. So if they connected to cheap electricity, they need batteries, they need the walk around, and we are designing and actually deploying now system that works directly on renewable. And by doing that, we can achieve very cheap hydrogen, which is the solution for fossil parity. Again, I'm coming back to numbers. So if you connect electrolyzer to the grid in Europe, €100 easily per megawatt hour. This is equivalent to €5 per kilogram of hydrogen, just the electricity. If you connect it to off-grid PV at €20 per kilowatt hour, you are at €1 electricity, and then you can compete with fossil parity. So water are important, electricity more.
That's reassuring, really, because so basically it seems like when there's lack of, a package desal system can be part of the overall co-development and mission accomplished. That's great. So we're kind of tick the box around water for energy production. Now let's look at power for water production. So Hila, this again, as I said, this collaboration is for me mind-blowing. You know, taking a water utility, matching it with a fusion, futuristic maybe, at least for me. So how does this collaboration with Mekorot work or will work? How do you see this synergy between those kind of two organizations, and what are the actual plans going forward on that?
Okay, so I think that for Mekorot, they are looking for additional energy, and they are very innovative. I learned that, and so this is really giving them early exposure to the fusion technology. For us, actually, when we go to different conferences, sometimes we are asked, okay.
Yeah, it's not.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, so I'll repeat what I said. For Mekorot, they do need additional energy sources, and they are a very innovative company. So we are giving them in this MOU, we are giving them early exposure to the fusion technology. For us, when we go to different conferences, it's funny. Sometimes we are asked, okay, can we order the first machine? So no, we don't have it yet. What we do need now is partners strategic partners that will help us define the use cases and the requirements and all of that. And Mekorot is really a visionary strategic partner that can help us do that. So this MOU is really a great combination of what they need and what we need. The steps for it is something that is still in discussion, so I can't go into the details, but it's definitely worth for both sides.
Thank you. So for sure, water resources and water supply is a critical infrastructure that we cannot allow being shut down. And we saw some examples in the Gulf lately of desalination and other infrastructure being damaged. So I think that could be also part of this self-sufficient power supply for critical water infrastructure. By the way, hydrogen, I think, is also a possibility there. Great, thank you. So Eden, now to you. As a CVC venture capitalist within a corporate, it's very, with a corporate, as you said, that is in a way relying or connecting with water for the power production, geothermal. When you look at innovative technologies for your portfolio, how do you see this water energy nexus, and in what ways it shows up maybe in ways that we don't expect or we don't really think of?
So from our perspective, I would say water is normally not the headline of the energy conversations, but it could be one of the limiting factors if you want to scale, especially in very dry regions or infrastructure constrained geographies, and for periods of 20, 30 years, which is what you usually sign with the local utilities through PPAs. So I want to give two examples that normally people would not think of, and they are closely related to what we do at our CVC. So first is related, of course, to geothermal power. The traditional hydrothermal, geothermal is a great source of baseload power, but it's geographically limited. It's still a niche because you have to find rare and naturally occurring hot underground water reservoirs. So the novel geothermal technologies, what they aim to do is to create this kind of reservoirs artificially. For example, EGS, enhanced geothermal systems, which got a lot of attention recently due to Ferro Energy IPO. What they do is they drill through hot, dry rock, they inject fluid, they crack the rock, and then circulate water to bring the heat up. So in this kind of projects, the water constraint is a big part of the physics and the economics. First, you need a lot of water to create the reservoir, and during the stimulation phase, and then you need to consider the loss of the fluid to the rock formation and a lot of uncertainty that is happening underground with these novel technologies. So to put it into perspective, if a developer wants to build, let's say, 100 megawatt plant that could supply power for like mid-sized US city of 75,000 households, just at the stage of creating the reservoir and the stimulation, there is a need for tens of millions of gallons of water, which is like well over 100 Olympic pools. And it doesn't end there because there is a flat line on the projection. There is a flat line of water loss throughout the whole life of the project. And even under very optimistic scenarios that the company have, you're still going to lose up to 4% of the water, and during the first months it could get a lot higher. So you need to always compensate on this water loss and consider that this geographical formation usually happen in very dry regions, like for example in the US, Utah, Nevada, regions with water scarcity. Then you have to source this water, you have to bring it there and keep it coming for many years. So of course it can kill the economics. And another example that I would like to give is also from our portfolio, even less intuitive, from a battery recycling industry. In the battery recycling sector, the water consumption aspect is usually overlooked, but the traditional battery recycling uses huge amounts of water. First, it's the shredding, crushing the batteries, and then you receive something that is called black mass. It's very water-intensive process. And following that, there is a hydrometallurgical process that uses a lot of water and chemicals in order to extract the valuable materials. So let's say if we want to put this one into perspective, you want to recycle like 10 battery packs from Tesla car. Just the hydrometallurgical phase you would need around, depending on the technology, up to 100,000 liters. This is something that...
For just how many batteries?
10 packs. And then this is something that a household in a Western world uses for over several months. And that's only the hydrometallurgical phase. And then what you receive from these 10 packs is enough to create 4 to 6 new battery packs, okay? So our portfolio company Novocycle, their method is aimed to replace both the shredding phase and potentially the hydrometallurgical process altogether. Using their process, they disassemble the batteries with dry thermal treatment. It separates the electrolytes and the binders without using any water. And on top of that, out of the materials that they receive in the end of the process, from those 10 battery packs, you could create more than 9.5 new battery packs. Yeah. So these are my examples.
I must say this is very interesting. In terms of the concept, it sounds a little bit like what they're trying to do. I couldn't avoid the term data centers with low water or no water cooling, so bypassing the water limitation by new innovation. So that's a very interesting direction. I want to broaden the perspective a little bit beyond the specific technology. Gal, to you. We know that Israel is great at venture creation and in new early stage innovation, but when it comes to power or energy and water and in general deep tech, scaling up is a huge challenge. I mean, it's very good to get maybe to the pilot stage, but then some of the challenges still lies. So where do you see, as the government or the Ministry of Economy, the main hurdles on that path for Israeli startups or companies, and how and in what ways can, again, the government or the public sector help?
Great, thank you. I see I don't have a lot of time, so I'll try to be short, so we'll have time for this. I would say that's a good question, because the difference is if you have a cyber or software startup, you need not a lot more than a laptop and cloud space, or maybe with AI infrastructure a bit more, but obviously that's not the case for this kind of infrastructure technologies. Nexus or not, infrastructure as a scope. And we identified two main points that we can help. We're already trying to help this year, and we will help next year, and I hope that there are people in the audience that could be relevant to them. Two main things. First, we're talking about a scale-up. It's right, the R&D phase, it's a lot more in what Dror Bin has said this morning and in their side of the equation. And we go not to 0 to 1 stage, we go to 1 to 10 stage. The scale-up, the physical activity, to take lab-tested technologies and to take it to the next level. First thing that we do in this case, we have the cluster infrastructure grants. Last year, I would say, in the energy sector, we had the Shikun and Binui together with the Ramat Negev R&D Center to doing a 25 million shekel project on agrovoltaic. We gave a grant of about 6 million for that purpose, to mitigate the risk, to try to get, to do the first push. This is what we can do from our side. And we have a lot more examples like this. The other side is we're trying to take the information, the digital infrastructure call we had this year, and we have a 15 million shekel, hopefully for next year, election and all, but hopefully everything will be okay, to get, and I hope there are people from ICI here, or the electric company ECI, or the water corporations that has to know this. We are trying to push these infrastructure giants to open up the information, open up the data, to create an ecosystem of technologies to be first tested in Israel first, that we can take this data to learn it, to not us, I mean the free market, the open market, the sector, to learn these challenges, to learn the options, to learn the opportunities from that. As I said, everything comes back to the SWOT analysis that we do and try to take it to the next level by creating, test it in Israel first and then going outside. The next level is to take it through the what we call ready to export. A lot of tools that I will not, say in the short time I have, but with our economic attaché platform, 45 offices around the world that can push these tools, and we have a lot of grants and subsidies that we give to technology companies, not only startups, by the way, technology companies that have Israeli technology to export, to go out to do pilots, to do demos, to do even just promotional efforts around the world. And through the active, I would say, efforts or guidance of the communities of WaterEdge, of Ignited Spark, EnergyCom, and others, to try to get everything back to the same place and to touch that we will know what are the main issues that the startups and technologies are dealing today, and what are the main issues that the infrastructure companies are handling today or facing today, that we can try to, at least from our side, doing kind of a, again, scale up and mitigate a bit the risk to create solutions.
So from startup nation to scale up nation, I mean, it's maybe it's time we will start to also think and build towards that as nationally. So that actually brings me directly for the last few minutes to the final round. We'll consolidate all that into maybe one question. So that's for everybody. Where do you see the main valleys of death, plural, because there's no one, I guess, going from idea or research all the way to scale up in these sectors, in the intersection of water and energy, and to the investors here, and then mostly you, and maybe also Gal, what is the function, or what can investors do in order to accelerate and to do that better with innovators? And to the startups in here, what do public or large corporations and mainly government still misunderstand about what startups need in order to go there?
So I'm holding the mic. I will try to do it quickly. The road for bankability is starting from a startup. We have quite a lot of them here, moving for a pilot, the scale-up phase pilot, moving from lab to pilot to a demo to first of a kind, and to commercialization, i.e. bankability. In infrastructure, in energy, I mean, out of the AI software thing, it's a lot of money, a lot of time. So it's time and money. And unfortunately, I think the Israeli government is not doing enough. Raising money right now for an Israeli company, for infrastructure, first of a kind, require a lot of money, and it's easy, it's not. Yes, there are some mechanism with the Israeli government, but it's really, really little in comparison with what you can get outside of Israel, and it's needed because it's a long journey.
Okay, so from my side, first of all, I agree with what you said, with a lot of what you said, and for us, for Fusion, it's really getting the product from the lab to the real world and then to mass production, which is not easy. For us, we need to create a technology, but we do need the partnerships, as I said, like Mekorot, the strategic partners, to understand the use cases and the requirements to get it to the real world. And then we would need strategic vendors to get this into mass production. Also, because our product is compact and modular and decentralized, this will help us to get this really globally. I did agree with what you said, both on the investors and on the government. So I think that for investors, they need to understand that energy and water are different from software, and it's not the same timeline, and it's not the same amount of capital, but then the result can be huge. Like the valuation of fusion companies is billions. So they need to understand that, and they need to understand that it's not just looking at the few $1 million of first revenue, but on the tech understanding, the regulations, the IP, all of that. And I think that for the government, we are all attacking you here. It's important to understand that for fusion, you need an ecosystem. So it's not just giving grants to one company. It's building the ecosystem, the talent, the lab infrastructure, national lab maybe, things like that, that would help. And other governments are doing it and really contributing billions of dollars for that, because energy is critical infrastructure.
Thank you.
So the time is up. I'm not sure how. I'll try to be very brief. So we are an energy sector investors. So how we look at water sector, water tech technologies is an enabler, because behind, as you said in the beginning, behind almost every next generation energy project, there are several water bottlenecks that are in desperate need of innovative solutions. And I think that Israeli water tech expertise could be highly relevant here. And I definitely think that is something that could be added to their pitch. We are enablers for global energy transition at scale. Many bottlenecks could be relevant here, like purity with the hydrogen sector, but I think the biggest one is the volume. It's relevant to all the industries, traditional power plants, nuclear SMR project, of course, the cooling of the data center, and we cannot keep using fresh drinking water to answer those needs. It's just not sustainable. There have to be solutions that bypass this and utilize the wastewater from industry or from agriculture. Like, for example, in EGS project that I've mentioned before, one of the questions that dictates whether the project will even happen or not at all is where do you source this water and how do you keep it coming for years? So the technologies that would allow the developer to use, let's say, municipality wastewater could be highly relevant.
Reuse.
Yeah, and in geothermal there is also a chemistry bottleneck. We deal with a lot of highly aggressive brines that contain chemicals that could totally destroy the equipment or clog it with some minerals. And any technology that knows how to deal with kind of chemistry is super relevant. While on it, there is a lot of lithium in this brine, and advanced solutions to extract this lithium could also assist the battery supply and chain. Well, regarding the scale, I think my colleagues here have already mentioned a few things, and we're very harsh with the time, so that's it.
Yes, you're right. Thank you. Again, just one final word. Yeah.
Sorry, seconds, because I was last in the microphone. I just want to say that I hope that anyone it's relevant to will exit the room, or I mean, everyone has phones, Google growth tools or Klet Tmicha in Hebrew, and try to find the things away. Two short things that are relevant to the first of a kind solution that we said. First is the regional growth directorates that we are building in the municipalities. We have a tool. Already have 7 regional innovation that run by municipalities from the north to the south, and we have a plan to do another 6 next year, hopefully, that will try to focus specifically on specific niche, on specific sector. It can be blue economy, it can be this nexus, or it can be only energy, only water. It has our backs and our backing and our, not a lot, but some money, to try to focus on first of a kind on its municipality and to try to bring investors and technologies to this. The second thing is to take I'm representing Ministry of Economy, sorry, not the whole government of Israel, and the Ministry of Economy had a focus on countries in this relevant nexus on India, Germany, and the UAE. Specifically in India, talking about the IMEC, the corridor, the green energy corridor through Egypt to the and then to Europe. We are hoping a lot and counting a lot on this to happen from India in time and destination in terms of green energy that will hopefully get a lot of first of a kinds in Israel and from Israel and act as India through Israeli technology and add an Israeli product and green energy to the rest of the world. And I hope it will work.
One word.
Just one.
Inshallah.
Inshallah, exactly. So yeah, I agree. The IMEC could be an amazing opportunity for these two things because it just happens to go through places where water and energy are a major issue, either having a lot or not at all. So we'll have to deal with both. That's it. We're wrapping up. So thank you all for your attention, and thank you for your time and insights, and drink some water. It's good for you.
Thank you to the whole panel. We saved the best for last in the morning session. So with this, we talk policy, strategy, and growth pathways. And maybe this isn't the panel that you thought it was, and that's why you should stick around. I'm going to bring up our moderator, Sean Dana, CEO of Ignite the Spark, Gilly Heisler, Head of Global Innovation and Investments, Israel Electric Company, Sharon Hatzor, Deputy Director General for Planning, Policy, and Strategy, Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure, Ido Schwab, Director of Economic Regulation, Israel Electric Authority. Please, come take the stage.
Okay, few more minutes to settle down. All right, so thanks everybody for staying, and thanks again for the panelists to join us for what is holding us between the lunch break. We started today with talking with view perspective, innovation, energy market shifts, water energy nexus, try kind of connect a lot of dots together, and now we get to see, and I'm lucky to have a representative from the regulators, from utility and the government, yet innovation, it's not sometimes that goes hand by hand with those kind of stakeholders. And for our entrepreneurs, innovation ecosystem, maybe you can share a bit more about yourself and maybe how the organization work with innovation, how it shifts you, how you work intelligently and framework, and we go from that.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for this week. Maybe we'll try to call some people in. I don't know if you can do that. Part of the things. Okay. So thank you for that. I'm Ido Schwab, and I'm the VP of Innovation in the Electricity Israel Authority, and it's a new division. We just, I think, one half a year, we start over, and now we try to develop ourselves and build the methodology, what we're going to do, what we plan to do, how is the regulatory supposed innovation, not from the beginning of the innovation, because what is interesting for us is more about how to implement innovation inside the system. And they talked before, Igor said it before, the electricity is very sensitive system. Gilly can also add about that, and it's very difficult to convince engineering to bring something new to the system. So it's a big challenge for us, and this is something we are looking for it and how to solve this problem.
Hi, my name is Gilly Heisler. I'm head of innovation and investments at Israel Electric, the Israeli utility. And actually, it's a fair question because innovation doesn't go along always with utilities, especially in the energy sector. But actually, it has to go together. And the reality, especially in energy, is that we have the very best technology here. And innovation, unfortunately, did not succeed the minute the great innovation is being invented or created. It does succeed when it is implemented. So we have great startups here, but they need access, and they need access to real infrastructure and to real data and to real operational challenges and to real clients, customers. This is what they need. And this is where we come in, and we need the same thing, but from the other side of it. I think maybe Israel Electric is operating maybe one of the most complex and mission critical infrastructure, I won't exaggerate, thing in the world, especially living in the neighborhood where we are. And every day we face hundreds of real challenges in grid stability and in cybersecurity and in the security going around the neighborhood here, of course. And everything, you know, AI, everything, electrification, crazy stuff going on every day. And we cannot solve these problems, which are not already, it's not tomorrow's problems, it's today's problems. We cannot solve it with the current tools. It's just not enough anymore. So we have to have the new technologies. We have to have it. It's not a side activity. It's not a nice to have. It's really a business necessity for Israel Electric. And the only bridge we have to give, or the gap to bridge here, is between the great invention that the state of Israel has and the brilliant Israelis' mind, and deployment, which is, on the other hand, we're going to talk about it. And this is exactly where we are, and this is what we're trying to do.
I think that in the Ministry of Energy, technology is one of our main pillars. When you look at 2050, we have to diversify our energy sources, and we look at technology. We look at geothermal and fusion and nuclear, and we also looked at, you know, various of technologies. So I think that this is one of the main roads that we are looking into, also on a strategic level. And I think that Israel can be a leading countries in various of technologies, and I'm guessing that Brian talked about it in the morning. And I think that when we are talking about AI, we should talk about efficiency, and Israel should be one of the leading countries in AI efficiency technologies. So we invest a lot in the strategy and also in investment. But I think that we should do more. When we are looking at countries around us, especially in Europe, we see that Israel do not invest enough in energy technologies, and of course we are trying to do our best, but it needs to be a lot more. I think the second thing that we need to discuss is that when we looked around, we see different tools. I mean, it's not only about the money. We see loans, we see tax benefits, and we also see a lot of regulation that allow companies to penetrate to the market. And I think that what we are going to do is we are going to focus on the highest TRLs, the implementation with our partners. So we're going to focus on that, because I think that when we looked at a global level, at the beginning, I think it's very easy for a startup to start, and I think that we have pretty much good tools and investments. But then when he reached a several level, I think that the money is not enough and the regulation is still not there. So we're going to focus on that.
Okay, so you mentioned a lot of stuff. Let's try to take together all the dots. You mentioned you're trying to build a new section, new Department of Innovation, which is exciting by itself to see how the regulators think about that. I know it might take time until it's implemented actually. Gila, you've mentioned some mechanism and actually that penetration, work with the market, and you say that financial support is required. Maybe Gila, maybe you can start to share a little bit how the utility, what kind of platform you have that support from early stage even, and to a little bit more involvement when the TRLs get a little bit more opportunity to penetrate the market?
Sure. So we're looking, basically we're touching three main areas. We have an open call Kore, like a tender in our website, 24/7 open tender, calling all new startups that has solutions to our main core challenges, which are, you can all see it very easily in our website. Calling all those startups that has the technology to fill 5 minutes, really like very easy form to tell us what it is. And then we have formed a very easy committee, I would say it, because of regulation, because all we have is to see very quickly if it's good or not good.
Easier process to apply.
A very
that,
easier
to get on
process.
board.
You know, some people hear Kol Koreh or a tender, they think, oh my God, it's going to be like, it's going to take us weeks or a month. So no, it's 5 minutes. It's amazing, really. And it's something that we worked really hard on with the regulators when we build it, because we understand that our main focus should be to give access, first access for startups to come and to pitch their technology first to the Israel Electric and to see. And so that's one way. On the other hand, when we don't find a solution, we have an R&D team, which is doing an amazing job, and are actually developing with external startups or technology companies the solution that we cannot find outside. And then the third pillar is that we invest as a CVC, again with the great help of our regulators and the ministry, in our main core
How
challenges.
many startups per year you invest?
Until between 1 and 2, we give great checks, which are between $1 million to $2 million, and I think it's not something that it wasn't here 6 years ago. There wasn't even the pathway to that. And the regulation actually changed, which is beautiful to see. And I think this is the main change that we see on this stage, actually, within the three of us. And in general, there is a change in the mindset in the state of Israel. And now everyone understands and aligned that innovation is something that is a must-have, is something that the critical infrastructure in Israel has to have those innovation coming into her, not only as great pilots, but in moving, how do we help moving great pilots into real operational solutions. And we sit here, I think really, you could say hand in hand, because we see it, with the same eyes, and you see that mindset changing, and the barriers are coming, they're still there. But they're coming.
Maybe double-click on that. We definitely see a momentum for the energy sector. The mindset has been changed.
Exactly.
We saw earlier 180 startups in the new ecosystem app were just launched. And Sharon, you mentioned some regulation that can be supported. Maybe you can start, and also Ido afterwards, how regulators or what more support can actually bridge the gap of, you say it's not enough support. So
no, I think first of all we should give. Money is an issue. And as I said at the beginning, especially in those stages, but I also think that we can change the way that we give loans in general for projects such as energy and also health and other more infrastructure project. But I think also that what Gili has been doing is giving access. And this is also something that it's very important, and Ido and I have a lot of discussions about it, how to give more access, for example, to the Israeli grid, for example, and other infrastructures, because I think that one of the main things is just to be able to experience, to have a pilot, So I think that there's a lot to do at the money side, and I think that also just trying to build a pilot in Israel, it's very hard on the planning regulation, and we also have a couple of ideas there. I see Gidon here. We tried something, I think, maybe 4 years ago, but perhaps now it's a better time to try it again. So we have also a lot of kind of regulation in that area, and I think that if we will combine the regulation at the electricity market and the governmental companies, I think that it is something that is very unique to Israel. I mean, we have government companies that can think for a longer time, and they can invest in technology, but much more than that, they can give access. And Gili is here, and I saw people from Katsa and Tasha and etc. So I think that this is also an area that we need to push further on.
So definitely the government look forward and in the future, building a long-term plans how to connect everything, that can bridge the
how to
dot.
implement.
Implement it.
I think this is one of the biggest issues in Israel is how to implement technologies into the market.
Yeah, I think it's mentioned also in the panel before, 0 to 1, it's maybe might be easier, 1 to 100, that might be the challenge. Maybe you would like to address from your point of view for that?
Yeah, we tried to do in the recent years, and we will try to do it more, to open areas for sandbox. We did it in Be'er Sheva. We try to do it, and we hope it will be faster. But we try to specific area to try things and try pilots on living a grid. It's difficult. What I said before, the grid is very sensitive. The electricity is very specific, unique challenges. You cannot change it the way you want. It's not like a stock market because it's a physical world. And there is people that consuming from the grid at the same time. You're trying to change the voltage, or you try to increase the energy you bring to the grid. So it's something very difficult, but we want to do more sandbox like this. Daisy Gili maybe will expand about that, about the lab they built. And we want to do it more, maybe in the sea, like a sandbox in the sea, and in other areas that we can try things not in the pilot in the lab, like in the real world. Also, we need to understand that it's not all about the technology. We need to try to imagine the business model will be after that, because it's nice to bring something and then test it and see if it's working. It's very interesting, but then we need to see how in the real world it can bring his money back. There is continue, because we build the grid and the system for a long period of time. Okay, the grid is hopefully built for 40 or 2 decades, 40 years ago, 40 years above, and so we need to think what is going to be in the future. And also the Israeli electricity market, it just opened 8 years ago. Okay, what happening in Europe in the last 30 years, we're trying to put it in Israel in less than 10 years. So we open the market, we bring competition, we open the generation, we open the supply chain, we're opening every sector we can, and in the same time we have a lot of challenge. The data centers and the EV vehicle and the solar panels and batteries and a lot of things all the time. We set a lot of regulation, and we change it in very recent period because all the changes in the market. So it's very challenging, but this is something we need to work on it. And now we bring the innovation inside the system. Like they said, we have to do it. We cannot build more grid, not under the ground and not above the ground. There is a limitation of land in Israel.
So that's maybe like it's important point, and maybe Gili can also share, and Sharon as well from their point of view. Like the grid is not like easy assets to actually penetrate into, getting a data access, modeling, working with those solutions that actually can be benefits to the grids, but how to penetrate, how to get the access. Maybe you can share how do you do it? So.
Yeah, you're right. Saying it's not easy is getting easy on it. It's not true. It's very hard. You know, and it's supposed to be like that, right? Because in critical infrastructure, reliability is you cannot negotiate it. So what we're trying to do is work with what we have and trying to get more of the grid we have, and not harm it, because it's built very good, and we saw it doing the last few years and the challenges, and really the state of Israel is something that the whole world is talking about, the electricity and how we face the challenges. So what we do, we're trying to take, as I said, what we have and make the most of it, out of it. So we're building, and it's Ido mentioned it, and it's worth saying a word about it, because it's platforms that are going to be ready very soon. And when? I think it's yeah. So I'm gonna talk about it. So we're building 2 main platforms actually. One is Living Lab, we call it, in Be'er Sheva, a smart neighborhood. Basically, we're trying. One of our the thought was that we can't understand, and nobody will tell us This is where all of the citizens are going to take electrical car and would like to, charge their car at the same time. Or everyone here is going to put PV on the roof, and so on and so on. Smart technologies that are changing the grid and actually can harm the grid, right? So we are taking one neighborhood, 1,000 households in that polygon, in that neighborhood, and we want to push it 15 years forward. We have a situation where everybody, when I say everybody, of course it's never everybody, but it's most of the people have PV on their roof. They have electric cars. They have energy storage in their home, private one or in the neighborhood, and so on and so on. And we're going to have it in the next year or two, so the whole neighborhood would have and hold and use those smart technologies the way we believe the state of Israel would look, but in 15 years. And then we can understand in a very condensed place how this affects the grid and how we can use more of the grid while people are using the new technologies, which is something very unique. And we do it with the very amazing help and really in a great collaboration with the regulators and the ministry. And I think it's going to be a place where we could check and try new technologies very quickly, understand how they affect the grid, and then apply it to the rest of the country pretty quickly. The second platform, which we're very proud of and we wait for it to open, is a lab, not a living lab, but actually a sandbox that we build in Nesher at the northern part of Israel. And we're taking the operational system, the operational grid, and we duplicate it into not an operational one, but a physical one. So we're going to have a complete grid, high voltage, medium voltage, low voltage, the whole thing. Again, electric cars and PV on the roofs and storage and so on. But it's not going to be connected to the real operational grid, so that nobody will come and tell us you're harming the grid, don't use or don't try this very great technology right now because it can harm the grid. So we're going to have our sandbox, and then we're going to go out to all the startups that would come and try their technologies in a very fast way, and we hope that way to really just reduce the gap between the invention to the deployment and to real operational solutions.
This sounds amazing, and I hope that everything will be able to get quickly to the actually working, and the startups and companies can use that, because this is completely what is needed.
I have to say we're first in the world, so we're very.
Still, but there is national labs in some other countries that are serving, and they have the same similar platforms. But definitely sure. Maybe let's just like to conclude, because our time is almost up, and maybe with final questions, or if you want to address something before that, Sharon, you can. But maybe forward-looking questions, 3-4 years, 2030 is arriving from your point of view, from strategy point of view. You mentioned multiple blend of solution. Brian mentioned as well how to harness more solution into the community. Maybe you can share a little bit more what you see, practical elements, anything you think it can be different when we sit here next time?
I think, first of all, it's very important for me to say that I think that our chief scientist, over the years, is proving how important it is to have this kind of activity inside the Ministry of Energy. And I think that the idea of continue to invest in technology and then have it into our regulation and policies, this is something that is very unique and it's crucial to our energy system. And I think that one of the things that we should do, as I mentioned before, that we need to widen our perspective. And I think that the fact that we are sitting here together, regulation and the government company all together, is one of the things that we have to do to give a 360 perspective and regulation. So I think this is one thing that we should do. And as I said at the beginning, I think that we should focus on the highest TRLs and the access to the market. So we need to make sure that the gate is open. So this is something that we are going to do with our chief scientists and, of course, our colleagues. And I think that the second thing that we should do is try to focus on technology that can really influence the Israeli market. And I'm guessing that Brian mentioned it also. You talked about blue tech, for example. So a new TAMA has just been approved a few months ago, and I think that in 3 to 5 years from now, we can actually going to see platforms on the sea that is connected to the Israeli grid, that you can come and try your technology. So we need to have a lot of those projects that also Gili said that you can implement. And then we have all the different tools, and I've been talking about earlier about the loans, and we need to extend, of course, the money that we support. And I want to touch one more issue. We are talking a lot about the energy bridge. So the idea of Israel being a bridge between east to west, and we are talking about infrastructure. I mean, we are pushing the cable to Europe, and we're all familiar with prosperity. But I think that in a way, when things will calm down a bit, technology can be the first bridge that we are building, because we don't need infrastructure for that. So I think that this is also something that we want to promote. We got the bird energy, but we can double it for different countries in the area, and I'm guessing that a lot of opportunities will open at the next few months. So I'm very optimistic.
Looking forward. Gili and Ido, maybe Ido from your side, you mentioned 8 years to bridge 30 years of Europe market. How do you see 4 years from now? Will we be able to bridge the gap?
Hopefully, yes. But the main goal is just to lower the barriers for everything, from the regulation, from the money, from how you get access to the grid or to the other facility, just to lower the barriers that we have. Still keeping the reliability, stability of everything, but lower the barriers to everyone to participate. I think that's enough.
That's good enough. That's definitely good enough.
I don't think success should not be measured by in 3-4 years, right? For the stage where we are, I don't think success should be measured by number of startups, new startups, or number, which is always good, but not as what we're going through now. Not number of startups, not number of pilots, number of deployments and real operational solutions. This is what we need. This is what the state of Israel needs. This is what Israel Electric needs. This is what startups need, because we have already amazing technologies and brains. Startups needs to see deployments, and this is what we all working very hard together in a collaboration to see how we reduce the gap. So in 3-4 years, as you asked, we're going to see not only a startup nation at the State of Israel, we're going to see, I would say, energy deployment nation. This is what we need.
So let's finalize with this positive statement of the Energy Tech Nation. Hope we're going to have more maturity. We see already involvement in our ecosystem, less barriers, more money, more support to create a fertilized environment to more solution. Thank you for everyone joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you to the whole panel. Right now, we have an Ask Me Anything down on the first floor in room 120 from Michi. He was from Chevron, and there's an Ask Me Anything happening right now in room 120. It is now lunch. Please, you could eat on the first or second floor. There's a lot of food on the first floor, so you can make your way down. We will be back in here at 1:30. So please make your way back. By latest 1:30, 1:25, we'll start wrangling everyone up. Thank you all for being here on time. We're going to begin in just a couple minutes. To everyone outside, still networking and getting food, please make your way inside. Please make your way inside. Everyone standing outside the doors, please make your way inside. If you're standing by the door, my good friend standing by the door, please find a seat. Please find a seat. Yeah. Great. So, thank you everyone for being here on time. I really appreciate it. I hope lunch was great and you got to have some good connections and you attended the Ask Me Anything with Chevron. Now, as we go, I'm going to stay up here instead of just introducing something, and I want to talk about an excellent opportunity. We have an excellent opportunity with Google AI. Google AI recognizes that the global annual electricity demand is expected to be 50% higher over the next 5 years compared to the last decade, driven by an era of manufacturing, electrification, and digital infrastructure. Google has recognized this opportunity for a smarter grid harnessing AI, and many people in this room have those capabilities. They're looking to optimize data systems to help utilities and operators, accelerating timelines to develop infrastructure, and expanding access to energy efficiency and affordability initiatives. For the second year in a row, Google has opened applications to its Google for Startups Accelerator, designed to support startups that are using AI to modernize and make energy use more efficient. We are proud to partner with them on this second cohort. There's plenty of partners in this, and let's talk about the program. The program, a 12-week equity-free hybrid accelerator program for pre-seed to post-Series A startups headquartered in Europe and in Israel, tackling energy solutions using cloud and AI. Now, the startups are demonstrating ideally in that pre-seed and Series A and scalable products and services that are utilizing AI. This is an excellent way that you'll be able to collaborate with founders, Googlers, and energy experts, and they're looking for people like you. This is just a little bit of the information, and this is just one of many programs that are happening. So we invite you to scan the QR if you're interested, and we'll also be sending out more information. And as we talk about startups and different programs that are happening, a startup comes in, as you see. We started the morning when we talk about the market, and then we went over general trends, investment, how regulators and others can come in on a startup story. And we saw the market and policy, and really we saw kind of that higher level. And so then without the startups, there is no market. So now when we talk about this in this next panel, let's focus on liquidation, building to exit. We have the founder perspective, a female perspective, which we as Ignite the Spark always support, especially with our women in energy community. We have the investor perspective and the commercialization focused on deep tech and hardware challenges. I want to invite up Danny Ackerman, co-founder and managing partner at Key One Capital, Dr. Noah Rushin-Rimini, founder and CEO at Grid4C, which was recently acquired, Shahar Levy, co-founder and CEO at Locust View, and this is going to be moderated by our very own, the glue behind the scenes, Aya Frati, Strategic Partnerships Manager, Ignite the Spark. The mics. No. Yeah.
Okay, so we have very short time, and I see the timer is already running, but we might steal a few moments more to tell the story of 3 very unique exits. We have 2 founders that built for 13 years or so, and 1 investor who came in about 4 months before one of the biggest exits of this year. And I'll let you introduce yourselves very quickly. And please give us your perspective. We called this a build to exit panel. So we want to give these people a taste in just the short time that we have of the story from build to exit, the most interesting thing that happened. And that's how you'll introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you. My name is Shachar Levy, the co-founder and CEO of Locust View. We've been acquired by Itron. It's an American company. The deal was closed in January of this year. They bought us for $525 million, all cash deal. And actually, we have a long story. I don't know if we can do it, but I try to do my best. Or at least if I'm looking at the people here at the audience, I would speak maybe about a few things that have made us successful. Or at the end of the day, what are the things that we did differently that helped us to be successful at a relatively short period of time and to get a substantial result, both for us, for our employees, and for the shareholders. The first thing that have made us successful is the focus and being by and for the industry. If you think about the startup community here in Israel, you know, it might be cyber or consumers, you name it, but when you think about energy, it's different. You need to understand the industry. You need obviously to have a real problem. You need to have a technology that can solve it. But what you need more than anything, you need access to the market, and you need the utility customers or whomever you are selling to have the confidence in you and to be able to take it from the pilot phase and proof of concept and so on into commercialization. And I think that in this case, in our case, our ability to show that we have built our technology by and for the industry is what has made us successful. Now, what does it mean? What does it mean to get it to a point that customers, in our case, the largest utilities in the US, think that this is almost their solution, which will, at the end of the day, will help you to buy, for them to buy it and so on. So a few words about what we did. We built a platform that helps some of the largest utilities in the US to manage their construction process end to end, all the way from the planning, design, execution, build out, and the closeout of the project, and pretty much putting gas into the pipe or electrifying the grid and so on. And it's a big market. When we started the business 11 years ago, we didn't know that we'll have all the boom in data centers and AI. Back then, I was thinking mainly about replacing old leaked pipes or even maybe charging electric cars and such, but definitely not the boom that we have seen in the industry over the last 2 years. And it was very clear to me that if you want to scale, if you want to build the infrastructure and to do it in a fast and efficient manner, you need technology. Now, okay, you have an idea, you understand that there is something here, but how do you get from there from building a product? And as I said, make it a product for the industry. So the industry will feel that it's theirs and so on. In my case, we had collaboration with the Energy Technology Institute in Chicago, and it was amazing. It was amazing because they gave us what you need, and this is the access to market. So we came, myself and the team from Israel, that coming from the tech and business point of view and obviously perspective, we came with a solution, but it's not enough. You are going to the largest utility in the US, tens of billions of dollars worth of companies, and you want to offer them the technology. Why would they buy it? In our case, our ability to work with GTI in the early days of the company, for them to open us the door, sit in a room and tell, okay, test it, give us the stamp that you need, which at the end of the day will give you the opportunity to prove your technology, was something very unique. And once we went through this phase, meaning, okay, they are good, they are valid, let's see what they have, we build the technology with them. The largest utility in the US, as I said, have seen it as their own solution, meaning it's something that will help them to grow their business, will help them to build their infrastructure. And it was, from this point, it was an amazing runway, and that's it. I can speak more about it, but it's right.
Of course. Well, I think that Noah has a similar but different story, so maybe we can hear what you think is how your journey
more
is different or
than
different.
similar, I think. Yeah. So a little bit about my background. I have a PhD in AI and machine learning, so I don't come from the energy industry. From the Faculty of Engineering in Tel Aviv University. And I founded the company back in 2013 when I learned that there are millions of electric smart meters deployed all over the world. There's more than a billion today. And I tried to figure out how I can apply AI to the vast amount of data coming from these smart meters in order to improve energy efficiency, to optimize the electric grid, to unlock grid flexibility. So, I mean, fast forward, overall, we've raised $13 million from strategic investors, which is a really important thing to have in our industry. And maybe I'll talk about it later.
We'll touch on that as well.
Yeah? Okay. So I'll talk about it later. But the one big challenge that I discovered pretty quickly was the long sales cycle. The energy industry is heavily regulated. And if you want to sell solutions to utilities, the sales cycles can take between 1 to 2 years. And that's a big issue when you're a startup and you're burning money. And the way I chose to tackle that challenge was, one, to focus on the deregulated market for starts in the US. I moved with my family to live in Texas. And there's a deregulated market. They're competing with each other. They need to be innovative. And that's why the sales cycle is much shorter there. So very soon, they were all hungry to understand there was no AI hype back in 2013. I remember my first interview, I was asked, why should utilities care about AI? So I needed to educate the market, and in the deregulated market, they were hungry to implement our solutions. So that was one way to tackle that. And the second way was to partner with other companies that work with utilities so we could scale fast. Those partnerships like companies like smart meters companies like Itron and Landis+Gyr, Gear, energy efficiency companies, and also other technology companies which had complementary solutions. And one of those companies initially acquired us. So that's kind of in a nutshell.
Thank you. And Danny, you have a bit of a different story from the two very energy-focused entrepreneurs that we have. Tell us a little bit about Key One and how you found yourself investing in Dust Photonics.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Danny Ackerman. I'm one of the co-founders of Key One Capital, which is a growth fund, $300 million. Myself and two of my co-founders, we spent the vast majority of our careers at Goldman Sachs before founding Key One. So again, $300 million growth fund, investing across the board, but mainly in infrastructure, AI-related type investments, cyber, a little bit of consumer. So Dust Photonics, we've known Dust for a number of years. We didn't invest the first time they came to us. By way of background, what they do is optical technology for data centers. Data centers are transitioning slowly from copper-based technology to optics to increase throughput relevant for energy consumption, to reduce energy consumption, which is scarce. And when they initially came to us a couple of years ago, the technology wasn't kind of fully baked, and they did change the technology configuration. They started with transceivers, very difficult competition against the Chinese players, and then ultimately decided to morph into developing one specific, very important element inside that transceiver piece, which is basically the component that transmits kind of electronic signals to optical signals in the data center. So you can just imagine with the wave of data center build-outs, their technology became more and more front and center. So lesson number one from this whole thing before I'm getting to the exit is you have to be super versatile in making the right call at the right time to switch technology, also augment the management team, which was done quite successfully. Obviously, no credit to us in that regard, but the company was followed, founded, and chaired by Victor Villens, who many of you, I'm sure you know. He's one of the founding fathers of semiconductor in Israel and globally. So that's kind of lesson number one. When you need to switch, do it. When you need to do it, kind of do it at the right time. And if you don't do it, the penalty can be just going out of business. So they successfully done it. Lesson number one. Lesson number two is to know when to sell and when to exit. Now, we invested in them. We invested in them in December. Shortly thereafter, they received an acquisition proposal from a company called Credo Public Company that's actually in the copper business, needing the transition to optical. And arguably, you could have run with standalone kind of mode for a while. And you don't have an A/B testing what happens if you don't sell. But knowing how to map out the landscape of potential buyers, and again, the credit goes to Avigdor in that regard, on balance to say, listen, this is the right acquirer. And by the way, a portion of the consideration, so we invested, it wasn't published, but we invested a few $100 million valuation, the base deal $1.2 billion, but there is a considerable component of equity of the acquirer, and the equity, the stock price of the acquirer doubled over the last month. So that portion now, so the 1.2 is worth more like, I think, 1.6. But, and that's the other lesson, is to understand the value of synergies. The market, when they saw that combination of copper-based, publicly traded company with a leading optical private company, the stock, the day of the announcement, jumped by 20%. So Credo went from 25 billion to 30 billion. So 5 billion in value for an acquisition of about 1.2 billion in one day, and since then they kept climbing.
Amazing. And I think this is something that we really want to touch on. Knowing when to say yes, knowing when to say no, knowing when to say and who to say yes and who to say no to. And I think that's something that both of you, a couple of times over the many years, found yourself in positions of saying both no and yes. So maybe tell us and tell the people in the room, we have some founders here as well, who should you be taking money from and when?
So as a company that said yes to strategic investors, I think I would kind of categorize strategic investors to three different categories. There are the VCs that are backed by many utilities, by leading utilities. In my eyes, they are the best investors to have. We had Israel Cleantech Venture. Today they're called More VC, and I think I saw Jack Levy in the audience. And so they led our first round. The advantage or of having such an investor is that they open doors for you. They can push you. They can arrange meetings for you with executives and utilities, and they can give you that edge in the procuring process. So it's a huge thing to have. The second part, and that's a utility VC. So it's the funding part of a specific utility. The advantage is that it kind of validates your technology. It signals to other utilities that you have a valid technology that utilities need. There is a downside to it. And another advantage, of course, is they can be a customer, so you can generate revenue from them. Unfortunately, what we found out, and I think it's pretty common, is that you still have to go through the 1 year, 2 year procurement process. Also, one hand funds you and gives you money on Monday, and then on Tuesday, the procurement team will kind of let you go through those 2 years of sales cycle in order to sell. In our case, it was Electra Utilities. It's one of the biggest or leading utilities in Canada, and they led our second round. So, and the third type is another technology company that sells to utilities, like Itron, like Landis+Gyr. The advantage there is they can help you scale quickly. They can potentially acquire you at a certain stage, like what happened to Shachar. But the downside is that it kind of limits your market because it's going to be difficult for you to collaborate or partner with their competitors. I've been following Sense since Landis+Gyr invested in them in 2019, and only to embed their technology inside Landis+Gyr's smart meters. And only 4 years later, they announced a partnership with Landis+Gyr's competitors, with Itron. So to your question, you ask about acquisition, you get, you kind of are in a process of selling the company all the time. Those, those processes, you have to, it's like you have to run the company like this is not happening. You need to run the company to be profitable. But in parallel, you have to run these processes. Companies approach you, your customers, your partners try to acquire you. Sometimes the timing is not good enough. Sometimes the valuation is not good enough and you feel like you can do better. Sometimes the chemistry is not good enough, which is also important. Sometimes there is no trust. So a lot of things to consider.
I think, Shachar, this is maybe your time to tell the story of the rocket that saved your...
No, the rocket, but I would say a few things here. First, it's not only who to take money from, but when, and I will explain. Because maybe sometimes the best partner that you will have in the early days of the company might not be the right one when you want to scale. And it's actually happened to us. Going back to what I said before, we had GTI in the early days that helped. It's a non-for-profit organization owned by the largest utilities in the US. Obviously, as I said before, it was a great partner for us, and we had a joint venture with them to help to build the technology and improve it. So we did it between 2014 to 2018. But then at this point in 2018, we had a great joint venture. We were ready to take the company to the next level, meaning to scale the business, start to sell it at scale and so on. And suddenly, the partner that helped me in the early days to prove the product between 2014 and 2018, it's not the right one now scaling the business because they are non-for-profit and so on. And at this point, I needed to take hard decision to raise money from, in this case, friends and family, because this was our first real seed fund, and buy out GTI, this non-for-profit organization. Why? Because I understood that in the early days, they were a great partner, but if they will stay on the cap table, they will now hurt my ability to scale. So as I said, we did this transaction. They got what they need, which is a good proof of concept and good signal for the industry. And from that point, I could now take the company and grow it. So again, this is an example of sometimes you need a partner. You can take money from someone for a certain purpose, but it's also okay if you think that now you're getting to a different stage, and in this stage you need someone else to find the commercial way to separate ways and move forward. So this is one. The second thing is to decide, and you touched on it, is who you take money from. You mentioned the corporate, the utility corporate money or energy impact partners, and there are few funds that are focusing on the industry, and it has pros and cons, and as you said, but there is also a decision that you need to make what is good for your business, and I will explain. For us, at this point, when 2021 we did our growth round, we ended up raising 64 million from Israel Growth Partner, and why we did it, why we had also offers from all the companies and the funds that was mentioned here, is because you need to understand what is missing for you. For us, at this point, when we went through the growth round in 2021, we already had the recognition in the market. We needed now a partner that will help us to scale. For me, it was the first time that I built a startup, a software company, how you do, what is the go-to-market, and so on. It was less help me to bring my brand to the US market, which is where we sold our solution, but it's more about help me to understand what it means to build now a software company and to scale and to take it from 5 million to 50 million revenue, whatever. And in this case, for me, to pay the tax that comes with if you are taking someone from the industry, as it was mentioned before, it isn't worth it because I already had reputation. So this is why I'd prefer to go someone who's going to the scale. Now, again, going back to the exit, at this point, we need to take a decision. Are we going to do another round or we are going with strategic. At this point for us, there was a lot of, we don't have a lot of time to speak about it, but the bottom line for us, with the AI and everything that is happening on the market, we understood that with Itron, we can now take what we've done at a very nice scale and take it to a completely different level. They're acting in 100 countries, and it's why we went with them.
Thank you. So we will wrap up, but I do want to hear Danny's perspective from the investor side quickly before we do our last words on how you look at the cap table when you see these types of strategic investors. Is it something that is worrying for you as an investor of a different type, or is it something that gives you validation for the company?
So oftentimes it's very helpful because those strategics, when they come in, they have clauses of right of first notice, right of first refusal. So it's validating that they entered. Some of them just enter in order not to miss something. And oftentimes they're just at the cap table and they're silent and they're not that active. And maybe when they invested, it was strategic and now it's not. But more often than not, it's helpful in validating at the entry and serving as a potential party that can buy the company later on. So for instance, when I was at Goldman and we helped sell Habana Labs to Intel, the important part was that Samsung was in a cap table, they got the notice, they submitted a competing bid. It helped keep Intel kind of on their toes. So just from a tactics perspective, from a pure M&A perspective, I think it's helpful to have them in. They can also help. But it can be a double-edged sword because if they got in a certain round and then they're not re-upping or participating, you can ask yourself the question, are they disappointed? Maybe they're off to something else. They might have invested in somebody else. So it can come in different flavors. Each has a kind of different angle. So you need to weigh carefully who you get into your cap table, how they behave afterwards. But I think on balance it's positive. But don't let, they cannot pierce a certain percentage holding such that your company is being colored in a certain color by somebody that said, well, the other ones are not going to submit a bid because it's quite clear that this one sitting in the cap table is the buyer.
Yeah. So I think we'll leave with one word from each, one sentence from each, a tip for our investors and entrepreneurs in the room from each of you, one thing that you want to leave them with, or maybe just a trend that you see where you think the next big thing is going to happen in energy tech.
Next thing is definitely happening with data centers. And the one tip that I was surprised that Shachar didn't take, but for me, I wish someone gave me that advice, was, regulatory expertise is super important. So either work with lobbyists or hire a head of regulatory affairs. But I think there's a very important, probably not enough time to talk about the case study of OPower that were eventually acquired by Oracle. But what they did was fascinating. And in one sentence, they hired lobbyists that were able to persuade regulators to require utilities to launch energy efficiency programs. And that generated the market for OPower. That was the secret of their success.
For us, it took us 7 years since we commercialized the solution in 2018 until the acquisition, which is a very short period of time if you think about utilities and energy and so on. Nevertheless, I would say it's a crazy journey. There is a lot of ups and downs, and I would say you need to have a farmer mentality, which means that you need to look. I know everyone would say it, but you need to go through the journey, and what you will find out that everyone are going through the journey, so it's okay. Don't get too much on yourself on the highs and on the lows, and just continue. That's it. Good luck.
Last one.
I think that it's becoming quite a consensus that compute in space or data centers in space, and the SpaceX IPO is happening next week, I think. It's going to be a major trend. We're now in the midst of making an investment in a company that is exposed to that in a very meaningful way, and that has to do with all the shortages and the political backlash with the data centers, terrestrial data centers. So I think directing your efforts to learning kind of where that is going and what componentry, what type of investments can give you positive exposure to compute in space is going to be massive. I think fast forward a couple decades from now, maybe even 1 decade from now, a vast majority of data centers will be extraterrestrial data centers.
Very interesting. Thank you very much to all three of you.
Thank you to the whole panel. Amazing job. So, as you can understand while we set up, we've talked about this triangle a few times. You've heard it in the morning. We talk about AI, we talk about energy security and market. The last part of the triangle is supply chain resilience and critical materials. And these are challenging times globally, as we know, and that's why we're going to bring the Innovation Authority, government investment, and industry to come up and discuss resiliency. Now, I don't think the debate is there anymore where it's, are we an energy tech nation? I think it's evident by everyone in this room. But how can we take that same approach in duplicating deep tech into energy and energy to then materials? Can we be a raw materials country? So I would like to bring up Ronit Esho, Senior Director, Head of Climate Tech and Mature Industry, Israel Innovation Authority, Gidon Friedman, CTO, Net Zero Tech Ventures, Yael Barash-Harman, Head of R&D, Chief Scientist Office, Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure, Ben Ruvini, Head of Strategic Investments and Venture Partnerships, Israel Honda Accelerator Ventures, and Noah Yang, Senior Sustainability Innovation Manager, Connect, and lots of companies and lots of titles. This is going to be an interesting one. And moderated by Arod Balisa, Ecosystem Insights and Solutions Leader, Deloitte Catalyst.
Have you forgotten about me?
No, you're the best for last.
Hi, everyone. Oh, wow, sorry. That's a bit louder than I thought. Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I know we're post-lunch, so we will try to keep it energetic and interesting and also provocative. You promised me provocation. To follow up on what was said just a minute ago, the critical minerals are not only in our cars and in our batteries, but they're literally all over the news over the last couple of months. Usually when we talk about critical minerals, we talk about security and we talk about resilience, but really minerals are incredibly important for energy. And if we want clean, abundant, and cheap energy, we definitely need minerals and lots of them. And if you've been following the news that's happening, it almost kind of feels like, a Cold War-esque movie where, you've got a rival and you've got a hidden treasure and there's a lot of competing interests, and there's also heroes to this movie. Hopefully some people of you in the audience are part of the heroes of that story. But if you're following the news, it kind of sounds like a movie, but if you think about it, it really isn't. This is an industry, it's a very difficult and challenging industry with a lot of bottlenecks and a lot of challenges. Supply, demand, innovation, it's all out there. And one of the things we'll be talking about in 1 second is really how do you secure mineral supply? How do you create demand? And also, what do you need in order to innovate in this space? And so we've got a wonderful panel, I promise you all it's going to be an interesting discussion, and hopefully we're going to also argue with each other a little bit to make it interesting. And so just before I kind of ask the panelists to introduce themselves, I'll just briefly introduce myself. So I'm Arod. I am a senior manager at Deloitte. Most of my days focused on startup partnerships and kind of have been coordinating critical minerals in our local firm. I come from a practice called Deloitte Catalyst, which is our startups and ecosystem practice, and I encourage you to come to us and talk to us. I promise you it'll be interesting. And so without further ado, I'd like to start with a brief round of introductions to the panel. And what I'll ask you is, tell us your name, your role, where you're from, and also what are you most either excited or concerned about when it comes to minerals?
Thank you, Rod, and happy to be here. I'm Ronit Esho. I'm heading the National Climate Tech Program for the Israel Innovation Authority. Within this role, we're looking at the development of the ecosystem, the Israeli ecosystem for climate technologies in 8 different sectors. Energy is definitely one of them, and trying to de-risk and bring to the table new innovation coming from Israel to the global world. And I'm definitely excited about the technologies. As a materials engineer, I'm super excited to hear about the new alternatives and the technologies coming into critical minerals. And maybe somebody would like to challenge that.
Wonderful. So, hi everyone. This is Noah Yang. I'm representing Connect, which actually the full name is Connect with the Volkswagen Group, because we are the innovation hub of the VW Group that we have been around since 2018. Yeah, quite, I think, a long journey so far that we started with very typical mobility innovation topics. And I think for the past 3 years, when I joined, I started to take over the topic of sustainability because, of course, it's important to everybody sitting in this room, but we're also trying to find an angle to make it applicable, economically feasible, and actually make it really green. So what I'm actually really excited and also scared a little bit with the critical mineral topic, I think in the audience you have a lot of startup that's working on it, which is great. However, I learned in a very hard way that automotive and we are at least like, I don't know, 7 tiers away from each other. I do want to validate your technology. However, I do not have the ability to produce magnets in the China independent supply chain, which now becoming a requirement. So if you have an idea how to make that happen, I mean, we work together. I'll be happy to know and happy to learn from Ben since, you know, we're from the similar position.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm happy to be here and thanks for inviting me. Gidon Friedman, I'm the CTO at Net Zero. We are an investment fund working together with the Israeli Innovation Authority, investing in early stage startups. And we also build companies, do venture creation. And we are happy, first of all, to listen to anyone here who has an idea, early stage project, or things like that. And we happen to have, by the way, almost half of our startups are involved with materials. We found out that actually very good ideas around here in materials. And so we took quite a number of them. And I'm very happy to have more.
Hello everyone, Ben Reuveni. I'm heading Honda Accelerator Ventures here in Israel. Like Noah, we are looking for automotive technologies and automotive startups. And specifically in this topic of the panel, solutions that will help us to detach from the traditional supply chain, which is challenging for us, for a Japanese car manufacturer.
My name is Dr. Yael Harman. I'm the head of R&D in the Chief Scientist Office in the Ministry of Energy. So in the aspect of critical minerals, I'm most afraid of the fact that there's a race and we didn't even wake up to wear our shoes. So I'm worried that we won't be in the race. In 2025, the ministry wrote a strategic paper about critical minerals. And in 2026, we, in our R&D program, we put a lot of emphasis on critical minerals together with the Innovation Authority and with the Ministry of Education, not education, in the Ministry of in the Ministry of Science, yes, Science and Technology. So with both of them, we did different collaboration. We always invested in companies that take us less independent on critical minerals, but I think you have, when you need to deal with something, you have to look at it and be really talking about it and not just on the side topics. So.
Fantastic. I do want to start off with you both, Ben and Noah, as kind of the representatives of the consumers of critical minerals. And I'd like to get your perspective and how do you view the kind of last couple of years and months in the kind of changing macro environment of minerals, and how do you also see the role of your companies in, kickstarting the market, if you will, as demand generators.
Okay, I will start. So I think as Volkswagen Group is a pretty big, major car maker, if you simply look at the number, we're number 2 in the world. Just in 2025, we shipped, I think, almost 9 million vehicles, and almost 1 million of them are actually electric vehicle. And for those of you who don't know, we are very much heavily depending on critical minerals and also now more on the rare earth element, especially when it comes to electrification. You can't have a car without an e-drive. You can't have an e-drive without rare earth element. So the issue really, I think, got to us and also to the upper management, because that's usually how you drive changes in organizations. In our size is that, wow, crisis everywhere. Okay, this automaker in the US has stopped manufacturing for a few months and they have lost millions of dollars. And then we're like, oh, we are actually very close. So then they started to set up some sort of task forces, how can we create a strategy to procure the rare earth element and other critical minerals in the long run. So we're still in the planning stage. But at the same time, I, as an innovation person, I was like, I can't wait until you have the strategy ready. I need to start working on something. So I initiated and put together, with the help of a lot of industry players and startup, a consortium that we will be probably the first of its kind, I think, in many regions to validate such a value chain really existed. Because the challenge is not in, it is also in the extraction or urban mining technology, but actually after you mined it, after you have the oxide, what do you do? Do you have anybody to do the refinery? Can you have a lawyer? Can you have a magnet maker that can make it happen? We're still answering a lot of the questions, and I don't know if I have all the answers, but I'm happy to sitting here to share with you all my learning and also my struggles, because maybe it's common, right, Ben?
Can I join the Buyers Club as well?
Very much. Let's talk after.
Ben? Ben, you promised me a provocation.
Two aspects to this question. On one hand, we do have a lot of interest in securing critical minerals and making sure we have enough material to work with when it comes to EVs and so on. We actually invested in the past in a lithium recycling company from Germany, and yesterday we announced an investment in Niron Magnetics, a US company who is allowing to create e-motors without magnets or without other rare earth materials. So this exists, and this is part of our mission statement when it comes to investing. On the other hand, and that's the new reality, the market is not there. Honda announced it will cancel their upcoming plans to launch electric vehicle models. A lot of R&D money is now on pause. We will not use whatever investment we've made in order to launch those models, and the reason being the market haven't adopted this. The pre-sales haven't, specifically in North America, haven't met our expectations, and Honda decided to put a pause on it. This actually means maybe critical minerals like lithium or, again, e-motors are not a high demand at the moment, and maybe will have to be delayed in a few years.
Gideon, do you want to retort?
I have a remark.
All right.
Some would say that we wish that Ferrari wouldn't go EV. If you know what happened with the latest launch of the Ferrari, just have a look at it.
Okay then. I do not follow the automotive market that much. No, but thank you. Gideon, I want to piggyback on Ben's comment about the market, and I think as an investor and as a venture builder, what do you think is investable today, and what do you think is not?
So first of all, I have to answer a little bit outside my investment scope.
Sure. Go ahead.
I don't believe that EVs will not rule the market quite soon. Certainly after this crisis that we had with the Iran war, The price of gasoline has gone up so much that EV is much more reasonable. It's also much less susceptible to supply issues. It's generated locally, certainly from if it's from renewable energies. And I think the Japanese manufacturers are making a mistake. Toyota also concentrated. Toyota also concentrated
just announced
before
today.
Yes, but this is my personal belief. I will write on LinkedIn about this. I do think the EV is here to stay and big, and it's going to rule the market pretty soon. Unrelated to that. So what can we do with respect to minerals? First of all, I'm not a prophet. So what we usually do in Israel is we try to find the technologies that are available. And here, in this case, Net Zero are putting together a second competition for startups or early stage startups and academic projects. It's called Labs for Minerals, similar to our Labs for Climate from last year. And by the way, last year, one of the winners got an investment from us of 6.5 million shekels, so it's quite worthwhile to participate in this competition. We do this competition together with Evonik and Tenova. Tenova is Tenova Israel is part of Techint, a big corporate, and also potentially with Deloitte, hopefully.
You heard it here first.
Hmm?
You heard it here first.
Okay. And so this competition will try to entice people to present what they have, because it's not so easy sometimes to find it. However, if we try to find the different segments in the market, we can talk about minerals. There is several stages. Let's say there is the exploration stage. You have to find where the minerals are. Then you have to try to extract the minerals. And finally, let's say, refine the separate materials. So if you look at these segments and what Israel could potentially be strong in, I would say exploration is mostly information, and that there is, I think, a good potential for Israel to propose at least a few ideas. I would love to see the Geological Survey participate more in the industrial part of things. Also, from my position at the Ministry of Energy, we were a little bit frustrated often that they are very academic, but it's an opportunity for them to start to participate in the industry. So there is a Geological Survey in Israel. There is strength. There is also, after the gas discoveries here, there's a lot of knowledge around in Israel about exploration. So it's a good potential, I would say. The extraction is quite difficult because these are big projects, and it's very difficult to get into the process and present something that's very, very industrialized. But we are trying, by the way, in one of our companies. And the refining process also, there is a decent potential because often it would be electrochemistry or chemistry, and I think there is strength in Israel in these areas.
Yael, I want to go to you and maybe focus on a bit of a different topic, well, related topic, and that is, how do you see critical minerals connect to Israel's broader energy agenda?
Okay, so first I want to add to what Gideon said is also the alternatives are very important, and in this actually we have a lot of strength in replacing those critical minerals and rare critical minerals in different alternatives, and we have the storage center, the electrochemical energy center that actually sits in Bar Ilan that is doing a lot in that field. Now, Israel as a whole, I think we in the last year, like 12 months, let's say, we've been focusing on critical minerals because we saw all the geopolitics issues. And then there are interministerial meetings, and each one takes their own path. So if it's the foreign ministry, they would like to sign agreements to secure a supply in case of war, or to make sure we're part of the game. We in the Chief Scientist Office say that what we can give to bring to the table as a negotiation point is our knowledge, is our head. So we can offer technology as part of this securing the supply chain. So if we have like chips for data centers, so if we go into this field and we bring the knowledge and the technology, we can have a ticket in the game. Of course, the Ministry of Finance is doing deals to secure procurement, to buy ahead of time, so in case of war. So each one is taking a different direction, and the point is together maybe we'll have all the open spots covered.
Before I continue to Ronit, anybody want to comment on that? I tried. Ronit, I want to ask you about where do you see the kind of, if you had to pick one or two areas where you really believe that Israel has an advantage, and you say that's where we should focus on, what would it be? And if you can, what shouldn't we do?
Okay, so I think, of course, Yael touched on that as well. I think that, our best game is in the brains of the value chain, and bringing technology into that brain. I think that we have good strengths in electrochemistry, as said, alternative materials, but definitely the full layer of the digitalization, the cyber. There's a lot of work being done on the defense area and security of the value chain in critical minerals. And so the optimization and using of AI to optimize the sources that are required. So there's two parts where we see the brains of the value chain of the critical minerals. One is in optimizing the use of critical minerals in semiconductor, in the different applications, the batteries and so forth, and reducing the need for critical minerals, and at the same time creating the alternatives that will be able to create a broader, not a single source in the world for the sources of the critical minerals. So that would be kind of the two things that we would go by. And these are the things that we're trying to push. On one hand, we're working, there's actually, in Israel, there's quite a few semiconductor global partners in Israel. So we're trying to work with them on the optimization of use, and at the same time working with about 50 different researchers, 50 different startup companies on bringing in the value of the aspects of the different value chain in critical minerals, and bring in new technology, breakthrough technologies that will be fostered around the globe. So not working on extraction specifically, because it's not here, but working on how do we actually bring in the brains to the full value chain.
I like that answer. I think that there are specific challenges in exploration that are hard to replicate when you're away from the mines. But I think we've heard from each of our speakers a few areas like separation and alternatives. Ben, as a kind of, when you're kind of evaluating companies, you mentioned this, I think, in your previous answer, talked a little bit about some of the companies you've invested in. What are the key things you're looking for and you're assessing when you're thinking about partnering with some of these critical minerals companies? And what would you say, if you can say, what's unique about this that you would look, for example, in a company in that space that you wouldn't in any other space?
So we look for companies with really deep technology, which serves as a barrier for entry. So we won't go for something that, it's easy to replicate. We really look for a technological edge.
Cloud code for minerals.
Again?
You wouldn't invest in cloud code for minerals.
No, unfortunately. But I would say, for critical minerals specifically, I'm personally a strong believer in recycling. I think it's a two-in-one. It's obviously addresses the supply chain challenge, but also helps us and the future regulation handle circular economy requirements. To the people who don't know, it's expected that the regulation will force manufacturers to take full responsibility for everything they produced. So if we're looking on a hybrid car, putting aside EVs, there is a battery there. And 10, 15, 20 years after production, you, Honda, or other car manufacturer have to take full responsibility for this waste. Now, this waste costs you money only to gather back to your facility. The idea of recycling and making it recapture its value is a two-in-one solution. Helps you both on the supply chain and on the environmental impact. So that's our direction, I would say, as being reflected in our investments.
Got it. Noah, yes, of course.
Just
Only if you disagree.
I will join with recycling. It was also mentioned before, a startup or a company needs to focus on what they can get from the product. And if they just play a component in the system, there's very little value. In the recycling business, there is, in my opinion, a much higher chance of extracting value from the product as compared to, let's say, the minerals in general, where giant players and giant projects, there's very little chance for a startup to actually extract value. So recycling is also good for the company, I think.
I disagree.
Nah, I have a question for you.
Yeah, I just want to wake people up. Okay, argument. So yes, actually I do agree, sorry, for the jump scare. However, I mean, very much resonating with what Ben said here. I think if there's one thing that actually makes it harder or actually more opportunities for innovation is that I'm representing an EU car maker and we're talking about EU regulations. So yeah, if we're looking about producer responsibility in Europe, there's going to be in 2031 called End of Life Vehicle Directive that mandates 25% of the new car needs to come with post-consumer recyclate. And there's a whole set of rules of what is considered post-consumer recyclate. And 25% of that is going to be closed loop. Fun time. We're not there yet. I don't know how we're going to get there. Probably we're going to pay some fines in the first years, but a lot of technology in the rare earth elements and the critical minerals are going to go there. However, I also love the idea of recycling closed loop. What I have learned actually from that project I mentioned earlier of really validating the closed loop coming from car and ending up in car. The first challenge we encountered was actually to free the magnet from e-drives. We, as a automotive group, we have more than 10 brands. We actually sent one of the best, top tier dismantler in UK, 3 different e-drives. One is hybrid, so let's say that's not really a fair comparison. They look completely different, so different geometries, and magnets are, I say, glued to the e-drives using the most indestructible epoxy adhesive. In the end, I think it took them like 30-something hours to use a hammer to take out all the magnets. And imagine doing that in a scale. So this is also, you know, of course, if you are working on something enabling, let's say, freeing the magnet from the feedstock, or anything, you know, just from the side, mis-a-vis. It doesn't have to be really you do the refinery, because a lot of time the bottleneck is not in the places we think, oh, wow, chemistry, solvent, energy intensive. If you have a robot that could be used in the dismantler, very cheap, very durable, it's completely different from what you see in the lab, that's also a call for proposal, let me know, because that could be really the game changer, and it goes back to the critical mineral as well.
Just in kind of managing the time, because that is pretty much what I do here. I want to just shift gear for a second and ask both Yael and Ronit about the role of government, and I want to be more specific. Each from your perspective, you both represent different branches of government, and I want to get your kind of opinion on where should the government intervene, how it should help support, assuming that critical minerals are important for the Israeli innovation ecosystem, assuming it's important in general. How would you say the government can help support, and what kind of quote-unquote market failure is it trying to correct? Let's start with you.
So now I'll represent the Ministry of Energy and myself. So it won't happen what I think should be done. But theoretically, the problem is that if no one is buying, then no one will produce. So theoretically, if we would encourage recycling or encourage extracting different technology like better extraction methods, and we will be willing to pay for the product, then there will be a business, there will be an incentive. I think the problem is that there's no incentive to produce this technology because the problem is not here yet and no one will pay for it, even not Honda and Volkswagen. Like, they won't pay, no one will pay. So if no one is paying, it won't exist, and I don't think the government is going to do that. We will give money to a startup. In a 50% of the grant they will need to bring home, which they'll probably go to Honda, maybe they'll give them 20, they will give them, and in the end they'll suffer because no one will buy their product. So my point is, I wish we would buy. If we would buy, there would be a market.
Okay. Yes.
Tough crowd.
Yeah, so I think definitely us, the Israel Innovation Authority, it's not specifically the government, but we look at three ways in which we can support the growth of this ecosystem. When we look at growth of ecosystem, we're looking at it as the the accumulation of knowledge and building the right infrastructure for technologies to rise here and go global, okay, and to produce back to Israel the right advantage into the Israeli economy. We can do that in three different ways. One is we de-risk financing at very early stage to make sure that the highest breakthrough technologies are coming out of Israel and can compete globally with all the biggest players that there are and win globally. So we de-risk financing of new technologies at early stage. We do that with the startup fund. We do that with other tracks that are meant specifically to help those startups when they're coming out of research and starting their path all the way to round A, and de-risk their financing so that the private market can walk in and help them go to the next stage. The other thing we do is we try to help scale. And you talked about it, Noah, and I think it's very, very true. It's true to all climate technologies, definitely in energy. It's very hard to scale those new technologies. And we do that by helping startups demonstrate their technologies in real life solutions. We approach corporates that want to build demonstration sites, and we also grant grants to startups that want to do the pilots and demonstrate their technologies in real life evidence, and that helps them to make it to the next step. We also help whoever wants to build a manufacturing site in Israel. We also give grants to move from R&D to production. So we have those grants as well. So all the way of the value chain, we can help with de-risking and financing those steps in the role of technology. The other thing we do is we try to create the best effective environment for startups to grow.
And that is when we work with the Ministry of Energy, we work with the Ministry of Environment, we work with all the different ministries. We open calls. We try to work on regulatory sandboxes and make sure that the environment is right for those startups to handle all the obstacles that they will carry out while they grow. And these are the things that we do to push it so that the private market can feel more comfortable to take these technologies and go global with them.
So I want to piggyback on that and ask both Gideon and Noah, from the lab to scale. And Gideon, for you back a lot of it's called emerging research. It's coming out of universities and being spun out. And Noah, you focus a lot of energy and time on making sure that these companies can work and pilot their technologies. And I want to get your kind of perspective on how do you do that? Ronit talked about the role of government in de-risking. How do you guys see in practice getting those companies from lab to scale?
So first of all, we are looking at the team very closely. We really expect to have in the team people with industrial experience. This is a number one priority, because it's not enough to develop the technology and demonstrate the technology. You need from day one, from the early stages, to design it to be scalable. And only people who have been in the industry and understand that and understand what makes sense and what does not make sense from day one. What's too complicated just doesn't work at scale. And so we look at the team, we try to find the experienced people. Not so easy always, because often people coming from the industry are not so much into innovation and trying new things. They're more conservative. But yes, this is an important point. I will say, in terms of the government support also, in this field, in energy, but certainly in materials, the chance of having the plant in Israel is very, very low. Eventually, the actual production will be outside of Israel, because Israel is so small. And often it does not make sense to do the logistics from the plant in Israel to wherever the customer is. It will have to be somewhere else. And so the support cannot be dependent on production in Israel. We can do maybe sometimes pilot plant in Israel, but really to be real, production will be outside of Israel 99% of the time. And the government has to understand that. So the value will come from the fact, the value to Israel will come from the fact that we have the engineering here, we have the brains here, and we also sell these companies eventually. We are a startup generating nation, unfortunately. So in some cases we can pull it to big companies, to large companies, but in hardware, materials, it's not going to work.
No?
So I wish I had this winning formula for all my cases. Of course, I'm very blessed that I have many successful projects in this area. However, it is really, really case by case. So I wanted to share from what I learned from the success, and also leave a little bit positivity to the end of a point that has not been touched today on this stage. I think, as I mentioned before, extraction or refining, or a startup doesn't do everything, right? It touches a single point, and then you use that point to attract investor to back you up, and then you use the same deck to attract me to pay you for a POC. However, in the reality is, if you are only a single startup that doesn't have all the supply chain, even to validate that, if you are hoping for me to bring you the industry player, it's going to take much longer. It's not going to happen. People are just going to be tired, because innovation is already very risky. You, as a startup, will try to de-risk it as much as possible. What I have learned, an easy way, easy money, is government grants, either Horizon or other one that Israeli startups are eligible for. It's a good way, because once you have a consortium, people are committed, at least on paper, right? You have those quarterly meetings, at least you can grab those people quarterly. In other cases, they're just going to be gone. They'll ghost you, they're going to answer you, oh, this looks interesting, but that's not enough. by giving some incentives, like if you put your time or in kind, there's going to be another 50% coming from EU, Israel, that works much better. However, I think there's also another way of validation, which is, again, very, very privileged that I'm representing Connect. We are part of group innovation. Like, just by the name, you could tell we are the innovation people. We're a bit crazy. We have a lot of biochemists. We have a bioengineering department, which means if you have crazy idea, the person you should be talking to should be us, because we are actually looking into biomining, bioleaching, phytomining, having some plans to actually extract the nickel from the soil. That's something that we can do. We understand the risk. We also have biologists, biodiversity expert that actually can tell you what we're looking for. And then from there, we're going to go to the procurement guy saying like, hey, you're interested in plant mined nickel. Let me tell you that by doing so, first of all, price-wise competitive, it's doable, it can do in a scale, and we're not going to kill all the birds in South Africa by doing that. All they need is to have all these boxes checked, and the innovation team is definitely the right one to use. And please, I think, appreciate us, because not all the corporates are still putting all the resources in innovation. I hope we can do this as long as possible together with Ben, hopefully.
I'm getting angry looks at, like, God, not angry, but forceful. So usually we do a kind of a close-up, but I think out of kind of respect for the next panel, we'll pause here. I wanted to thank all of you for your insights, for your thoughts, and for an occasional disagreement. I wanted them, so thank you. And thank you all for kind of listening to the wonderful insights from the panelists, and hope you all are now at this panel with the shared enthusiasm we all have for minerals and materials. And with that, I think we'll close it. Thank you once again, and see you.
Make sure that you come find all the panelists, because yes, I did cut you off, but it's okay. You could find them on the platform. You could find them here in person. Our jury members, come take a seat in the front. But before we get, as we set up the stage, before we get to the All-Stars, kind of the heart of this, we have some really good news that's going to break here before it breaks globally, that actually everyone in this room gets to hear first. So I want to bring up Alon Tal, VP of Corporate Development at Zutacor.
Hello. Thank you so much. Great to be here and appreciate the 60 seconds to share the exciting news with you. For those who are not familiar with Zutacor, Zutacor is doing direct-to-chip liquid cooling for data centers. What we're doing special is that it's waterless and two-phase, so providing best-in-class energy efficiency and no water in the white space. And the news that we have, which is going to be breaking in about, I think it's about 15 minutes now, is that we've raised $100 million to scale our technology. Thank you very much, and appreciate the support from Ignite the Spark, and good luck to all the startups that are pitching.
Congratulations, that's absolutely amazing. Really good job. And to the startups that are about to take the stage. Now you could hear me, my mic was off. Rookie mistake on my part. So the startups that are about to take the stage, I think that's a great example to kick you off, right? If that's not an inspiration in a full room, I'm not sure what is. Now the startups that are here, this is a tradition that I do. I take off my jacket, I roll up my sleeves. Again, these are individuals that are relentlessly themselves in everything that they do. They are the innovators at the end of the day. They're the ones who take the stage, bear themselves to all of you. They have put in about 4 weeks of work. They went through 3 different workshops. They had sessions one-on-one with me, pitch deck reviews, how to take the stage, refining everything, carbon math, you name it, they went through it. So a round of applause for all of them. We took it from a top 20 to a top 10 with our judges. These are our partners in the event and sponsors, and thank you all for everything that you've done to bring this event. And they took it from top 20 to top 10. And in this top 10, we have 2 different tracks. The way that we're going to do it right now, the very first track is the EU track. The EU track, the prize winner, will be going directly to Energy Tech Summit with our partners at Contrarian Ventures, and thank you so much. After this, you're going to have 5 startups go right now. And then we have one more panel that we'll come back to, and then we have a US track. The US track is going to be going to New York Climate Week, a direct path directly to that. So, are we ready? Yeah. All right, hold on. Are we ready? Yeah. Thank you, thank you. So, with the very first one, we're going to bring up Lior Bar Shalom, CEO and co-founder of Arbel Energy, who's doing big things on a nano scale.
Hi everyone, my name is Leo. I'm co-founder and CEO of Arbel Energy. Everyone understands that today the world needs much more energy. AI, infrastructure, data center, we need much more energy. But in the other side, one of the most powerful sources of energy is here, it's our sun. Every hour the sun provides enough energy to power the entire world for a year. The challenge is not the source. The challenge is how effectively we can convert it for energy. Solar panel with us for many years, but most of them can convert only 20% from the sun energy to electricity. Almost 80% are lost. And this is the bottleneck that Arbel Energy is going to solve. At Arbel Energy, we create a new generation of solar cell based on quantum dot. Our solar cell will be lightweight, flexible, and even can be transparent. The most important thing about that we can do the most efficient solar cell. To understand how we can make it, they have 2 core advantages. First of all, with any traditional solar cell, usually 1 photon can create 1 electron. Most of the remaining energy lost is heat. In our case, 1 photon can create multi-electrons. More electrons, more efficiency. Another important thing that our structure allows us to get a very wide spectrum of the sunlight, including the infrared. So together with more electrons, we actually can get the most powerful solar cell that ever had. It could be even 3x more efficient compared to traditional solar cell. Also, the material that we use is cost-effective, easy to make. We can print it in a cost-effective way of production. So together with our partner TNO, one of the leading research institutes in the Netherlands, we already proved this technology at lab. We also proved upscale. And now together with them, we want to take it outside from the lab into the pilot implementation. We will start with a transparent retrofit booster that will sit on existing solar panel. The idea is simple. Traditional solar panel lost efficiency over time. With our retrofit, we will bring back the efficiency they lost. The infrastructure is already there, so companies have interest to collaborate with us, and that's how we can start it. So think about lightweight, flexible, and extremely efficient solar cell that can fit for mobility, for data center, space application, and even utility. This is the next generation of solar cell, and this is what Arbel Energy brings to the table. Thank you very much.
Don't leave the stage just yet. We have 2 minutes for questions. Our judges are out here in the front, and they're going to be going live on their voting. And Gidon, of course, the first question for you.
Hi. What size panel did you produce in the lab? 2, how do you connect your second layer to the electricity system, to the inverter or whatever?
So first of all, we made, as I mentioned, we collaborate with TNO. One slide was missing here. That actually we proved the technology on small scale. One of the big question was about the large scale, and we print large scale by 10 by 10. Usually any solar cell is a matrix of 10 by 10. So we already proved 10 by 10, but actually we can make it longer and wider. So this is the first thing that we will do. Regarding how we can connect to exist solar panel, it's exactly the thing that we're doing right now. Next month, we selected to be in Free Electron to collaborate with a company that comes from utility, and this is exactly the thing that we're going to do together to start bring our solution and together with them to find what exactly they want to do with us in the pilot, because they want to get some number that sometimes can be different from what we are looking for, and that's exactly the program that we selected to be.
Can you please describe the team and the financial model?
The team, of course, the CTO is Matan Arbel, easy to remember. We also have Shamel that joined to the team. Ronen Lago, part of our team, Chief of Strategy. It's important to understand, right now we do the development together with TNO. So some of the team is also part there. So we bring the technology, and regarding the idea of the, let's say, go to market and how we actually can do that, we're focused on to develop the technology. We still have way to do to make the most efficient solar cell. We need to focus on that. That's why we're going to collaborate with all kind of research institute and also see all kind of company that to do production, OEM and etc.
So can you discuss a little bit the progress, where you are on TRL and current achievements and traction?
Yes.
Who is your potential first customer, if you have any?
First of all, regarding the TRL, as I mentioned, we proved this technology on small scale and large scale, TRL 6. Right now, we actually want to take it outside from the lab to start to get all the durability testing, etc., outside from the lab. This is exactly what we are. So that's TRL 6. Regarding, what was the second one?
Traction. Who are your customers? What's the first industry you're planning to?
So the traction is already we contact with several companies that utility that use kind of solution that can help us to, first of all, to understand all kind of questions that will be outside from the lab. Company that some of them I can tell that I'm on the stage, but we talk already with big company that do utility, that use all kind of technology. They told us that they want any increase of even in a few efficiency, it would be important for them. So they help us to bring it outside from the lab.
So, perfect.
Thank you very much.
We're going to keep it going. And the next one. Someone making low temperature a hot topic. Oh, you're sitting right there. Yeah, you. We're going to have Thermogix come up right now, and it's going to be Gil Aginsky, CEO.
Hello, thank you for having me today. Happy to be here. I'm Gil, the CEO of Thermagic. $1 trillion blind spot surrounds us. Wherever you will look, you will find it. Now I'm talking about unlocking the value of low-grade waste heat. 50% of the produced energy in the world becomes waste heat. Most of it is below 100 Celsius. Below 100 Celsius, there is no economic solution for harvesting. And if we will add to it the need for robustness, for example, we don't want to be dependent on the grid. Efficiency, 50% getting lost. Cost, very important, of course. Environment, an operation that you want to scale, but again, you want to scale without the dependent of outsource energy like fuel or gas that is lacking in some areas. And resilience, which is again very important for us. And you add it to the zero economic harvesting solution, you have $1 trillion blind spot. And this is where Thermagic actually enters the picture, using phase change thermoacoustic technology, our technology, that has outstanding heat dissipation capabilities for data center, for example, that will save money on electricity and water. We can turn your waste heat into electricity and or cooling in a very cost-effective and eco-friendly manner. For example, we'll take the heat in your yard and produce electricity for your own use, so you will have your own source, energy source. Our technology has no moving parts, so it's very robust. It's fully modular and scalable. For example, you can see in the center of the slide a 9-unit rack that can be scaled according to the need. Very efficient, more than twice than the efficiency of a regular combustion engine, and the heat transfer is very high, talking about 1 kilowatt per square centimeter, and no emissions whatsoever. Very attractive ROI, 2 years, and the OPEX nearly to zero. You have already paid for the fuel, which is the excess heat, and no moving parts, no maintenance. The business model, system sale, and recurring service revenue. In a nutshell, thermoacoustic is a proven technology. We take the heat, put it inside the system, produce sound wave, and then decide if to produce electricity or cooling. And it's a very expensive technology that is being used by NASA. And the magic actually introduced the phase change that reduce the pressure and the heat, so the capex dropped down dramatically. We got funded, TRL4 almost 5. We got traction in several shipping and heavy industries and data centers. We're part of Intel Ignite. Team is very, sorry. The team is led by academic and business excellence, and we are seeking for visionary partners ahead of our Q4 round to bring the magic to mass production and unlock the $1 trillion waste heat revolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil. That was fascinating. Can you tell us a little bit about your traction, go-to-market, business model?
So we got several LOIs from shipping and industries for buying the units, according, of course, to the heat source that they have. So we are trying to increase the number of the LOIs right now, but we are already on track with several LOIs. And like I said, we are selling the units. Right now, we are in shipping, heavy industries, and data centers.
Gil, thank you for this talk. Can you talk a little bit about the demonstrations that you've already placed? Where did you put them? What was the output of those demonstrations?
So we are at TRL4 almost 5. In about a month, we will put our first demonstrator in an industry in Haifa. And by the end of this year, we will introduce 2 MVPs. The first one is in the heavy industries, and the second one is in the ship. We already have the ship. We already been in the ship, did the ICDs with the ship. It's more complicated, so we started early, but it's going to be by the end of this year.
Can you give some numbers? What's the size of your, in kilowatts, of your unit, this demo that you have done? And second, what sort of efficiencies do you get, let's say, from heat to heat or to cold?
So right now, the demonstrator that will be introduced in about a month is a very small one. I'm talking about 40 millimeters of a demonstrator. So it's several, something like 20 to 40 watts, that's all. And the efficiency that we are aiming right now is 20% of Carnot. We are trying, and we will get by the end of this development to 50% of Carnot. And the demonstrator that we will put by the end of this year is about 300 millimeters, and it's about more than 1 kilowatt of electricity production. We are working with 140 Celsius. This is the demand of the customer, actually.
Thank you, Gil. So the next one that we'll be bringing up is making the complex the strongest part. That would be BH Grids, the Senior Commercial Director, Fiona Rosenberg-Nidam.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. Thank you for your time. I think we're all living witnesses of the AI revolution. And whilst most of us embrace this, it has its downsides. And one of the significant impacts is the excessive demand on energy. And energy at the moment is exceeding the supply, especially in data centers. But why is this still being unmanaged? Today we're going to talk about, in the next couple of minutes, we're going to talk about how BH Grids tackles this and provides customers, data center customers, with a much smarter, leaner, and greener solution. So energy and carbon are your biggest risks. Today, energy is a huge, it's a huge cost. It's one of the biggest, it is the biggest OpEx cost for data centers, and it's expected to rise about 128%. And naturally, this is having an impact on the costs as well. At the same time, the ability to collect real data, real hourly auditable data, in order to meet growing compliance regulations and also to make intelligence-based energy decisions still doesn't exist. So what we have today is we have customers, data center customers, making billion-dollar decisions blindly. We can just all imagine how much this must be costing them. What is the size and potential of the market? Well, as we know, in the next few years, by 2030, the energy spend is going to be around $65 billion. I think we can all agree this is a sizable market. But we're not seeing the tools that we need in order to make them more efficient in terms of their energy and carbon. This is where the $12 billion is coming in. This carbon management software spend is where we fit into the market. BH Grids is an AI real-time intelligence platform, simplifying the complexity around carbon and energy management in data centers. Through API integration, we can integrate on an hourly basis the ingest of different data, such as the grid data, the carbon emission data, PUE, CUE, all the different data into one system, centralized system, as a single source of truth. Our platform, and through the platform, we have reliable third-party data, which can be viewed, managed, and analyzed under one system. What we have today is we have a live solution. The proof is in the pudding. We're proud to say that we've carried out 2 successful POCs, one with a blue chip and tier 1 operator, and the second one is with Mekorot, which most of you will know is a public utility company in Israel. And in both cases, we had proven results of 15 to 20% savings in their carbon. This is sizable if you convert it into dollars. Sorry. What is also really interesting is that we are first in the market. We don't see any other solutions out there that provide this real-time visibility to the carbon and energy. We're first out there. We are compatible with the GHG, the enforcement of different regulations, and the enforcement of tighter regulations. We're already out there. So we're built, we're validated, and we've been audited. We are SOC. We are already SOC 1 and SOC 2 certified. As I mentioned before, we already have proven results. We received a $1 million budget from R&D from the Israel Singapore R&D Institute, which obviously validates their belief in our solution and in the market potential. And we also received, I think the guys are sitting here in the team, a really nice, we won the climate award from the Deloitte Catalyst team, so thank you for that. Our team, we've got a small team. We're a team of 8 people, but what I think is really interesting is the team encompasses really great skills, including data center, energy, AI, and also go-to-market skills. So what are we looking for? We're looking for a $5 million seed round. The money will be spent to help us launch our go-to-market plan, at the same time to continue developing our products and also meet compliancy regulations. I think we discussed, there was a lot of compliancy discussion earlier, and I think this is an important point. So BH Grids are ready. We have a live product. Integration is through API, so we can scale up very quickly and onboard customers and expand and scale up. The solution is compatible for single sites as well as for the whole customer portfolio. We know the market is going in that way because it doesn't exist today, and customers, the data center customers, has to be far more efficient in terms of how they manage their energy and the carbon. They need the true visibility, they need control. So we're ready. Are you ready to invest or become our next design partner? We'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
Can you please elaborate more on the solution, the innovation? You know, which systems are you connected to? How do you measure, you know,
So first of
estimate
all-
the emissions?
Great question. Thank you. Basically, we have a BH Grids methodology, which is partially the methodology that we use to prove the results for our blue chip customer, and also for Makurot is a solution that we can't share all the details about it, but the integration, because it's through API integrations, we can integrate with all the different systems. So we can integrate with their grid systems. We can integrate with their battery storage systems. So I think the part that we can share is that the ability to integrate the different sources and then break down what the sources are, what the energy sources are, how much the carbon efficiency the sources, the breakdown that's not visible today, is the sweet spot in our solution. Does that help to answer the question?
Anything else?
The carbon market is a bit obsolete. Can you comment on your plans to quell any concerns about this matter?
So another great question, obviously, and you're absolutely right. We understand that when we first started developing our solution, which is just under 2 years ago, the focus was very much on the carbon. But we quickly understood that carbon doesn't sell, and investors also. They're less interested in carbon. And that's why we have also integrated the energy side. So we believe that carbon will be a door opener. As we've seen with these two pilots, with two very large organizations, the reason we were able to open those doors is because of the carbon. Because even though it's obsolete, the ability to collect carbon data and to do the auditing is also very obsolete. So the significant impact that we had for these organizations, they were amazed at, first of all, the over-reporting that they were currently doing, and the efficiency and time it took them to gather all the data, which is virtually online. As I mentioned before, it's an hourly data ingest. So they were very impressed. So you're right, I don't think it's a buzzword. It's not like cyber, and it's not sexy, and it's not data center language. But in reality, behind the closed doors, we believe we didn't give up on the carbon because we believe this is our door opener. And we can talk to different divisions within an organization, but carbon is definitely a very interesting door opener. And I didn't highlight, but it was on the screen. Our business model is sort of like a land and expand business model. It's very scalable. And that's part of the model, is like we can go in different directions. We have several products also in development, but one product is only focusing on the carbon because we still believe, based on the pilots, that there will be customers who are looking at us from the carbon side. But it's not sexy, you're right.
Thank you, Fiona.
But it saves money and time.
Thank you. So we're going to continue. We're going to keep going right now. We're going to be going with Finding a Place in the Gap with Sharon Erez Shai, CEO of Salion Energy.
Hi, nice to be here today. So 1 in 5 outages in critical infrastructure, such as data centers and semiconductor facilities, result in over $1 million damage. Half of these events are triggered by backup power failures, the very systems that were supposed to prevent them. I'm Sharon Erez Shai, CEO of Salion Energy. We're developing a new category of battery for high power for those to solve that problem. So when the grid blinks, generators don't kick in instantly. We typically rely on stored power alone for some seconds to a minute, and this is how the system breaks. Currently, operators get to choose between either supercapacitors that can handle the millisecond to second events, but they're very expensive to oversize, or the lithium-ion batteries that can run for hours, but they're not meant for those high power bursts. They degrade over time. And so the mid-range, the second to minute, does not have a good cost-effective solution. So it's already cost the industry billions of dollars, and with the AI rise and the stress in the grid, it's going to get worse. And this is the gap that we are addressing at Salion Energy. Salion is defining a new category of a battery, especially for this mid-range, for that gap. Our technology is based on aqueous electrolyte, sodium ion, meaning it's non-flammable and safe. It's all recyclable, abundant material, so we're also resilient to supply chain. Our technology is basically resilient to recurring events. We have a long cycle life, very high power. So also, unlike most batteries that degrade over time, we're able to hold that. Our target price, and this is like a big thing, thinking of a TCO, is less than $1 per kilowatt for a 30-second mark, meaning we could be up to 100 times less than super capacitors for that time. We've already validated our technology in different scales in lab, a TRL 4, looking at 5. We have a patent, we filed a patent. We are working with some industry integrators, including Uniom, Eaton Partner, in order to validate our technology and collaborate with them to see that we're adjusting to the market's needs. Our goal is to enter the market through existing UPS and backup systems, but then become a new category for a power buffer system, for a standard power buffer system for data centers, semiconductor facilities, and more. Our team combines of industry leaders along with some very strong electrochemists from 3 top universities here in Israel. We've raised our pre-seed about $1 million from Israel Innovation Authority, thank you by the way, and the Akachananu Fund about a year and a half ago, and are now seeking to raise our seed round. So we're looking for collaboration opportunities, both with strategic investors and also industry integrators. And please talk to us. So let's power what can stop together. Thank you.
I hope I just didn't miss it. I was calculating what's the cost per kilowatt hour, which is the more common unit. I know you didn't want to present it, but it's expensive. And what size did you do?
Excuse me?
What size did you do?
What size?
Yeah.
So currently, our battery, we've basically in our R&D, we've begun with our coin cells. We already progressed to powered cells, and we're also working on prismatic cells. We're talking about size-wise, our goal is to go towards 9 times 8 square centimeters for the powered cell.
And
then
in energy?
And in energy, so in energy density, we're looking at 15 watt per kilogram. And our target is to look at it as we're working with power. So like the fact that we have a very fast charge and discharge enables us to be able to supply power. So you don't have to oversize us as much as you do with other batteries. And the target price goes.
So your market will be just a backup? What would be your
So first of all, our goal is to enter the market as backup, yes. Potentially UPS systems, bridging that gap that I've mentioned. But then later on, we are talking about those pulses. We could also look at refining the energy, peak shaving. There's also other markets that I haven't discussed here, but that are potentially relevant to that, which are like forklifts, for instance, and trains that need more power for starting out. So we are looking at other markets as well, but our initial market is to enter through backup systems. Yes.
Are you really cheaper than supercaps? I mean, $120
Than
super
up to, yeah. We're working with Uniom, and they're providing paperwork for us so we can try to compare. They're showing us how hard it is for them to enable to provide a client with the with the systems that are not requiring the over-engineering. We've been to a facility here in Israel that uses those supercapacitors and are not happy with the prices, and we're looking at whatever we think that we can provide, and this is what we're looking at, yes. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great job. As we get it set up for the next panel, I do want to say that Ayal from NewGen, he had a personal emergency and he's not going to be able to make it. NewGen is part of the top 10, and if you got the booklets, you can find all their information in there, and then I still suggest that you contact and connect with him. And now, one of the things that we've talked about throughout the day is energy security, right? We can't stray away from it and everything that's happened. We talk about that triangle the entire day and all the parts of it. So we need to allocate some time to it. With that, we're going to have Kobi Adulami, Head of Energy Innovation at Israel Aerospace Industries, Brandon Friedman, Senior Research Fellow and Director of Research, Tel Aviv University's Moshe Dayan Center for Middle Eastern and African Studies, and then Aviva Steinberger, Interim CEO, Startup Nation Central, moderated by Ram Erez, Senior Researcher, INSS. So please make your way up to the stage. We're getting it all set up for you. We'll bring some mics here. Don't forget to stick around. We still have 5 more pitches to come and the announcement of the awards.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ram Erez, a senior researcher at the INSS. Currently, I'm leading a research team on nuclear energy in the Middle East, which is correlates naturally to the issue of the IMEC, another project that we are having in the institute, headed by Galia Lavi, that couldn't be here, and she has a new baby-born granddaughter. And obviously, the subject here of energy security paradigm. I'm honored to present our 3 panelists. Ms. Aviva Steinberger, Interim CEO, Startup Nation. Dr. Brandon Friedman, Senior Research Fellow and Director of Research at the Tel Aviv University, Moshe Dayan Center.
Just a little bit louder and closer.
Louder?
Yeah,
okay.
and closer to your face.
And Kobi Adulami, Mr. Kobi Adulami, Head of Energy Innovation, Israel Aerospace Industries. So without further ado, let's get into the core issue. Recent geopolitical developments have made it clear that energy security can no longer be viewed solely through national lens. Increasingly, resilience depends on regional partnership, interconnected infrastructure, and cross-border cooperation. As you all know, IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, is an ambitious initiative aimed at strengthening connectivity through transportation, energy, and digital infrastructure. While IMEC represents a long-term strategic vision, today's discussion focuses on a more immediate challenge, that is, energy security and opportunities for regional cooperation that can help address current energy needs and strengthen resilience across the region. Aviva, let me begin with you. From your perspective, what are the most promising opportunities for regional energy cooperation involving Israel in the coming years?
Thank you.
I think in the conversation around regional collaboration around energy, the main driver today obviously is a geopolitical one rather than an economic one. And in the context of the realities that keep shifting and changing, we have to be paying attention to where the geopolitics is playing out and how that presents opportunities. Now, if you look at the different frameworks, IMEC is one of them. You have EastMed, 3+1, I2, U2, Pax Silica, a alphabet soup of opportunities where it's very much at a G2G level and not very clear where the private sector can actually step in. And so if I'm trying to drill that down into how we can approach this practically, where there are practical opportunities, I would break it down into the who, the what, and the how. And the who being, who are the partners that we need to be talking to, we being the private sector, and particularly the private sector in Israel. So I think about the who, if you look at, you mentioned IMEC, even top headline, who are the people that are sitting around that coalition of the willing, that are already partners, that are people that, or not people, entities that we can engage with, whether it's in this context, India, Germany, where are those players where Israel is not officially a member of IMEC or not officially at the table. There are meetings happening, convenings, working groups. They're playing out where energy collaboration, and not just energy specifically, but as it translates into other things like transportation collaboration, how does Israel and Israeli technologies become an active player at that table? If you go further and you look at the Euro-Asia interconnector or the Great Sea interconnector, there are projects happening. 2029, we're going to be seeing 2,000 megawatts of, and it's not just cable, and the role that Israeli technology can play beyond the cable is in smart grid solutions, in storage solutions, in advanced monitoring. These are things that Israeli technology and Israeli companies have what to offer, have what to say. So it's through those partners, Greece and Cyprus with the United States are very integrated. In fact, I think it's next week, there's a ministerial meeting about this very specific topic in the US. You can't ignore the US role and how things are playing out in the region, obviously because this very much speaks to the US interest in energy dominance and regional security. So the who is about who's at the table and where can Israeli companies and Israeli innovation plug in. The what is, as I mentioned, is not just about the cables, but if you're thinking about grid optimization and cyber and renewable integration, these are the areas where what Israel has to offer and Israeli technologies can play a role. Obviously, also going a little bit further and looking at the defense and energy defense dual use applications, where we very much have a voice to share. And lastly, about the how, I think we talked about it, or the panel earlier talked about it. Ronit was saying about the role that integrators play and the way that the track for Israeli technologies to go through their own POC, look at how de-risking becomes critical, and then plug into those integrators, whether it's Siemens Energy or it's Doral or it's Noga, who are the entities that the Israeli companies can plug into. And I'll even say that in the United States, they're looking at, even at US companies, how US companies can put together consortia of non-US companies that can be active players in major infrastructure projects. That's a model that we should be looking at. And the last thing I'll say is about the voice of the private sector in influencing government. I think there's a role to play for the private sector to be a lot louder in where they see these opportunities translating, helping to translate G2G and government conversations into ones that present opportunities for the private sector, whether it's about integration in data centers and allocation of government funding within those frameworks.
Thank you very much, Aviva, and for laying out the vision and the opportunities. And now to you, Brandon. What do you see are the main challenges in turning this vision into a reality?
If I were being perfectly honest, I would say, Ram, the entire set of opening remarks about multilateralism, I think we need to check all of those assumptions. I think we're living in an age with a president in the United States who looks to be eagerly trying to rewrite the rules of the game, whether they're economic, energy, strategic. He is a disruptive force. There is a strategic and economic component to his attempt to create a new trade policy, to rewrite the direction of energy policy, and also more broadly strategic policy. And I think when we look at ideas like IMEC, and Aviva very coherently mapped out a range of new ideas that have emerged, most of them emerged pre-Trump. And so we have a US president who seems to want to move in a very different direction. And I don't think it's yet clear to everyone exactly what that direction is. The way the region seems to be responding to the American attempt to rewrite the rules of the game is they seem to be trying to protect themselves from threats, whether that's strategic. Some see Iran as the great strategic challenge. Certainly that's the case for us here in Israel. In the Gulf, there are certain actors today that are talking, and in Turkey as well, that are talking about Israel as being the great strategic threat to the region, and we need to be cognizant of that. Israel al-Kubra is now part of the lexicon of the Arab world in many parts of the Gulf in particular. And I think economically, the region's also trying to insulate itself from the fragmentation of the global economy, which seems to many as being still a real and potential threat. And so the means in which we see people responding to this fear or trying to insulate themselves from these threats, be they strategic, Iran, for example, or economic in terms of the American effort to rewrite the rules of the trade game, we see blocks, these new blocks emerging in the region. So one of the latest groupings is the Saudi, Egypt, Pakistan, Turkey grouping. We've seen talk again of renewed and closer ties between Israel, the Emirates, and India. The I2U, but perhaps with a question mark about the second U, which is the United States. Where does it stand with respect to these groupings? And I'll get back to that in a minute. And this is what I would call more broadly being multi-alignment, right? And the question is whether this multi-alignment is something that really works. And I would ask us all to be very skeptical of it, okay? And so if I had to get to a punchline, what does all of this mean in practice, and what does it mean for Israel? So one of the buzzwords we've heard in the last 5 to 8 years is the quest for many actors to have strategic autonomy. And what they mean is they're not comfortable with this emerging rivalry between China and the United States because many feel it's forcing to make choices they don't want to make. And so there's a lot of talk about strategic autonomy and independence, and the question is whether this is chasing something that's real. The second is we've seen, and I talked about it a minute ago, a search for variable coalitions. So if various countries and states and actors are not comfortable aligning with either the United States or China, then they're seeking new groupings, and we've heard a lot from the current Prime Minister of Canada with respect to this. But India also talks in that language if you follow India's discourse closely. The idea that India would want to align with one bloc or another, I think, completely ignores the strength of Indian nationalism in the last 15 to 20 years. And finally, the last option, I think, which is the one I think that encapsulates Israel's approach, although certainly here in Israel we wouldn't talk about it this way, is what I would call reciprocal dependency, okay? Which doesn't mean we're a client to the United States. It means we see our interests aligned with the United States. And there's a paradox there because everyone talks about now the fact that Israel's perception in the United States today is at an all-time low. Its popularity, whether you're looking at the Pew surveys or other surveys. So how do we square that with the fact that Israel's strategic relationship with the United States, the military-to-military relationship in particular, has never been better, has never been closer, and in fact you can point to several different tangible achievements that have resulted in that relationship. So how do we square that circle? I would say that history gives us a reasonable frame of reference for understanding where we are today. okay? I think that the space for choosing not to choose is only going to get smaller. And therefore, for us in Israel, the challenge then is finding a way to re-navigate our relationship with the United States and put it on better, firmer ground. And I think that the way to do that was the way we did it in the late 20th century, which was to help the United States succeed in what it perceives to be as its biggest strategic challenge. In the 20th century, it was the Cold War. And I think that we can do that. And one of the biggest challenges facing us, and this is where I get to energy, I suppose, is the US, many people talk about the fourth industrial revolution, the AI revolution, and related technologies, and energy goes along with it. The question, one of the big questions today is who's going to end up on top? And I think Israel has a valuable role to play if it sees itself reinforcing that reciprocal dependency that has served it so well in the last part of the 20th century and the early part of the 21st century. We need to help the US win its wars and win the pieces that it wants to make, okay? And that's not easy. But I think if we do it, there's a continuous place for us at the geostrategic table moving forward. Thank you.
Wow, Brendan, really some heavyweight challenges ahead of us. So let's try and move to some ideas on solution. Kobi, looking ahead, what large-scale energy projects and innovative solutions can transform regional energy cooperation and strengthen energy security in the region?
Okay. We need to think about mix the source of energy in Israel. Now we deep dive on the natural gas, and we need to think about the future, the next 15 years. And we suggest to build nuclear system, SMR system. Now we can do it in Israel, but we can do it in our neighbor. And I agree with my colleague here that we need to collaborate and take the advantages of our neighbor. They signed the NPT, and we put in those countries nuclear source. Now the nuclear, the small modular reactor, we can control from far away and shut it down from far away. You can do a hub of nuclear source in Cyprus, and there is a cable between Hadera and Cyprus that we can move the electricity through them. This pipe will lose 7%. Also, we can make a hub in Jordan, but we need to collaborate. We need to do ecosystem with them and use, because they signed the NPT, we don't. Maybe in the future we can get it, but we need to think about the future now, make the regulation, open all these doors, and to think that we need to do something for the citizens in Israel.
Thank you, Kobi. So we have time, yes, we have time for one quick final round for all of you. I'll say this. If you can recommend one practical step to advance regional energy cooperation within the next 5 years, what would that be?
I think I discussed about Cyprus and Jordan. From perspective of economy, Jordan is very close to us. Cyprus is 350 kilometers, and Jordan is very close to Jerusalem. And if we put, I suggest this idea to Ministry of Energy, if we put in Jordan 20 system, maybe 5 gigawatt, we can give Jordan, Amman, and Jerusalem a lot of electricity, and we gain a lot. We can do it with data centers. We need electricity for data centers we built in Israel. Now we based on the natural gas. And we need to think about off-grid electricity for data center. And I think the project with Jordan is the best economy issue. It's not political easy task, but we need to think about if we do it, it will save us time for the next year.
Thank you, Kobi.
I'll relate to your question not as a project, but also piggybacking off of some of what Brandon was sharing. I think we're in a very different market today than we were 3 years ago, 5 years ago. And if there was one thing that I think the Israeli market, the Israeli energy tech ecosystem needs to be paying attention to, it's that the dynamics with the US have changed. When you walk into a room and you're looking to approach a partnership, to your point, Brandon, it's not about how do we have a solution and let's do business. It's how are we helping you achieve US, I said before, energy dominance, but that's how they're approaching it. And so it's a different mindset. It's no longer the Israelis that have the great technology, and we know that we do, and there are 370 energy tech companies today in Israel, and that's fantastic, and we have really great success stories, but it's no longer about the shiny, slick technology that's you're going to get the attention of an investor or a corporate because of their values or because they know that the reputation of Israel and Israeli technology is strong. This is about who's going to be the leader that's going to help us achieve our goals. And that just changes the pitch a little bit. And so you need to be thinking about who are the people that you need to get in front of. What's the best path for navigating that from a regulatory perspective, but also who do I need to get in front of and what steps do I need to take now in how I'm setting up the company, attracting investors, how I pitch my product so that it keeps the door open for further engagement in the United States. And I think that has spillover, obviously, in markets in the region.
Thanks, Aviva. Brendan?
I completely agree with what Aviva said. I would say, I would emphasize it even more, and I tend to, I'm usually understated, but I want to really emphasize this point, and I'm neutral on whatever the American policy is. I want that to be clear. But the American approach today is completely different than the Biden approach when IMEC emerged. And if we don't recognize the reality, then the pitch needs to be changed completely, I would argue, not just a little bit. The American approach now, and again, there's still a few years left on this Trump administration. Who knows what's going to come next? But the idea is that how does this help America win? That's sort of the language in which there's no longer a globalist frame to the energy issue, okay? It's a question of US strategic direction. And if it's not framed that way, then I think that your ideas probably won't be heard the way they should. And this is completely different from how the Americans shepherded the international system from World War II until this Trump presidency. Even the first presidency still bought into most of the major assumptions about the international community that the Americans had upheld from World War II until now. And now it seems that the American administration wants to reshape a lot of those assumptions about the international community. And I think if you want to be heard the way you should be heard, then you sort of have to speak that language, whether you like it or not. And I think that's just the reality of it. And I think that's my message.
Thank you very much. My takeaway from what you are saying now is that basically we are heading into a new world order, and it influences directly also the security of energy and regional cooperation. Please join me in thanking our excellent panelists and for sharing their thought-provoking ideas and insights, and also the organizers for bringing us together to discuss this important issue and highly relevant. And finally, to you all for attending this panel, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
So we're going to get the stage set up. This is a reminder. This is now the second round of startup pitches. This is the 5 that will be going right now. And these are the 5 that have the opportunity to go to New York Climate Week. So again, don't make me take off the microphone again. It was hard to get back on. Who's excited? Thank you. So the demand is now. The demand for you to come take the stage is now as well. I'm going to introduce from Media Power, Matthias Kopinski, COO and co-founder. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matthias Kapinski, CEO and co-founder of Immediate Power, and we're going where no one else can go, space-constrained sites. EV fleet hubs, data centers, factories, and ports are all electrifying. But the grid can't keep up, and this is where we come in. What we've built is the perfect solution for space-constrained and power-constrained sites. We have 3 modes. The engine. We have a direct injection multi-fuel variable RPM engine that is the most efficient on the market, more efficient than diesel or anything else. We put an alternator, which this makes us be able to not only be backup, but add power to the grid. This enables us to add permanent capacity to a customer site. No other solution can do this. And then our software, the 3rd mode. This software orchestrates everything and enables us to talk between the grid, the customer, and the gensets. And this enables us to be able to do predictive maintenance, fleet maintenance, and also give insights to where the customer can expand. So our customers. We're already working with boots on the ground. We sell to EPCs and CPOs who already have the end users in their pipeline. Some of them you can see up here. This makes us be capital light and logistics light, which means we have no risk in that sector. We offer 3 business models. We have leasing, direct sales, and power as a service. And what we do with this is we can either sell with leasing and power as a service. We can also keep the device after the user has finished their term. We refurbish it and we can redeploy it to another area. This enables us to keep our costs low, as well as be able to scale very, very rapidly. Roni, our CEO, has 25 years of experience in the commercial sector. I have about a decade in the energy industry, and Werner, our CTO, has 14 patents behind him, 36 years in the engine development industry. He was the chief engineer behind the Ferrari 458, the McLaren SLR, and the Porsche GT3. And the proof is in the numbers. We have a $60 million LOI pipeline. We have a prototype built, 9 patents pending. Our production facility is already secured. And we have Bosch and BTD, one of the top labs in the world for certifications, as our partners. We're asking for $6 million as a safe to get us to these next milestones. This capital will help us convert our LOIs from purchase orders, have a prototype field trial with the software, as well as also complete the commercial BOM, which will let us get to mass production within 12 months. So we're the team that has built the most efficient engines in the world. We're going where no one else can go. And our product fits on the back of a pickup truck while the competition needs an 18-wheeler. So come join us, build electricity capacity.
So, questions? Questions? Oh.
Hi, thank you very much. Where's the money from the round going to go? What's your next step?
So as I mentioned on the previous slide, we're going to be putting the prototype, finishing out the prototype and putting it out in the field. We have an engine prototype completed. We're going to be finishing up the software, and then our LOIs will be converted to purchase orders. While we're doing this, we're going to be speaking with our suppliers in order to lock in our cost model and profit margins.
So through this round, you expect to finish your R&D and engineering and reach commercial sales?
Yes, by the end of the year.
Thank you.
You can elaborate about the technology?
What aspect of it?
How it works? What you said, engine with very good efficiency.
Yes, so essentially we have a direct injection multi-fuel engine, so it's fuel agnostic. It can take fuels of today, so natural gas, LPG, or the fuels of tomorrow, so hydrogen or biofuels. And essentially it's a variable RPM. Every other genset on the market is a fixed RPM, 1,500 or 1,800 rotations per minute. And we go from about 1,000 to 4,000. And this enables us, with the alternator, and we can then add power to the site due to the fact that we can ramp up and down based on the customer's usage.
Who are your direct competitors? Maybe other technologies, not necessarily whether. And can you elaborate on pricing and availability?
Sure. So we have two types of competitors. You could call it the traditional genset manufacturers, which are just only backup. So there's not really that much overlap there. And then in the newer, you could say Mainspring Energy. But the only place where we compete with them is that they are multi-fuel. And so with that, we're 27 times lighter than them and 8 times smaller than them, which means that we can fit in sites where they can't, and our installation costs are extremely lower. In terms of CapEx, we're about the same cost as a diesel generator on the market right now. It's okay, I can hear you. Yeah. So we're working with the under 5 megawatt sites, and the ideal customers are customers that have already existing sites and are wanting to expand. For example, Amazon Logistics Hub, Avis Rental Car Company, a small edge data center company such as Armada that is wanting to deploy portable data centers, which we're in talks with. So there's every single industry that is looking to expand that is under 5 megawatts, we can target. But we're very targeted. We're working with the EPCs and the CPOs. So we're not going all over the place. We're working with the distributors that are already on the ground, and we sell to them, and they prepare the final package.
Thank you. Good job. So, next one, and we keep it going. I think we're ready to listen to you and your story, and I think that's one of the themes here. So, Miga, Tal Kafir, co-founder and CEO.
Okay, hi. So, unpredicted failures in the energy sector jeopardize energy production, pose massive risk to maintenance cost, and waste time, money, parts, manpower. A typical power plant can lose up to $1.5 million a day due to unexpected malfunctions, and I bet some of you in the audience had faced these dilemmas in the past. So, at Mikagu, we solve this problem. We have a solution that is combined out of hardware and software. The hardware, a network of microphones spread on critical machines like turbines, pumps, generators. These microphones intercept the internal sound that machine makes. We then move this sound to our on-prem AI computer, and we investigate the sound. We examine the sound and give the customer actionable alerts. What are actionable alerts? Is there a problem in your machine? Where and why? And the holy grail, when the machine will die. We do it earlier and more accurate due to acoustics and the edge computer. The outcome, 50% reduction in unplanned malfunction and 40% drop in maintenance cost. The market is pretty big, $90 billion market. Predictive maintenance, our signal is $8 billion, growing 27% a year. I am amazed from this number. It means that most solutions are being invented now as we speak, and we have to catch this train. We are different because we are very, very focused only on energy sectors and its machines, only on acoustics, not vibration or video or other legacy trends, and because we built a product that becoming more and more accurate as time goes for the customer due to AI. So we are a bootstrap company with some grants from the IIA that we really appreciate. We did a lot of POCs with Israeli players, and today we are having commercial pilots with our partners and other companies that are not mentioned here. This is our status. My name is Tal, I'm a PhD. I'm focused on AI and acoustics. I was a squadron deputy commander in many squadrons. My co-founder, Omer, the CTO, is a Mamram alumni and had built these kinds of software all of his life in the Air Force. So, if you want to partner up, we are open to work. Let's do a shared pilot. If you want to invest, so stay on your toes because seed round is coming. Thank you very much.
Hi. Ooh, that was loud. Can you share a little bit your go-to-market, how you're going to penetrate all different factories with different machinery? And again, the second question is, how long does it take, in the real life to do the configuration, to set up the baseline, all those classic questions of AI in industrial setting that always look good on paper, but always challenging in reality?
Okay, so we'll start with the second question because we are working with people that had enough with technology and they want that things will work and they don't get any explanations about hallucination from AI. So what we are doing, we just prove it to them. We have pilots with low CapEx, just spread the machines that we have, and for 6 months, 3 months, depends, we just give them measurable KPIs. If it works, they trust us, we can expand. Okay, the first question, go to market. So we identify our ICP as people that are the O&M, which means they need to pay money when things are going bad, and they are also the entrepreneurs. They're losing money if energy is not produced. So if we can find these kinds of people, and there are some, these are the perfect people, they benefit from the technology. We can sell also to people that only the entrepreneurs or the OEM, but we prefer those people. Hope that I answered.
What do you sell?
What do I sell? Insurance.
Insurance?
Insurance.
Explain.
I'm selling you the feeling that you won't have a problem, and if you will have a problem, you will catch it on time and fix it on time, and due to that, you will also maybe can spend a little bit less on maintenance, but I'm selling you a feeling. I'm selling you insurance. Exactly.
Hi. Question over here. Predictive maintenance, definitely a hot subject, but the result is there's a lot of competition. So a word about the differentiation, the moat from other startups dealing in the field. And a sub-question is, what would you say to the claim that by the time that there is an acoustic resonance or signal, damage is already being done and then it should be detected earlier?
Good. Thank you for that question. So when a machine breaks, it's warming up, like your car. Everything starts to burn. Before that, it vibrates a little bit. And before that, it makes tiny anomalies or harmonies in the air. We capture those harmonies. So exactly, we do it earlier than others. So this is one of the differentiators. Also, we give time better than other signals. And because we're using edge computer, we can do it over and over and over again, not sending anything to the cloud, so we are much more accurate. But my biggest competition is not doing nothing. Those what my customers do today, except let's say the main turbine or whatever, most of their equipment is not non-motorized. So the biggest enemy is not doing nothing, and we overcome it. So.
Amazing job. So, I sense that the next one's going to be great. I have it right here for you. We're going to be going with Shai Yaniv, Chief Product and Business Development Officer, Volkai.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Shai Yaniv. I'm from Volkai. And at Volkai, what we're doing is, and that's our obsession, making energy storage smarter. And when we talk about energy storage, we basically start with the fact that energy storage is the backbone of modern energy. And it spans across multiple verticals. Data centers is certainly a hot topic. But of course, as well as utility storage, CNI storage, it goes into fleet management in terms of running the cars with high-performing electrification. And it all has three elements in common. They're all being critical infrastructure. And second point, they're all about operational continuity. And some of them are also about national energy security. And when it comes to addressing these three important criteria across all those verticals, it's essentially about the battery's safety and the battery's performance. And that has driven a market which is $6 billion in size today, driving all the way to $14 billion in just 4 years from now. So the CAGR is astonishing, 70%, and that's the high wave that we are riding on. Now, when addressing those markets and safety and performance for those, we need to acknowledge two things. Number one, battery safety. Fires. Fires are not spontaneous. When you see a fire from in an energy storage location, or in a parking lot, or a ship that a ship that is just sunk into the oceans with many cars on it, the actual fire or safety issue started long before the fire appeared. And this is key to addressing those issues. So they are never spontaneous, but that's not only that fact. When we go into and addressing the performance of those over a long time, energy storage providers basically hedge a lot of resources today in order to ensure performance is met. So they put more battery units than they should, about 20% more, and at industry scale, we're talking about $70 billion of excessive investment in energy storage across multiple markets today. We have a solution for addressing those 2 points, and they all go down into the battery chemistry, which we are able to detect and see because we can detect gas emissions from the batteries across their lifetime. Batteries emit gases across all the time. So we have a solution which is based on 2 elements: physical AI infrastructure, which drives intelligence into the battery packs, and that's a device we're releasing to market in actually next month, and a cloud intelligence, which addresses the performance capabilities over the long term. And when it comes to those 2, we used in the battery packs a unique chipset, which we have developed, and it basically has thousands of sensors on top. Basically, those are nanometric in scale, and they are long, durable, 25 years, have a lot of other capabilities in terms that the chemical sensors do not have today, and drive the innovation inside. We've signed contracts with several energy storage manufacturers to date. Some of them here, some of them are not disclosed at this point, and we're commercializing this edge device, which we drive into the battery packs into commercialization. So basically at Vokai, we have a unique technology capability, which is gas sensing at the nanometric level inside the packs from the batteries. We drive this into an industry which is growing in scale, $6 billion, $14 billion in just 4 years, 17% CAGR, and we're going to be a top $100 million company driven by ARR, because that battery analytics capabilities in the cloud with drive performance are going to be provided as a service, as a SaaS service to our customers. Thank you very much.
Who are your customers?
Our customers are twofold. First, the energy storage manufacturers, for which we embed the device inside. And basically, with that capability, we're just placing the intelligence. We're making the battery storage intelligent. Then these are our immediate customers today, which we have 6 of. At the second stage, when we provide our battery analytics solution in the cloud, which completes the physical AI architecture, that's going to be provided, for example, to energy developers, which they have a subscription to and basically can get the information about their battery analytics, their battery degradation, exposure into the battery degradations, and feed automatically through their cloud applications to their battery management system how to operate the unit. The key issue today is understanding or having visibility to battery performance. And this is what we solved for those two.
So these are the battery manufacturers for hardware and the service
Exactly.
for the, let's
Exactly.
say, IPs.
Exactly.
And a few words about IP barriers,
So,
patents.
so we have a unique chip. It's a nanometric chip, which is providing the best sensor for gases, which serves this industry and will serve later on other industries. And so that's a unique IP that we have. We have unique IP across algorithms which can take those gas information, data sets, and basically based on those measurements, we have the capability to drive specific know-how and visibility into specific degradations and battery failures which go undetected by any other technology today. Yeah.
So, how many units do you need to put in a battery? Explain a little bit, and how much is it going to cost?
So, in a battery pack today, as little as one device that we put inside, which is a 6 by 6 centimeter device, monitors the pack 24/7, 365 days, across the, measuring all the gas data. The cost for the manufacturer is less than 40 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, not only that, many of those are using gas sensing elements today, which are ineffective for the long term, and basically we're replacing those. So the total cost for the manufacturer, in many cases, it is even lower than that. In our validation exercises, and that's important to note, we have validated the prices with the energy manufacturers, the energy storage manufacturers, and they have accepted this price because today, any other technology that they use, any sensing technology needs to be replaced 3, 4, even 5 times across the life cycle of an energy storage project.
False positive ratio and a bit about your competition.
Sure. So, just to be very brief, our false alarm rate is 1 case per million packs a year, which is basically 0. And the way we achieve this is because we have a unique combination through our IP of high sensitivity at the parts per billion scale, combined with 0 cross sensitivity. And that's a breakthrough that the industry simply does not have without Vokai. The second question was competition. So the ability to sense those gas measurements, and that may be sounding a little presumptuous, but basically there's no competition that is capable of taking this nanometric technology that we have. You can look up electrostatically formed nanowire technology. That's an IP that we have exclusive rights to. No one can surpass that. That drives the battery analytics forward with high accuracy that no one can achieve.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Round of applause, round of applause. And we keep going bigger. We have lots of intelligent people in the audience. So come make us a little bit wiser. We have Sagi Shani, VP EMS Solutions, WEM.
Yeah, that's me. Thank you very much for bearing with us. My name is Sagi Shani. I'm a VP of EMS at WEM. I promise to try and not to mention AI or data centers in these slides, but I'll do my best to try. Let's start. So our team develops hardware and software for the renewable energy industry. As you know, energy industry spans across wide range from a single household device into nationwide or continent-wide transmission grids. We focus solely on the CNI segment. Our mission is to serve the asset owner, who is actually also the electricity consumer. As renewables scale across Europe, the residential and utility deployment of storage are catching up, but the CNI is lagging behind. 3 main factors are holding this market back. One, battery prices. Second, regulatory barriers. And third, technological challenges. In order to unlock this this huge market, it requires an EMS capable of steering complex, dynamic, and flexible assets. This creates a massive opportunity, predicting some 70 gigawatt hour by 2030, but a potential of 1 terawatt hour. And the commercial was solved already by battery price drop. The policy is opening the market access and technology. That's on us to deliver. The WEM architecture turns any battery CNI site into agentic optimized microgrid. Existing solutions have significant blind spots. Whether a battery OEM or a fleet aggregator, they remain locked in a single silo. Because their systems cannot bridge the meter barrier nor the firewall, their optimization is artificially muted. We, on the other hand, work natively behind the meter, in front of the meter, on-prem and online, optimizing optimizing end-to-end over against all markets at once, utilizing the entire value chain. This technology is, excuse me, this technology comes with four different barriers that you need to cross. First, a certified grid control, real-time controller. Second, a deep integration library. And third, a regulatory compliance. And last, and most importantly, 2 years of customer production database. You simply cannot optimize effectively without those four foundations. There's only one way to do it, and that's the hard way. So since our 2024 launch, we've grown to dozens of sites across Israel, generating multiple revenue streams to our customers. And now we're adding into the scaling phase with 3 pilots launching in Germany. In Germany next month, and preparing for our EU rollout. So let's just finish with the announcement. We're raising another 5 million round with Meir Group as our leading or anchor investor, and the round is open.
Thank you. Sounds very interesting, and the traction seems really good. What's your differentiating model, your competitive advantage? It's a bit of a red ocean these days.
Yeah, so basically the concept, there are obviously multiple EMS providers working all across the market. What we chose to do is to simply concentrate on the CNI segment, which lacks competition. And there are good reasons for this segment to lag behind. It's really difficult. It's complex. The large players are preferring to work in the utility field, and there are very good solutions for the home and residential. But this segment is still open for competition. And this is our sweet spot, and this is where we feel more powerful to compete.
Thank you so much. Round of applause. Perfect. So, the last one. Oh, I need to grab my notes because I wrote something a little witty. So, new class of all-stars this year. So, a new class of nuclear. And we're going to bring up Denny Grossman, founder and CEO, Nuclarity.
So it's co-founder. So at Nuclarity, we're powering the future with scalable, low-cost nuclear energy. We all want more baseload capacity for data centers, for emerging economies. We all wish we could decarbonize yesterday. And the last few years have taught us about energy resilience. And nuclear energy checks all these boxes, and it seems like the nuclear renaissance is finally here. But actually, nuclear energy is about 60 years old. It's not new in any way. And it's not been terribly successful at the West. It's been a devastating failure, basically. And the question is, what is going to be different this time? So if you do the research, it turns out it's not about public opinion. It's not about safety. It's not about nuclear waste. It's, as usual, about the money. By 1975, nuclear industry was already dead. It just didn't know it because it became too expensive and uncompetitive in the energy market in the US, and it's been spiraling down ever since. And so if we don't solve that problem, we're stuck. If we look at recent results, recent published contracts, latest large reactors are very, very expensive. As expected, they always have been, at least recently. And then there's the SMRs. These were supposed to solve the big mega project problem facing big nuclear, but it seems that they're on a megawatt, on a kilowatt basis, they're actually more expensive. So we're not going to solve this problem. There's going to be no nuclear renaissance, and we're going to be stuck. So we set out a mission. Understanding these things, we need to solve this problem, which is economics of nuclear. We studied what makes nuclear expensive. We charted out all the cost structures of the SMRs we could find, and we did something different. We found the major cost drivers and we avoided them. We found the supply chain bottlenecks and we worked around them. And the results are the L200. So we combined 3 known reactor types into something which has not been previously known, into a first economically viable SMR. It's 200 megawatts of electricity. It has extremely competitive LCOE and CapEx, which is competitive in the average energy market. It is cooled by liquid metal. It is fueled by standard, low-cost, off-the-shelf nuclear industry fuel. It also uses an off-the-shelf turbine generator set. Its small size, only 6 meters in height, makes it very efficient in placing it underground and protecting it. In the founding team, we have Hanan Mor, a very established serial entrepreneur on the business side, Dr. Ami Nagler, with 40 years of hands-on experience in nuclear and advanced reactors, and myself, Danny, with 25 years in deep tech experience. We've bootstrapped so far $1 million in the development phases, and we are going to open our pre-seed round in a few months. Nuclarity is a European technology provider. Unfortunately, I'm the US track, so maybe I should change that. And we're targeting Eastern Europe for first deployments by 2032. If you want to be part of the journey, please keep in touch.
Questions?
Thank you very much. Could you elaborate on your go-to-market strategy by 2032? That's quite a long way in terms of startups, on financing and predominantly client go-to-market, etc.
So right now we see a very strong pull from Eastern Europe in terms of nuclear, whether it's Poland, Romania, Czech Republic. So we see a very strong pull there with public sentiment, with decisions, hard decisions by governments, and there's a lot of momentum there. And there's also a nuclear ecosystem there that seems to be the natural place for us to start our first project and to partner up with strong local utilities and engineering companies in Eastern Europe. This is kind of the geography, and we're actually in the process these days, as some of you may know, of finding out where the best place for us to start in. With respect to financing, it's a very arduous road to get to where we need to be. And obviously, we're going to be starting small with a pre-seed round. And very quickly, we'll be scaling up investments with bigger and bigger players in the VCs and also strategic investors, which are EPCs or utilities, and also getting governmental support, which is also abundant in these geographies I discussed.
Can you talk a little bit about the technology that makes your competitive edge? So you talked about the cost going down, but how did you do it?
So in the very few seconds we have here, there are basically two types of technologies: the traditional water reactors and the Gen 4 reactors, which are basically non-water cooled. For the water reactors, they are large because they need convection cooling when there's you don't want another Fukushima, and that means they're very high, and that means the building around them is very large, and they're expensive in that way. But they do use very cost-effective fuel, which is the standard nuclear fuel. The Gen 4 reactors they're not always, sometimes they're large, but they can be very small, very dense, and the surrounding infrastructure scales with that, and that's very good. On the other hand, they're using very, very expensive fuel, and it's expensive in two major ways. One is higher enrichment, up to 20%, which is very expensive. It's not commercially available. It's a big, big problem, a very big bottleneck, basically. And the second thing, they're not using uranium oxide fuel. They're doing something different, which again, the factories and these do not exist yet on a commercial scale. And these two factors make their fuel very expensive and a huge bottleneck problem. We avoid these two expenses and we do something different. We kind of use, and this is the hybridization I discussed, we're liquid metal fueled, but we're using traditional fuel. This combination does not exist.
And what makes it so that the SMR next gen won't be using some of the same methodologies?
Well, hopefully we'll get our patent granted, so we kind of cornered this combination. And it's also a game of time to market, right? If you get there first with the cheapest solution in nuclear plant scale, it takes years and years to get to market. So if I started a year ago, I'm quite a bit ahead of somebody who's going to find out next year that it's expensive, and it will change the design.
Thank you, Danny. So, do not leave your seats yet, partners. Please stick around for a moment. We're going to be taking photos afterwards. A round of applause to all the startups. Before we wrap up, and don't leave your seats so then you can see the winners as we calculate the scores right now, we have a quick message from our partners in the US about an energy alliance. Moriel Lotan, managing partner at Mile, will share with us very quickly.
Hello to everyone in Tel Aviv from New York. I am so sorry that I couldn't join you. Congratulations to the winners of the Energy Tech All-Star competition. You have earned this recognition and it is well deserved. And to the incredible Ignite the Spark community, thank you. Thank you for this impactful week and for all of the work you are doing to advance the Israeli energy tech space in Israel and abroad. At Mile, as a company focused on energy and dual-use technology, we work with tech CEOs, investors, government, and academia across the US-Israel corridor. It matters deeply to us to see more Israeli presence in the rooms where decisions are being made. We know that for many companies, joining these US conferences isn't easy, so we wanted to help. I'm thrilled to share that Mile, with the support on company selection from Ignite, will be offering 3 spots for CEOs of Israeli energy and dual-use startups to take part in Energy Alliance's 2026 this September. Applications are open through a Google form that you can find on our website and that Ignite will share on their website and within the community. We'll be providing some financial support as well as working with you on your go-to-market strategy and your pitch prep towards your arrival. As I mentioned, we not only believe that more Israeli presence in energy and dual-use technology is needed, but we also believe that now is the time. We look forward to seeing your applications, and even more so, look forward to seeing you here in New York and in more rooms where decisions are made and relationships are built. Wishing you all a peaceful summer. Looking forward to seeing you in Tel Aviv or in New York.
Moriel, if you're online, we look forward to seeing you here as well, and all of you, and this is an excellent opportunity. So, drum roll. And the EU track will be presented by Aya Efrati. She is, we need a minute, we're still calculating. So, while we calculate, I'll just tell you, one more time, we have all the events still this week. They're going to be posted on our Luma. The platform that you all registered on is still going to be available. Make sure you go. You can go, still set meetings with individuals. You have the entire week. And I'll keep talking. So we can keep going.
Jokes.
Jokes. I have none. My life. Maybe that's the joke. Glasses. This year, contacts. First time with contacts on stage, and that's maybe why I keep looking right here. Any other questions you might have for me? I am 170 meters. I weigh on a good day 79 kilos. That's definitely a lie. This suit feels a little bit tight. And maybe a little bit about the story of Ignite while we actually do it.
How much energy do you create?
What was that?
How much energy do you create?
So the energy that we create, I think if we go back, I think we were actually talking yesterday, really quickly, Eitan and I, and we were talking about right before COVID, the 2 weeks before, maybe even a week before. That was the Industry 4.0 event. If you were there last night, that was also in SNC's basement. And we used to have a hard time in that beginning year filling a room. It took Eshel and myself actually texting people saying, hey, please come. So the energy I don't create at the end of the day. Ignite is just a vehicle. I want to say that all of you are the energy. And Ronit, thank you so much for helping me buy time. So, Aya Efrati.
Drums.
It's my great pleasure and honor to announce and invite one of our wonderful startups to the stage. The winner for this startup is going to join one of us from Ignite next year in Bilbao at Energy Tech Summit, which is one of the premier conferences in our field in continental Europe. And I would like to please invite Gil from Thermagics to join me.
כל הכבוד.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it a lot. Although I fucked up the presentation, but we really believe that we can make the change in the world regarding to the waste heat. And thank you for the support.
Great. And to close it off, our CEO of Ignite the Spark, Sean Dana.
All right, that's it. We finalized this event. I know it's been long, I know it's been busy. Thank you for all of you joining us. I appreciate every one of your support and the partner again. Thank you. We see a really importance of giving global opportunity, especially those days. That's why we have partners in Europe, in the US, that do it and creating those great, amazing platform to do so. And the last one, and what Muriel maybe side mentioned, she just described a new kind of a vehicle. And besides the winner here, there are going to be more that join the US Energy Alliance as part of New York Climate Week. But the first one will be Vokai. Shai, please join us. Thank you for all of you that have been part of this journey. Shai, this is yours. Shai.
Shai, don't forget.
This is yours. Go to the airport with this and then go for it. And I think this is the time to say goodbye and see you next year.
Goodbye, everyone. Amazing job, everyone. All the startups, all the partners, please join us on stage, especially our winners. Bring yourselves over here. All of the Ignite team, everyone, please join us on stage. Please join us on stage. All our partners, all the companies that pitched, please come on stage. Partners, everyone on stage.